Here you go, Izzy. Thank you, I tell the waitress as she places the plate of food on the table in front of me. My empty stomach is even more enthusiastic, growling at the scents wafting up from the plate. She chuckles as she walks away, but I'm too hungry to feel an ounce of embarrassment. I dig in, barely cutting the pancakes into manageable bites before shoveling them into my mouth. Why I left campus before grabbing something to eat is beyond me. I've been traveling back and forth from college in Albuquerque to where my dad lives in Farmington, New Mexico for years, and I always manage to forget to eat. Maybe it's why the staff at this small, family-owned diner know me by name. Pancakes are a simple thing, mere batter, honestly, but covered in butter and thick, sticky syrup makes them a masterpiece. I'll fight anyone that wants to argue. The bacon here is cut thick and crisped to perfection. I groan in appreciation, thankful for the thin crowd tonight. I was thinking of getting a burger, but you're making those pancakes sound like they're the best thing you've ever had in your mouth. Looking up, I freeze, uncaring there's a dribble of syrup threatening to drop from my bottom lip. I'm no stranger to good-looking men, or men who approach me with some slick pickup line laced with sexual innuendo. I'm a college student, after all. Guys on campus think they're God's gift to women, and we should be so lucky to get a little alone time with them. Think being the operative word when it comes to those guys at school. There's a good chance this man standing beside my table is actually God's gift. His military haircut, shaved close on the sides and just a little longer on top, combined with bright blue eyes, makes him handsome. The muscles peeking out from under his shirt to showcase thick biceps have the ability to make me lose my breath. But the uniform, the gun belt, the badge displayed proudly on his chest make him devastatingly gorgeous. I blame my dad, a man who's fiercely loyal and honorable, for my attraction to protective men. Being safe is a huge turn-on for me, and this man looks like he has those abilities in spades. Are they good? His lip lifts in the corner, and as a woman who normally hates a smirk, this man is quickly making me change my mind. Hi, I squeak stupidly, my brain unable to answer his actual questions. His smile widens, and I can tell by the knowing look that he realizes I'm already putty in his hands. It should alarm me, should make me stop to think. But I don't. Hell, with him looking down at me, I can't. Dad would be so disappointed. Even the devil was beautiful in God's eyes. Although Dad isn't very religious, he's told me those words as a warning more than once. Translation: stay away from handsome men. They're the ones who will bring you the most grief. May I join you? Blinking up at him, I don't answer, too enthralled by watching his lips move each time he talks. May I? He repeats, pointing to the empty part of the booth across from me. Somehow I manage to nod my head, pulling a rumbling chuckle from deep inside of him. You've got... I'm frozen as he lifts his hand to my mouth, using a single finger to wipe away the syrup clinging to my lip. It's like he's lit a fire inside of me. And when he draws that sticky finger to his own mouth, licking away the syrup, I'm certain I melt into a puddle right there. Is this even real life? Do creatures this gorgeous even exist? When the waitress approaches, she manages to take his order for a plate of his own pancakes, even though it's clear she's just as enamored. Strong, thick fingers tap the tabletop as he watches me. It feels more like an undressing than scrutiny, as if while sitting here, he's stripping each item of clothing from my body. I feel the cool air of the diner on my overheated skin, feel the brush of his fingertips down my side, tracing each rib, even though we aren't touching. My mind is warning me of danger, while my body is itchy and eager for anything he could suggest. You're quiet. Are you nervous? I managed to shake my head. So, no warrants, then? I grin back at him. No, I never get into trouble. That's a shame. I was hoping to frisk you. Oh, I like the flirting. Wouldn't a female state police officer be the one to do that? He licks his lips before speaking again, and I swear he's torturing me on purpose. Most people would just call me a cop, without specifying which department. That's silly. It's on your patch. I've been trained to look at patches for years now. After my dad joined the Cerberus MC a couple of years ago, I'm constantly around people who have them on their clothing. I toy with my fork, twisting the tines in the fluffy pancakes, trying to figure out a way to get our conversation back to his frisking comment, and hating that we've gone so far off course. O'Neill, he says, his hand reaching across the table. Megan, I lie, placing my hand in his. Using a fake name isn't unusual to me. Dad taught me to be diligent, and the less people know about you, the harder it is for them to track you and hurt you. Expecting him to shake it, he throws me off kilter when he lifts my hand and presses warm lips to the back of it. Aren't you charming? I whisper as he lowers our hands. And you're gorgeous. He doesn't release my hand, and I find it strange that it doesn't feel at all weird to be holding the hand of a man I just met. Thank you. Are you from around here, Megan? Yes. It's not really a lie. Around here is subjective, and since I live in New Mexico, it's mostly truthful. Besides, ask vague questions and you'll get vague answers. Here you go, sweetheart. The waitress lingers even after placing the plate of pancakes in front of him, but he never pulls his eyes from me. This man is good at what he's doing. Does it make me a fool for falling for it? People are supposed to have fun, have wild nights when they're in college, right? I can't help but wonder what a little time spent alone with this man would look like. Your food is going to get cold, he says, releasing my hand so he can begin his own meal. He groans with the first bite, and if I sounded anything like he just did, then I know why he approached me. The sound is pure sex, decadent sin, and arousing. He licks away the syrup on his lips before I can open my mouth to offer doing it for him, but the little wink he shoots my way tells me he knows the suggestion is there. How long have you been a police officer? I manage only by focusing on the plate in front of me rather than his handsome face. Not long, less than a year. I'm still doing my field training. Like every other man I know, he shovels food in his mouth and still manages to grin while he chews. Where's your partner, then? He's working on a personal project right now, he says after taking a sip of coffee. What about you? I'm not a cop. I barely refrain from smacking my forehead at the stupid response. I'm a college student. And if it weren't for my best friend Sophia managing to get behind in her classes, I wouldn't even be alone right now. We normally drive back home for spring break together, but she's been delayed. I don't know if being alone right now is a good or bad thing. And your major? Elementary education. His smile grows, and I feel my own lips mirroring his. Why the big smile? Most of the guys I work with are married to teachers. It seems like the American dream. Police officers and teachers? He nods. I think people who are focused on helping others, although in much different capacities, are drawn to those same types of people.
I'm definitely drawn to you, Megan.
I hate the sound of my fake name coming from his lips, but I'm committed to it and not going to confess now. What's your first name, O'Neill? He shakes his head. Too personal?
Oh, I want to get personal with you.
And an expert at avoidance. Figures. It was nice meeting you, I say, after wiping my mouth and pulling cash from my purse to leave on the table. Be safe. He doesn't try to stop me when I stand, and although he's gorgeous and a protector, did I honestly think we'd have some type of love match? His job is dangerous. Cops are notorious, unfortunately, for cheating on their significant others. This man won't even tell me his first name. All clear signs to cut my losses and get out of here. The walk into the diner didn't unnerve me at all, but leaving now that it's dark outside makes me realize I parked a little too far out for comfort. My dad's voice is in my head as I slip my keys between my fingers in case I need them for protection. The fact that a New Mexico State police officer is 30 yards away inside the diner doesn't ease all of my fears. I'm well aware that bad things can happen right under people's noses with them being none the wiser.
Megan!
I freeze, the new voice somehow already familiar.
Let me walk you to your car.
I don't turn to face him, but when he makes it to my side, I fall into step with him. The warm hand he places flat on my back sends shivers down my spine, even though I'm no longer scared in the darkness. When we approach my car, the only light comes from the parts of the moon not covered in clouds, and I feel reckless. I feel like I don't want the night to end, even though he has a job to do, and I'm expected at the Cerberus clubhouse in 2 hours. When I turn around to face him, he doesn't step back. His fingers trail down my face, pushing a lock of hair from my cheek.
You should park closer. It's not safe.
I lift up on my toes and press my mouth to his. He doesn't pull back, doesn't tell me I'm being inappropriate. He does none of that. When I lick at his lower lip, he groans, pulls me to his chest, and opens his mouth to sweep his tongue across mine. Tonight, by far, will be the craziest thing I've ever done in my life.
Prologue. Drew. Several months later. Really? I grin, keeping my eyes on the road as my field training officer Warren tells me the good news. Seriously, and I owe my thanks to you. I chuckle. Dude, I didn't have anything to do with knocking your wife up. Asshole, he mutters, but there's still humor in his voice. It happened that night I went home. That night. He doesn't even have to give me details to make me recall what I was doing that night. That night, I dropped Warren off in front of his house after his wife texted that she was ovulating. I cringe now, just like I did then with the memory, but apparently he's an overshare. That night I was instructed to grab something to eat and stay out of trouble while he took care of business. That night, I met Megan. That night, she kissed me under the moonlight. That night, I did something I thought I'd never do and took her right on the hood of her car in the parking lot of a diner. I scrubbed my hand down my face. I was in full damned uniform, gun belt still around my waist as I... Nope, not revisiting what happened. Chubbing it with Warren, riding shotgun, can't happen. I save those thoughts and memories for when I'm alone. That night has haunted my mind, infiltrated my dreams, and have been the images I've been getting myself off with for months. Megan broke me. Or maybe it was the experience. The knowing we were doing something wild and crazy, something illegal, that could make me lose my badge that is such a turn-on. Whatever it is, I can't let go of the memory. Can't see another girl with long brown hair and pretty hazel eyes without thinking it's her. More than once, I've tapped a woman on the shoulder only to be disappointed when she turns around. Seriously, though, thank you. We find out in a couple weeks what we're having, but man, I'm just happy she's finally pregnant. We've been trying for the last year. Now we can have regular sex and it doesn't feel like a job. How many times have I told you the details of your sex life? Don't interest? Dispatch interrupts with a call, giving the location and not much else in regard to details about a two-person collision on U.S. Route 550 North. It's that time of night, Warren mutters after responding to dispatch about being en route. Plus graduations and kids going home for summer break. As I drive to the scene, lights flashing and siren blaring, lead settles in my gut, as if there's a dark cloud over me. I'm not an intuitive person. Most of the skills I have that are useful as a police officer have been part of my training. Before we're able to get close enough to park and assist, before my eyes can register the smoke billowing from a mangled blue car, before I can even get my seatbelt off, I know this night is going to change me forever. You get the car, I'll get the truck, Warren tells me, his calm voice a stark contrast to the pounding happening in my chest. Ambulance sirens are distant, and I can't tell how far away they are as I approach the driver's side door of the wrecked car, its familiarity threatening to bring my lunch back up. Then I see the brown hair, tangled and matted with blood. "I can't get her out," a man yells, his voice frantic. "Sir, step aside." I somehow manage. Graduation, kids going home for summer break. Warren's words echo in my head as I lean into the vehicle to assess the situation. A shattered windshield, a crumpled dash, no seatbelt, a broken girl. "I'm a college student, elementary education." That's what she told me that night. I can hear the words as if Megan is standing right beside me. "Ma'am," I say, my voice lower than it should be, too filled with emotion for the job that's expected of me. "Can you hear me?" Her face tilts the slightest bit, but her gorgeous hazel eyes don't open. "Megan," I snap a little louder. "Open your eyes, baby. Let me know you're going to be okay." I clasp her hands in mine as her eyes flutter weakly. The shadows in the car are too dark for me to see them clearly, but I know what they look like. I memorized them that night. The cut on her face seems superficial, although it's bleeding. Keeping a hold of her hand, I scan down her body to assess for other injuries. The steering wheel pressed to her chest and the spider-webbed windshield are both concerning, but a ragged breath draws my eyes back to her face. "Help me," she gasps. "I'm here. We're going to get you out of here." The minuscule amount of grasp she had on my hand disappears, and the tension in her body eases. Her flushed skin turns ashen so quickly, it's as if someone waved a hand from her hairline to her neck, taking all her coloring along with it. She's gone. This isn't the first fatality accident scene I've responded to. Objectively, I know she's dead. I know I'll never speak to her again. I know I'm going to have to notify her family of their loss. I know she'll never be a teacher. I know I'll never get to brush my mouth against hers again. I know I'll regret not getting her number that night. But at the time, I didn't realize just how obsessed with her I'd become. How she'd managed to take over my thoughts. I know all of this, but accepting it seems like an impossibility. "Move!" I'm shoved out of the way, seconds from clocking some asshole in the face when I realize it's the paramedics finally arriving to help. In stunned shock, I stand to the side watching as they take vitals, watching as one guy shakes his head with a frown, watching as they pull a blanket out and drape the side of her car with it. "O'Neill, a little help?" Warren is standing in front of a frowning man of about 50, but all that registers is his flailing arms as he points at his truck. My feet move on their own, carrying me toward my training officer and the man involved in the accident. His face is bleeding, a cut on his forehead leaving streaks of red down his pale, ashen cheek. Bloodshot eyes dart all over the place, as if he can't seem to focus on any one thing. "The truck will be towed," Warren is explaining as I join them. "It's fine to drive. I'm not paying towing and impound fees." I hear the words, but it's the alcohol in his breath that tells me all I need to know. "You're going to jail," Warren says. "You caused this accident." "A fucking fender bender," the man counters. "I have fucking insurance." "She's dead," I mumble. "She's fucking dead." Most people claim they black out when they go into a rage, that they just snap and don't realize what they're doing. This isn't the case for me. When I charge this piece of shit, I feel the power of my legs moving me forward. I feel the scratch of his shirt under one palm and the slam of my knuckles against his face. I feel the spittle leaving his mouth and landing on my cheek when I make impact. I feel his boots skid against mine as he goes down. I feel the heave of his chest when we both land on the ground. I feel each blow to his face as I rain down my own judgment on this man. What I don't feel is Warren tugging on me. I don't hear him cussing and telling me to calm down. I don't feel the other men required to drag me away. All those things were caught on our body cams. Not only will I get to see what happened that night, reliving it over and over, so will a jury of my peers.
Chapter 1. Isabella. Several months later. I'm telling you, it's not going to happen that way for me. My best friend Sophia snuggles closer to her boyfriend, a frown marking her pretty face. I'm sure my dad would be mad if I got pregnant, but he'd come around eventually. My dad isn't the problem. My mother will never accept this baby. My hand flutters protectively over my huge belly. Didn't your mom have you even younger? 17, I confirm. But I was supposed to learn from her mistakes, not make the same ones. You're grown, Sophia reminds me. Graduated college and everything. I nod, agreeing with her, but this isn't the first time I've had this conversation with her. My mother is sticking to her guns. She won't accept my phone calls and definitely doesn't want anything to do with news on the baby. It's as if she believes if she ignores the entire situation, it'll go completely away. In a way, it has. I'm living with my dad now. His house is finally finished, and although he didn't anticipate his daughter getting pregnant, he had a room ready for me when I came home with the news. Came home with the news isn't exactly how it went down. I told my best friend, and she let it slip many months ago. It just so happens everyone was around, including my dad and my stepmother. The craziest part, aside from getting pregnant from a one-night stand that happened in a parking lot on my Toyota Corolla, a story I fully plan to lie about when my child is old enough to start asking questions, my stepmother is also pregnant. Dad and Gigi's story is about as wild as the one I'm keeping close to my chest. I can't even trust Sophia with the details. It's not that I feel shame, but yeah, getting pregnant by a guy whose first name I don't even know, not really the thing fairy tales are made of, you know? Back to Dad and Gigi. Georgia Anderson is not only just a few years older than me, she's also the daughter of Diego Kincaid Anderson, the Cerberus MC president. When Dad told me he was joining an MC, my head went straight to guns, drugs, using women, and hurting people, all the things television has portrayed motorcycle clubs to be. Cerberus is nothing like that. If the bad MCs are 1%ers on one end of the spectrum, Cerberus is on the opposite. My dad, as well as all the other members, are good guys, all retired Marines, all working together to help people who have been sex trafficked. Their job repeatedly takes them out of the country, putting them in harm's way. But over the decades, the MC has managed to build a family, a group of people willing to go above and beyond for anyone welcomed into the fold. Dad, working for Kincaid, somehow got Gigi on his radar, and as fuzzy as the details surrounding that situation are, I prefer to keep them that way. Those two are like horny teenagers, and I doubt they care that they aren't fooling anyone with side eyes and whispered comments. When I first visited, they were a little more closeted about their bedroom lives. But as I've gotten older, they either aren't hiding it as much, or I'm now understanding what certain looks can lead to. I got those looks once. Eyes drilling into me with suggestion and wishes. I run my hand back over my belly. Those looks are how I'm in this situation. She'll come around, Sophia assures me, and I just nod my head in agreement. Sophia's dad, Dominic, is Kincaid's brother, and although he works with the MC, he's never officially joined. He's the only one around here without a leather cut, but that doesn't make him any less imposing when he's in a room. Sophia is of the opinion that things will work out, and eventually my mother will open her eyes and accept this baby. Sophia also comes from an intact family. Her mother and father still so much in love they're literally making goo-goo eyes at each other across the room right now. She has an older sister that is involved with 2 men. Actually, Jasmine, Max, and Tug are a triad, all loving each other equally. So it's no surprise her dad didn't really bat an eye when she came forward not long ago and confessed her love for her intern training officer, Colton Matthews, despite their age difference. Hell, I think Sophia's parents are nearly 20 years or so apart in age. Colton has a teenage son, who come to find out was already sort of a Cerberus family member already, because Dustin's, one of the other original members, son Landon, is best friends with him. We're just one big happy family and growing more every day, it seems. Apollo, one of the newest Cerberus members to join the ranks, squeezes my hand. We've become good friends, growing close during the time my dad wanted to murder him because he thought Apollo was the man who got me pregnant. Although I haven't explained my situation to my dad, I assured him his assumptions were wrong.
You okay?
He whispers, as Sophia and Colton strike up a conversation about how weird it is for Colton's parents to be here at the clubhouse. I'm fine.
You're squirming.
The baby is sitting weird. I straighten my back, but it doesn't alleviate the ache.
Are you going to be sick?
I shake my head. God bless this man for being such a good friend. This pregnancy has been brutal. Morning sickness started before the test came back positive, and I'm sure I haven't had but a handful of vomit-free days since. I don't think so. His lip twitches, and not for the first time I wonder why I can't be attracted to him, why I can't see this man as more than a friend. He'd take care of me, a promise he made months ago when he confessed his own feelings for me. He took the news of me not seeing him that way on the chin like a champ, and not once has he faltered in his friendship. It still leaves me wondering if he isn't holding out for me to change my mind. But it's the reason I pull my hand from his and place it in my lap. Things that I didn't analyze before, the touching, hand-holding, the kiss on the cheek goodnight, are all things I have to avoid now. These are the things I think are confusing him into thinking there's the possibility of being something more.
Let me know if you need anything.
Apollo pats my leg before twisting to talk to one of the other guys over his shoulder. When I look back at my best friend and see the way she's looking at Colton, I should avert my eyes. But they're so in love. They can't keep their hands, mouths, or eyes off each other, regardless that both of their parents are on the other side of the room. With eyes focused on each other's mouths, I feel my own body grow warm. "You've got to stop looking at me like that," Sophia whispers loud enough for me to hear. "Do you want to end up in the empty bedroom again?" Colton nods his head slowly, and I have to clamp my lips between my teeth to keep from smiling. They've been in and out of that empty room more than once today. Maybe I'm jealous. Maybe I wish I had what they have. Maybe I'm just hungry or need a nap. Maybe it's gas making my heart pound. "Stop," Sophia says, as she swats at his chest. "You guys are disgusting," I groan. "Can't you turn it off, even for a few hours?" Sophia shifts her weight to give me more of her attention. What's wrong? She presses her hand to my round belly. "Feeling a little left out?" "How can I feel left out when I'm right in the middle of your foreplay?" I mutter. "Maybe you just need to get laid." My best friend. Always the problem solver. I point to my belly. "No one wants to touch me." You'd be surprised, Jasmine interjects. There are many men attracted to pregnant women. True, Gigi adds. There are all types of fetishes out there. I want to cringe with this information coming from my stepmom, but I can remember a time when the adults wouldn't have these conversations in front of me. Cerberus members may ride motorcycles and kick ass for a living, but respecting women is an expectation they insist on at all times. Sharing sexualized information with teenagers didn't happen. I lived in the dark, learning many things from the internet rather than having actual conversations with the people in this club. How strange it was to find out most of them are into some pretty kinky stuff. I look around the room for Dad, knowing that if Gigi is here sharing her wealth of knowledge that he can't be too far behind. Gigi smiles at me, her hand going to the roundness of her own belly. Dad doesn't want me involved in conversations like this one, but Gigi has no problems sharing too much.
I'm uncomfortable,
Apollo says as he stands from the sofa.
Only because Hound still thinks you're the one that got her pregnant.
Max teases, his fingers running up and down Jasmine's arm until goose pimples appear. Is it foreplay, or am I as hard up as Sophia insists I am? Apollo's eyes widen as he stares down at me.
I thought you cleared that up.
I don't say a word because he knows better. His eyes dart down to my belly before he walks away. He'd definitely scratch that itch for you, Sophia says. Not ever going to happen, I counter. But I don't stop my eyes as they track him across the room. My fear is he's all too ready to jump into the role of being a dad and taking care of me. I love him like a friend, but us together will never happen. Self-love isn't bad either, Gigi says when the group grows silent. My orgasms are always stronger when I'm pregnant. Jesus Christ, why didn't I get up and leave an hour ago? I'm not discussing this with you, I snap at my stepmom. I swear she says stuff like that just to embarrass me. If my dad were around, I'd say she was earning one of those spankings I have to cover my head with my pillow at night to keep from overhearing. Not wanting to stick around to hear anyone, I try to stand, but my belly makes it nearly impossible to get up without help. Sophia notices, giving me a gentle push on my back so I can stand. Don't go, Sophia whispers with my hand in hers. She knows how uncomfortable I get when everyone starts talking about sex and stuff. I blame being sheltered for so long. But recently, it has more to do with missing out. With knowing I can track O'Neill down if I really wanted to. I have to pee. Want to come with me? I ask Sophia. That's another popular fetish, Gigi offers out of nowhere. Several people chuckle, and I scrunch my nose. Most days it would be funny. But today, I'm just not feeling it.
Chapter 2. Drew. We're meeting Delilah at the clubhouse, Lawson says as he steers his truck around the curve of the road. I know what's coming up. Although it's daylight now, I'll never forget where my entire world exploded. I'll never forget where a girl I couldn't get off my mind drew her last breath, where I beat a man into a coma that took his life 3 days later. Where my field training officer had to handcuff me for aggravated assault charges that would later be enhanced to homicide when the drunk driver succumbed to the injuries I caused. Where I was stripped of my gun and my shield, having everything I worked for taken away from me. I close my eyes as we get closer, knowing I'll be unable to stay sane if I see the scorched road left behind from the wreckage. Did you hear me? I nod. Meeting Delilah back at the clubhouse. Everyone is excited to see you. My older brother says, and I don't doubt they are, I'm like an animal in a cage. I bet loads of people will be around to see what a real-life murderer looks like, what a man who has nothing left to live for looks like before he crumbles to ash. I can't say I'm excited to see anyone. Until I was jailed for my crime several months ago, I led a mostly private life. I lived alone, and other than work, I didn't socialize much. Being a cop doesn't lend much trust to those people around you. That solitary life changed in the blink of an eye. Sleeping alone in a 2-bedroom home became sleeping in a room with a group of men, all criminals, all waiting for the next opportunity to get their own brand of vengeance out on a cop. Showering and taking care of bathroom needs became a group event, and I don't know if I'll ever recover from those demoralizing situations. I'm glad you're coming home. It shouldn't have taken so long to get you out. There's so much to unpack with his words. Home no longer exists. Not at Cerberus, not back home in New England where my mother's family couldn't be bothered to get involved when I ended up with my wrists in cuffs. 4 months in jail was literally hell, spent looking over my shoulder and getting the shit kicked out of me because I used to have a badge on my chest. Didn't those men realize I'm just as much a felon now as they are? Doesn't my brother understand that my reprieve from incarceration is going to be short-lived? I'm going to prison for what I did that night, and most of me has accepted it. The only thing that will keep me from going to prison is ending up in a box, 6 feet under, and as much as I hate to think about it, that may be the better option. There's so much brutality in jail. I can only imagine prison will be worse. The bruising in my ribs from the last jail brawl serves as a constant reminder that things are bad in lockup. The best I could hope for would be being placed in solitary confinement, and while I may make it out of prison with my life, my sanity will be gone. 4 months is a long time. Are you sure you're okay? I huff a humorless laugh. Lawson and I are close. Well, at least we used to be. High school, college, and the police academy got in the way a lot, and despite the efforts he's put in to visit, write, and have attorneys work on my case, staying close to him has been a struggle. I'm not okay, I confess. You'll be exonerated, Drew. Your attorney? I'm guilty. I turn my head to look at him, grateful when I open my eyes that we've passed that horrific spot on the highway. I won't be exonerated. I won't get my badge back. I'm going to prison. If I can accept that, then you need to as well. There were extenuating circumstances. Doesn't he know there are always extenuating circumstances? Adrenaline is always running. Someone is always hurt. Someone is always doing something wrong. Always, with every call, with every response, with every action we take while on duty. They took my badge. They took my gun. They took my freedom. They won't take my integrity. Lying, sneaking, and being manipulative is something that he never would have stood for. We grew up with a mother who had more interest in drugs and men than her sons. Somehow, Lawson held on to his honor the best he could while his friends and those around us sank into criminal activity. He got into trouble, landed on a juvenile probation officer's caseload in Texas, but he made sure to keep me out of those things. He protected me, kept me safe, and I repay all of that by killing a man. The judge just released you, Lawson adds after a long moment of silence. That's saying something. What the judge was saying is he doesn't want the country liable for my death when the other inmates beat me to death. It's not an opinion about my guilt or innocence. But he's... Please, Lawson, I interrupt. I'm exhausted. He doesn't say another word as we drive toward Farmington. I couldn't go back to the house I was renting. Lawson and the guys packed my things and took them to a storage unit at Cerberus. I didn't think I was going to get out, but they didn't listen when I told them to just donate everything. A condition of my bond is that I have to stay with my brother. Several other guys from the MC were listed as supervisors of my care, making me feel like the bad kid on an outing from a treatment center. My freedom fake and filled with so many stipulations, it's like not having any freedom at all. Lawson sighs more than once, and as much as I want to open my mouth and tell him every single detail of why I did what I did, I just can't. None of it seems real to me. Megan Barnes died on U.S. Route 550 just over 4 months ago. 3 months after I met her at a local diner. She told me she was a student. She lied. She dropped out of community college after half of a semester. She told me she was going to be a teacher. She lied. Megan Barnes was a barista at a coffee shop. I didn't ask if she was single, but I was floored when her husband came to visit me in jail, thanking me for doing something he wished he was there to do himself. Knowing the lies, knowing she wasn't as pure and pristine as I convinced myself she was, I still feel this connection to that girl. The one who made me see stars, made me want things in life I hadn't considered until then. The woman who moaned my name in this breathy way that still has the ability to make my breathing hitch when I think about it. The woman who looked me in the eye and begged me to help her, seconds before taking her last breath. The woman who, even knowing what I know now, has the ability to make me act in the very same way I did that night if given the chance. And that's where the guilt comes from. That's where I check my integrity. I can admit my wrongdoing. I know murder is wrong. Joel Green, the man I beat until his face was unrecognizable that night, deserved his day in court. He deserved a fair trial, not the judge, jury, and executioner I turned myself into that night. He didn't deserve to go from drunk and upset about his truck to being on life support from blunt force head trauma. I took all of that from him, the way my freedom has been taken away from me. As true as all of that is, I wonder why I still want to open my mouth and explain away the unexplainable. Why I want my brother to look at me and possibly understand just what was going through my head that night. He's married to the woman of his dreams. He's right in the middle of his happily ever after, while my world is shattering. Would he have acted the same way? Does it even compare? He and Delilah love each other. They've said vows before God and their families. It's not the same. I didn't love Megan Barnes. I slept with her. She said her own vows, had her own husband. Turning my head until I'm looking out the passenger side window, I try my best to go back to that night, the one where I saw a pretty girl in a diner and flirted. Back to the night where nothing mattered but pancakes and the taste of syrup on her lips when she kissed me. Back to the feel of her warm skin against my palm when I lifted her leg higher, when I pushed inside of her deeper. But those images have faded, disappeared, and have been replaced with unseeing eyes, blood-stained skin, and a help me that went unanswered. The girls set up your bedroom, Lawson says as the terrain becomes familiar. You have your own bathroom. We're only a few miles away from Cerberus property, and even though I should feel relief at knowing I'm going to get some time to myself soon, I still hate the idea of being released. It's only going to make it that much harder when I have to go back. The house is over there, but I promised Delilah I would meet her here. Instead of turning left off the road toward the 4 newly built houses, Lawson turns right into the Cerberus MC parking lot. A huge grin fills his face as he looks toward the front door. Ah, there she is now. Lawson drove in yesterday for my court hearing this morning. I told him it was fruitless to keep coming into Albuquerque since we've already had several bond hearings, but I'm grateful he stuck with it. I don't know that I would have been released if there wasn't someone there willing to stand up and agree to babysit me. I try to smile at the sight of my sister-in-law, but I can't even muster a fake one. I don't have much to smile for these days, and faking it takes too much energy. Come on, Lawson says as he climbs out of the trunk. I've been back here a handful of times for short visits, so it's familiar, but I still feel like I don't belong. This is my brother's family, not mine. Not once have they made me feel unwelcome, but forming attachments has never been easy for me. That's why the connections I felt with Meg... Drew! Delilah barely stops long enough to brush a kiss on Lawson's cheek before she's running in my direction. So good to see you. Before that night, I would have wrapped her in a hug, swirled her around, and made a joke about stealing her away from my brother, but I'm no longer that man. That man died the night Megan did. Good to see you, Delilah. I pat her back, ignoring her frown when she steps away. How are Jackson and Rob? Good, she answers. Her manner's always on point, but she's not impressed with my lack of enthusiasm. Jackson is Lawson's biological father, a man he didn't meet until he was nearly grown. Our mother, a woman who used to hang out at the Cerberus clubhouse, got pregnant and took off. The man never knew he had a son, and our mom didn't disclose his identity until she was on her deathbed. We came to New Mexico so Lawson could give him a piece of his mind. Only, he ended up giving a piece of his heart away instead. Delilah and her twin brother Samson were adopted by Jackson and Rob, 2 of the original Cerberus members. I left to live with my father's family shortly after arriving, but Lawson stayed behind and managed to fall in love. Their story is more complicated than that, but you can't tell by their smiling faces that they'd have it any other way. Ready to go inside? Delilah wraps her arms around my brother's waist, and he doesn't miss the opportunity to hold her tight and press his lips to the top of her head. No. Sure. Lawson walks toward the front of the clubhouse, once again making small talk I can't be bothered to pay attention to. I can hear the smile in his voice, even with his back to me. He hasn't always been so optimistic, but I guess having an amazing woman will do that to a man. I follow along, trying not to feel bitter about my own brother and the life he's been allowed. Chatter fills my ears the second the door opens. This place has always been lively. Cerberus members mingling with the adult children of several members. That chatter stops, as if someone flipped a switch and powered down the sound. I knew I was going to be on display, and as much as I hate being here, I figured getting it done while everyone is around meant only doing it once, instead of 20 different times as I ran into individual people. I look around the room, making eye contact with several of the men who showed up to support me in various stages of my proceedings, but then my eyes snag on a pretty brunette. This time, blinking doesn't make her fade away. Blinking doesn't turn her from the girl I've wanted to see since that night at the diner into someone I've mistaken for her. She's there, standing in the middle of the room, as gorgeous as she was the first time I saw her moaning around a decadent bite of pancakes. Her dark hair is longer now, hazel eyes wide with surprise, not unseeing and empty like last time. Her hands cling to her body, her swollen belly covered by trembling fingers. I've truly fucking lost my mind, and if that's the case, I refuse to have several dozen people witness it. On unsteady feet, I turn around and walk right back out the door.
Chapter 3. Isabella. That's Drew. Sophia whispered those words with humor in her voice when the front door opened. I couldn't argue with her because he never told me his first name. Drew O'Neill. I feel like a fool. Lawson's brother is a cop, works for New Mexico State Police. I should say worked, because he was arrested several months ago. It's all anyone has really talked about lately, even though most details have been kept behind sealed lips. Dad went to Albuquerque more than once to help with his case. I don't know how he could help, because he wouldn't tell me anything when I asked. I never put two and two together, never once considered that the father of my child was Lawson's brother. My hands clutch my belly, seeming too small to protect it from the fallout we both may be facing. Drew walked out minutes ago, but I'm still standing in the middle of the room staring at the open front door. I can feel everyone's eyes on me, can hear the echo of whispers, the questions everyone are dying to ask.
Isabella?
I know that tone, and nothing good comes from my father using it. I can't even look at him, and I don't know if it's shame or embarrassment, but my neck heats, no doubt turning red under everyone's scrutiny. Honey? I look down to see Sophia's concerned eyes blinking up at me. Is he the... I squeeze her hand, hoping she understands this isn't something I can talk about right now, and sure as hell won't be having this conversation in front of every single Cerberus member, their spouses, and every person connected to them. I always loved having so many people around, getting to know each and every person connected to the club. Most people gather for holidays and birthdays. Cerberus gets together every chance they can. Tonight is no exception. Only I'm the one right in the middle of the drama that always seems to hit this place. It's not Jasmine disclosing her love for two men, or Rivet admitting in front of everyone that she and Cannon, the goofball of the group, are together. This is the second time I've been the center of the drama. The first being when Sophia let it slip I was pregnant in the first place. And last time, the drama was interrupted by the phone call that Drew had been arrested. "I'll kill him!" my dad roars. The man has always paid way too much attention, and I'm not refuting Sophia's question. The man has put it together, and that doesn't bode well for everyone involved. "Stop," Lawson hisses, his chest against Dad's.
You need to calm down.
Jackson insists, his hand going to one of Dad's shoulders as Kincaid draws even closer. What is happening right now? Delilah asks, confusion drawing her brows in as she looks around the room. Oh, Izzy, way to go, Gigi whispers at my side. That is going to be one good-looking baby. I look around, meeting Jasmine's eyes. Despite the age difference, she's always there for me, always the first I look to when something goes wrong. Sadness fills her features, and I don't know if it's because I've managed to disappoint her or if she doesn't have a solution. Dad is fuming, his face red as his eyes stay focused on the front door Drew disappeared through. He reacted the same way when he found out I was pregnant. He went after Apollo that night just because the new Cerberus member and I had a conversation in the kitchen. We talked about crackers and ginger ale, and although I never verbally confessed I was pregnant to Apollo then, I think he made the correct assumption. Max wasn't wrong earlier when he was joking about Dad still thinking Apollo was the father, even though I've been adamant that he isn't. Dad finding this out now about Drew is like getting that initial news all over again. Dad, I say, crossing the room and placing my hand on his chest. You need to calm down.
Is he?
He swallows a growl.
Did he get you pregnant?
I stand a little taller. I'm not having this conversation with you right now. His eyes search mine, and I know even without the words, he can see my truth there. He's still mad, but he stops pushing against the guys who are keeping him from going after Drew. Are you going to talk to him? I turn to look at Lawson, wondering why there's hope I haven't seen in months in his eyes. Everyone has put on a good face around here, but the strain of Drew's arrest has affected many people. Lawson and Delilah in particular. They haven't openly spoken about the strain of being apart while Lawson is out of town dealing with Drew's case, but it's clear in the way they interact with each other. They've both been quieter, less engaging. Some nights everyone gets together, and they don't come from across the street to socialize.
Should I?
I don't know if that's a good idea, Delilah says, holding on to her husband's arm. He's upset. I don't want him to...
He's not going to hurt her.
Lawson snaps, the words coming out gritty from between his teeth. Clearly, that's part of the contention between the two. Lawson has faith that his brother is a good man, and possibly Delilah is looking at surface facts. I can't be the judge either way, because I've been kept in the dark and working on my master's program, getting as much work done as I can before the baby is born.
Go talk to him,
Lawson urges again. With a queasy stomach and trembling legs, I step outside on the front porch and close the door behind me. Dad is livid, but he knows I have to do this on my own. I had more faith in my ability until I was out here alone. I don't see a shadow walking across the road to Lawson's house, so that tells me that he didn't go that direction. The darkness around the clubhouse doesn't scare me. I know how protected I am here, that there isn't a person around willing to mess with the men of the Cerberus MC or the women they have sworn to protect. But there's something in the air that makes my feet not want to work properly. Maybe it's knowing I'm fixing to come face to face with a man I never thought I'd see again. A man I didn't want to have to explain that night to. I mean, seriously, what woman in her right mind sleeps with a guy she doesn't know? What kind of woman hands over her virginity without so much as a whimper? Me, apparently. But he doesn't know that. More than likely to him, I was a good time. A thrill while he was waiting for his partner to take care of whatever personal project he was working on that night. And getting pregnant? Isn't that just the scab on a wound he didn't even know he had? I didn't have expectations. I don't keep myself up at night with all the what could have beens. I decided the second those two lines showed up that I could do this on my own. But not having this conversation isn't something I can avoid. Not with him walking in here like a ghost from my past. A noise on the side of the clubhouse draws my attention, forcing my feet to move in that direction. I don't know much about this man, but I know he was charming the night we met. Gentle when I needed him to be while we were up against my car. Caring in the way he kissed me, and how his hands fluttered over my skin, like our meeting meant more to him than he could describe with words. But Delilah's unease has now become my own. I don't know him, and the man has been charged with beating another man to death. I know what he's capable of, and that is almost enough to make me turn around. Then, I hear a sob. A shuddering rush of air, like an animal wounded and in need of help. "Drew," I whisper when his hunched form comes into view. When he turns, I expect to see the same look of disbelief on his face, which is there in part, but it's the tears flowing down his cheeks that have me reaching for this man. He's swift in his movement, coming to stand directly in front of me. One of his hands clamps the back of my neck, the other at my waist as he presses his forehead to mine.
I wanted to. I just couldn't. I didn't get there in time. I should have never let you leave that night. Should have begged you to stay with me before you got in your car.
His rambling makes no sense, but that doesn't stop the urge to comfort him.
I should have opened my mouth and said all the crazy things that were in my head. Should have told you that what we shared was special, that the connection I had to you was something I never felt before. I've thought about you every fucking day.
His head draws back a few inches. Those bright blue eyes that once looked at me with mirth, now filled with pain and sorrow.
But you have to go, baby. You have to stay out of my head, stay out of my dreams. The torture is just too much. If I could change things, I would. If I could have saved you, if I could have gotten there, I'd give anything to go back. If I had never let you walk away, maybe you would have been somewhere else that night.
Drew, what are you...
Please, I need you to go.
I blink up at him, confused by what he's saying, but still feeling that same pull to him I felt that night. I brush my lips against his, my own tears now rolling down my face. He jerks back, his face a mask of shock and confusion.
You're real?
He pulls his hands away, looking down at them as if he's just now realizing he was touching me. I shake my head. Of course I'm real.
You died.
He takes another step away from me.
Megan, you died that night.
I hate that I lied to him. I hate a lot of things, but the regret from not being truthful to him that night hits me in the chest. I don't know what he's talking about or what he believes, but I get a sick feeling in my gut that whatever happened is somehow my fault. My name isn't Megan, I confess. That's the name I use at parties when I don't want the people around me to know who I really am. He's still confused, eyes still roving up and down my body, not spending extra time on any particular part. It's as if he thinks if he blinks or looks away, I'm going to disappear. My name is Isabella, Izzy. My dad works for Cerberus. Hound, do you know Jameson Raleigh?
You were there that night?
At the diner, yes. We met that night. Is there a history of schizophrenia in his family? This is something I didn't consider when deciding not to seek him out after finding out I was pregnant.
Not at the diner! Fuck! He roars. In the car! You were in the car, in the wreck. You begged me to help you, but I was too late. You fucking died right in front of my eyes. I saw you in that car. Saw your blood. Saw your matted dark hair.
He reaches for the locks over my shoulder, but draws his hand away at the last second.
Megan died that night.
I'm not Megan.
Is everything okay?
I don't look over my shoulder with Lawson's question. Drew doesn't look away from my face, but doesn't open his mouth to say another word either. He begins to rock back and forth on his feet, as if he can't decide between running away or losing control. Lawson must feel the change in the air, because he comes around me, putting his body between mine and his brother's.
I ruined my fucking life for you!
The angry words make me clutch my belly as I take a few steps back. Getting away, protecting myself and this child becomes my only priority. I know from experience that you can't talk sense into someone as upset as Drew is right now. I walk away, not knowing if I'll ever get another chance to speak with him again.
Chapter 4. Drew. I'm losing her again. She's fading away, her silky hair flowing in the breeze. I need her. I need to chase after her, to touch her skin, to hold on to her for just a little while longer. It can't be real. She can't be real. Have I really fallen so far that my mind is breaking? Megan! I yell, but strong arms wrap around me, preventing me from chasing after her. That's Izzy. My brother hisses in my ear. Hound's daughter. She said the same, but that still doesn't explain why she's here. I spin, punching the brick of the clubhouse wall. Maybe pain will make me snap out of whatever delusion I'm having. Maybe pain will wake me up from this nightmare, and I'll find myself snoozing in the passenger seat of Lawson's truck. I lost time while he was driving, and this has to be why. I'm not at the Cerberus clubhouse. I'm asleep, reliving something I've wanted for months, seeing her face again, feeling the warmth of her skin. God, this isn't the first time I pictured her, but making up a swollen belly, letting myself imagine a universe where we have a child together? Jesus, how fucked up is my head? My feet are moving, and before I know it, we're standing on an unfamiliar porch. Let's go inside. Maybe it's low blood sugar. We should have stopped to grab something to eat on the way here. Are you hungry? I manage to shake my head, and thankfully my brother doesn't push the issue. Low blood sugar. What a ridiculous notion for seeing ghosts and feeling warm skin. But nightmares aren't like reality. Nightmares take the form of the things we can't have, the things we regret most. Lawson clings to me, guiding me up the stairs, and as much as I want to pull away, as much as I need to be alone right now, I know I won't make it without his help. I don't want this, I mutter, eyes on my feet as they take each stair cautiously. Do you want to go back across the street? I want nothing more, but I don't know that my fractured mind could handle seeing her again. I want a bed and a stiff drink. You can't, I know. Even in my nightmare, I can't get relief from the rules and regulations the judge set forth before allowing me to bond out. Is that your baby? You saw it too? I look over at him, an all too familiar frown on his face. She's pregnant. The girl I was with died. Megan died. She isn't Megan. Nothing makes sense, I confess as he opens the door at the end of the hallway. You just need sleep. I need so much more than sleep, but there's no real reason to argue the point with him. He releases me, stepping away and further into the bedroom as I linger in the doorway. We had all of your things brought here. A familiar comforter is spread out on the bed, the lamp on the side table, the one from my house back in Albuquerque. We figured the comforts from home would make it easier to be here. He couldn't have been more wrong. I don't want reminders of what I had, what I lost that night. Thank you, I say instead, because how could he have known? Your furniture is in storage, along with several other boxes. The room is only so big, but if you need anything that's missing, just let me know and I'll get it for you. This is fine. My back molars grind together, a way to keep my mouth shut. He's only helping, doing what he thinks is best, but it's all futile. A waste of time and energy because I'll be gone again shortly, either in a grave or in the New Mexico state prison system where I'll also end up in a grave. The results are the same no matter which avenue is taken. And somehow, that thought comforts me. Knowing it'll all be over soon calms something inside of me, making the worry seem less extraordinary. Drew, Fuck. Lawson's hand scrapes over the top of his head, and I don't say a word. I don't offer an out because I'm just as lost as he seems. Do you want to talk about it? I hitch my shoulders. Nothing makes sense. I can't talk about something that I can't get right in my head. Megan Barnes died that night, Drew. Hound's daughter Izzy isn't her. Have you gotten them confused? Do they look alike? I look at him, but can't seem to get my head on straight enough to explain. No one knows about that night I shared with the woman at the diner, but what if he's saying is true? If Izzy's proclamation is true, the girl who died in the crash and the woman I spent time with aren't the same person. I just need some time to work through it all. Did you killed Lawson? My jaw ticks while I glare at him. I killed that man. Did you do it because you thought it was Izzy? I need some time, I repeat. If you did, that changes things. It changes nothing. But I'm going to bed. I snap, walking toward the open ensuite door. I'll see you in the morning. Different emotions, shame, confusion, disappointment, heartache, hit me in the chest one after the other. Did I mess up so completely that I killed a man because I thought he hurt someone I imagined finding and making a life with? Would I have acted the same way, done the same thing for a stranger, if it were clear when I approached that car that it wasn't Megan? Izzy? I blamed a bad memory for minor color difference in cars, for the wreckage being a Camry instead of the Corolla I pressed that woman to in the parking lot. I blamed time for the shade difference and length of her hair, for the tiny tattoo on the girl's wrist, one I didn't notice that night in the parking lot. My mind registered so many differences, but I shoved them all down, seeing what I wanted to see, rather than keeping a straight head. The lies she told that night make more sense now. They weren't lies at all. The woman in the car and the woman in the diner aren't the same. One is still dead, and one is across the street, potentially pregnant with my child. I'm sick to my stomach over the relief I feel that's accompanying the enlightenment. Fuck. Am I glad that woman didn't die? Does that mean I'm happy the other one did? No. I shake my head to rid it of those thoughts. She didn't deserve to die. Didn't deserve to use her last breath begging for help from a man that had none to offer. She's alive. The woman that infiltrated my thoughts long before that night on the highway is alive. I have the chance to see her again, talk to her, get to know more about her. This would be my own fairy tale, if I hadn't ruined my entire life. Pregnant with my baby? Please, God, let it be someone else's child. I'm in no position to be a father, in no way good enough to deserve something like that. No child should be raised with a dad in prison. I have a million questions, half of which I don't think I want the answers to. In order to prevent myself from running across the street and demanding all the truths from her, I strip down and climb into the shower, first taking the punishment of freezing water over my body before turning it so hot that it scalds my skin. What other ways can I repent for the choices I made? I don't even know what will happen next. All I know is staying away from that woman will be the only thing that will keep me sane.
Chapter 5. Isabella. I thought I was ready to handle this situation until the knock hit my door. All night I formulated what parts I would share and which ones I'd keep to myself. Honestly, I'm grown, and I don't owe anyone in this house an explanation, but I know I'm going to give one anyway. Hiding the facts of this pregnancy wasn't easy, but it's impossible now. Come in. Dressed in his normal jeans and t-shirt, Dad opens the door, choosing to lean against the doorframe rather than coming fully into the room. He's closed off, probably mad, and not impressed with the news that came to light last night.
I can make a lot of assumptions, but I'd prefer to get the truth.
Okay. I drop my eyes to my hands, doing my best to keep them from clutching my pregnant belly.
Can you start at the beginning?
I stopped at the diner in Cuba, the one with those fluffy pancakes. He doesn't engage, doesn't smile at the reminder that we stopped there together on the way to get into my dorm at college freshman year. It was spring break. I met him there. He was flirty and charming. I dropped my eyes, unable to say the next part while looking at him. I got pregnant. He grunts, an unhappy sound from deep in his chest.
So, flirting these days turns into unprotected sex?
I didn't know that he didn't wear a condom. I knew after we were done, but I was so wrapped up in him I didn't consider the consequences.
Didn't know? How is that even possible? We've had more than one conversation about being safe.
I hadn't ever... I snapped my mouth closed again.
Hadn't ever...
He growls again, this time the sound closer as he pushes away from the doorframe.
Are you telling me that you gave up your virginity to a man you just met?
If he's angry now, I can't imagine how he'd react if he knew exactly how it went down. Don't, I hiss, somehow finding my backbone. I'm a grown woman. I make my own choices. If I recall, you knocked Gigi up the first night you met her in a back alley outside of a strip club, so don't act all high and mighty right now.
How did...
She likes to overshare, Dad. I straighten my back and look up at him. I don't regret that night. I don't regret this baby. But if you have a problem with it, then I don't have to stick around.
That's not my intention, Izzy.
He holds his hand out to me, but I refuse to take it. Pain flashes in his eyes as he lowers it back down to his side. It's not a perfect situation.
You kept all of this to yourself. I asked more than once who the father was. I nearly put Apollo in the ground for it.
And I told you I don't lie to you. When you asked if Apollo was the father, I told you the truth. That night with him was wild, a whirlwind of chaos. I'm not proud to say I never got his first name. His last name was on his uniform, but I never put two and two together. I didn't know that this baby's father was Lawson's brother until he walked into the clubhouse last night.
And he didn't know about the baby?
Wasn't it obvious? Dad takes a step back, a stumbling sort of shuffle, as if he'd been hit in the chest with a bullet.
You weren't going to tell him.
It's not a question, but I feel obligated to answer anyway. This is where most of my guilt comes from. I wasn't. I didn't figure a man who... I didn't think he'd want to be a dad.
That's not your decision to make. How could you do that? Take that choice away from him after you know what I went through with your mother. How much time I lost with you.
Tears burn the backs of my eyes.
You could have tracked him down. Hell, you knew his last name and where he worked. It would have been simple. And if you were having trouble, Max can locate anyone.
I know. And I considered all of that. But a man who has sex with a girl on the hood of her car didn't seem like the type of man to step up to the plate. And watching his face turn from that flirty smirk he had that night into pure disgust wasn't something I could handle. I knew what the outcome would be, so I made the choice to avoid the pain of his rejection.
And what were you going to tell that son of yours when he asks questions?
I hadn't gotten that far.
Being a parent is about selflessness, The child has a right to know. Drew had a right to know.
The stubborn side of me wants to argue that he does know now, so there's no point in being mad about it. But I know what I did wasn't the best course of action.
Fuck, Isabella. I'm disappointed in you.
Without another word, he turns around and leaves my room. Mere seconds later, the front door opens and slams closed. Hearing Amelia crying and calling for her daddy downstairs makes my stomach turn. He hurt her feelings by walking out, and I caused that. Queasiness forces me from the bed, but I go to the window for fresh air rather than the bathroom to puke. I'm so tired of being sick, of feeling horrible every day, but I wouldn't change it. Nothing about how my father just acted is enough for me to regret this baby. I was shocked when I found out I was pregnant. I questioned everything about my life, but with time came acceptance, and now I'm excited. I told myself I'd be a good mother, better than the one I was given. But Dad's words come back to me. Drew had a right to know. And boy, is Dad right. My mom took off with me and married another man, one that could support her current lifestyle, one my Marine father would never be able to provide. At 17, he joined the Corps to do everything he could to take care of my mom and me. She repaid him by disappearing. Dad never set eyes on me until I was 4. And although we eventually started writing each other back and forth through my nanny, I didn't meet him in person until I was a teenager. Dad is right. I was going to do the very same thing to Drew that was done to him. He despises my mother for what she did, and I have no doubt that he'll never be able to look at me with kindness again. With breaths in through my nose and out through my mouth, I lift the window to get some fresh air into the room. I already know I'm going to be sick. But right now, I can't tell if it's the baby or disappointment that's going to force me to my knees in the bathroom. All thoughts of nausea vanish when I look across to Lawson and Delilah's house. Of course, they're right next door, the houses having been built at nearly the exact same time. And there stands Drew, shirtless and frowning, the skin of his torso marked with horrific bruises. He's looking in this direction, but it's as if he doesn't see me, like he's looking through me. I want to go over there, insist he tell me what happened that would leave such brutal marks on his skin. My legs ache with the need, but I'm frozen in place, thinking back to last night and his insistence that he thought I was dead, begging me to leave him alone because he just couldn't handle seeing me. I press my fingers to the window glass, an olive branch of sorts to let him know I'm here. But instead of offering the same, he turns and walks away, disappearing into an area of the room I can't see. Dad's mad. Lawson's mad. It's clear Drew is mad. And I deserve it. I kept a secret I wasn't supposed to keep. My ringing phone startles me enough to rip a yelp from my throat, but the name flashing on the screen was just as expected as Dad's visit to my room this morning. "Hey," I say when I answer. "We have a lot to talk about," Sophia begins. "Are you ready to talk?" "Not really," I mutter. "But you will, if I ask the right questions?" "I've got nothing to hide," I confess. "Drew is the father?" "Yes." She chuckles. "Don't give me too much information or anything." I remain silent, and when she speaks again, her tone is different, taking on a more serious edge. "What are you going to do?" "Have a baby." It's a warning. "Are you going to talk to him?" "I don't think he wants to talk to me." I'm not going to explain what happened outside the clubhouse last night. His confusion and anger isn't anyone's business, And I understand Lawson well enough to know he won't discuss it with anyone unless he feels they really need the information. He may tell Delilah and probably Jackson and Rob, but this isn't going to be a topic of discussion around the Cerberus clubhouse living room. You have less than 3 months before that baby gets here. You need to talk with him. And what? Give him a choice? Is it really even a choice? The man may go to prison. The Cerberus men won't let that happen. I know you were raised with those men, and they can do no wrong in your eyes, but they don't control the judicial system in New Mexico. Drew O'Neill has been charged with homicide, and there's a good chance he'll land in prison for it. Your degree is in criminal justice. You should know that better than I do. He's still owed a conversation. Are you going to jump on me for not seeking him out, too? I already got it from Dad today. I don't need a second round. You were wrong. I know. I thought you told him. You let me believe that Dad knew and didn't want anything to do with the baby. I was avoiding this conversation. I murmur. It was wrong. I know. I hiss. But is it wrong because the dad is Drew? Or because it's innately wrong? What if the guy wasn't a cop? What if he was a drug dealer? Would you still have the same opinion? Now you're trying to justify your wrong actions. Leave it to my best friend to tell it straight. I should be grateful to have someone like her in my life. But right now, I just want to hang up on her and bury my head in my pillows. It's done. I can't change my choices. But you still need to go over there and talk to him. And if he tells me to get lost, that he's not interested, then you have your answer. But he deserves the choice. I'll talk to him. I concede. Today? Eventually. I offer. Right now, I need to shower and probably throw up. I hang up the phone before she can try to argue about my time frame choices.
Chapter 6. Drew. Seeing her, even after hours of coming to terms with the truth, is like a knife to the gut. I can't make reality mesh with what I've thought for the last several months. I walk away from the window because seeing her, seeing that hand raised for me, is too much to handle. Pacing doesn't help. Questioning my next steps doesn't bring any answers. I've seen a lot of things, been through more before I graduated high school than most kids will experience in a lifetime. When my mother died, I felt guilty for the possibility of a different life. Lawson found his in Delilah, and I was able to have everything I never knew I could ask for when I moved to the East Coast with my Aunt Kathy and Uncle Pete. I had a home, a loving family, food and shelter, all things I needed but never fully had as a small child. But before I lived with them, I saw death and destruction. I witnessed what many boys without a father did, saw their choices, the way their hands were forced. I stood to the side while crimes were committed, while young boys hurt others because they weren't taught that life was valuable. By the time I left New Mexico, after only spending a short time here with Lawson's family, I knew I wanted to be a cop. I wanted to make a difference. I needed to be a light in the darkness for those that couldn't see a way out. I chose the New Mexico State Police because it brought me closer to my brother, the man who, despite his own upbringing, became a man who garnered respect, a man who could hold his head proud and know that he makes a difference in the world. And less than a year on the job brings me to now, a murderer heading to prison. I guess getting out of the old neighborhood, graduating with good grades from a nice school on the East Coast means nothing. The degree I earned through fast-tracking before the police academy means nothing. I'll never work as a cop. I'll never be able to put my education to use. I'll never be able to look back and know I've helped even a single person do better in life. I didn't have time to make a difference. I acted without thought and ended up right where I was always meant to be. There is no escape, no reprieve from my past. I jolt with a knock on my door, but it's not surprising that Lawson isn't going to let me sit up here and wallow in my choices. He's the good brother, the one actually capable of helping. But when I tug the bedroom door open to tell him I'm a lost cause, it's not him. Izzy blinks up at me, her hazel eyes greener today than amber-colored. My heart pounds in my chest. The need to pull her against me, to once again make sure she's real, is a struggle. Keeping my gaze on her face is impossible, and I eventually look at her swollen stomach. I'm not really in the mood for company. She frowns but doesn't get the hint to turn around and leave. Her fingers caress her belly, and mine itch to do the same. It only serves to make me even angrier, even more confused, and simultaneously, I take a step back and bite my tongue to keep from spewing all the hateful words I feel like I'm deserved. "The baby is yours," she says, stepping inside my room and closing the door. There goes the hopes I had last night that this was another man's situation to deal with. "Were you ever going to tell me?" "No." She blinks as if she's trying to keep tears at bay. "I never expected to see you again." That's pretty fucked up, don't you think? I move further away, sitting down roughly on the edge of the bed when my legs hit the mattress. I anticipated her answer, but that doesn't make it any easier to deal with at the moment. "The same night we met, I let you make we fucked on the hood of my car." I cringe at her choice of words. I knew then she deserved better than what I did, and it's not easier to stomach it now. "I didn't figure you'd be interested in having a baby with a woman charmed so easily." Is she calling herself a whore? I know what she gave me that night, and not once since have I thought about her in a negative way. I can't tell her any of that, though. I don't know where we stand, but I know what my future looks like. Offering any type of hope, not that she's interested in what I can or can't offer, would be pointless. She could be here to tell me she doesn't want me around, that raising our baby with a felon dad involved isn't going to happen. Can I really blame her if that's the case? I never wanted to be a father. The words are true. I grew up disappointed, and I didn't want the same for my own children. "You don't have to be one now." Her tone is flat, unemotional, and although we're talking about serious, life-altering things, I don't get the impression that she's saying it to induce guilt. "Does your dad know?" I got out of the clubhouse so fast last night that I didn't speak to another person but Lawson, but my behavior when I saw her doesn't leave much room for question. "He does," she confirms. "So you're forcing my hand?" "No one is telling you to step up. If you don't want to be a dad, then don't." "That's not... I'd rather you stay away than sticking around just to save face. Your son deserves better than that." There are no tears on her face when she turns around and leaves. There was no anger or malice in her voice. Plain, simple truth. Resignation is all that registers. She doesn't even slam the front door when she leaves. I think that hits me harder than I could have ever imagined. She literally doesn't care if I'm around or not. I drop my head into my hands, my shoulders burdened under the weight of the decisions I have to make. "I grabbed strawberry jam at the store," Lawson says as he places a couple of loaded-down reusable grocery bags in the center island. "Delilah only eats grape." "Thanks," I mutter, refusing to tell him that I haven't been able to stomach peanut butter and jelly sandwiches since we left Texas years ago after our mom died. Choices were slim as far as food was concerned growing up, and when I was able to make my own selections, I left many of the things we ate back then in the dust. If I never set my eyes on a pack of ramen noodles again in my life, it would be too soon. "We're going to grill out tonight, but anything in the fridge or pantry is up for grabs." I just came to get some water. "You need to eat." My jaw flexes, the urge to tell him to get off my ass strong, but I know he'd act this way even if he hadn't just picked me up outside of the jail with my meager belongings in a clear trash bag. "Like steaks and burgers?" I ask, offering him an olive branch. I don't have to make his life miserable or insult his generosity just because I'm an asshole going through a ton of shit. Jenks would call them best burgers. Kincaid will do the steaks. Delilah's already across the street helping to get things ready. He has his back to me as he's putting away groceries. "You're coming, right?" I don't miss the insistence in his voice. I'm not supposed to be left alone, and although the judge didn't have an issue with me staying at Lawson's house while he's at work, it's Saturday and the shop is closed. I'll be there. "I saw Izzy over here earlier." "You just saw her, huh? Come on, Law. If you have a question, just ask it. Stop fucking around." "1, you'll remember to watch that mouth when we head across the street. Kincaid and the guys have your back with everything that's going on, but they're not going to tolerate that kind of language." "Kincaid cusses more than I do." I argue. I've witnessed some extremely heated conversations between him and the first attorney I hired. That man was fired and replaced with one Cerberus approved of. The suggested tactics for my case weren't much different, but the presentation was the change. Kincaid didn't take very kindly to the first attorney saying, "He's fucked." He doesn't talk like that in front of women, and you'll be expected to do the same. And 2, you've got to stop being this angry, surly bastard. I know what you're facing, and although I'm hoping for a different outcome than the one you've resigned yourself to, you're free right now. You get to go across the street and swim in the pool if you don't mind your nuts shriveling, because honestly, it got too damn cold last night. You get to sit down with amazing people and enjoy a meal. Take away the circumstances that brought me to Farmington in the first place, and all of that sounds like heaven. Well, maybe minus the cold-ass pool part. Okay? Just that easy? I'll try not to be an asshole. I'll watch my mouth. I'll eat the food. Now, back to Izzy. I groan, turning around and walking into the pantry. Maybe PB&J doesn't sound so bad right now. Talking with a mouthful of peanut butter is nearly impossible after all. She was here. I know she was because I opened the door for her when she knocked. What did she have to say? She confirmed I'm the father. Strong arms wrap around me from the back. That's awesome, man. You're going to have a son. Izzy used the word son earlier, but it didn't hit me until just now. A lump forms in my throat so large, I can't form the words to tell my brother that being in this entire situation is my worst damned nightmare.
Chapter 7. Isabella. They're nuts, I mutter, but a smile is spread across my face watching some of the guys playing around in the pool. They're manly men, showcasing that even a little cold water won't keep them from having fun. Sophia clarifies.
I'm a manly man,
Colton argues. Sure you are, sweetheart. She pats his chest in a comically placating way, making the others around us laugh. But Rick and Landon are clearly more manly. I watch the teens splashing around after the volleyball they've been hitting back and forth across the net. I'm just glad it's a clear day, Delilah says, her eyes closed, face tilted up to the sky. I grin but turn my head away when Lawson's eyes get trapped to the front of her bikini top. It's almost too hot, Gigi complains, even though a smile is on her face watching Amelia play with Kincaid. Dad hasn't said a word to me since this morning, and I'd wager he's purposely keeping his distance. Gigi doesn't seem fazed by it, used to his moods by now. If Lawson is here, that means there's a good chance that Drew is lurking around. I refuse to scan the group of people to find him. Everyone from Cerberus is here. I overheard that their orders will be pulling them away first thing in the morning, so they're trying to have a little fun before their responsibilities kick back in.
Hey, baby girl.
My smile feels fake, and I pray it doesn't look that way when I glance at Jinx, one of the Cerberus guys bent over Simone's belly.
Would you stop?
Rocker says, swatting at his best friend to get him away from his woman.
What?
Jinx looks genuinely confused.
I've always talked to her belly that way. When it was your baby in there, this one is mine. Get lost.
How those three, Simone, Jinx, and Rocker, have managed to remain so close in a situation that would have torn many others apart is beyond me. She has 2 men in her life willing to protect her, her son, and the little girl growing in her belly. And I can't even make eye contact with Drew without wanting to strangle him. Or kiss him. God, how many times have I thought about kissing him since he walked into the clubhouse last night? I think 1,000,000 would be lowballing the guess.
Hey.
I squeal when cold water drips over my legs and stomach, but a genuine smile is on my face when I look up and see Apollo drying himself with a towel. Having fun with the manly men? I tease, as he sits on the edge of my lounger.
Always. And your nuts?
Cannon asks. He's always been the one skating on the edge of the rules Cerberus has laid out for everyone.
My nuts are perfectly fine. Because Izzy keeps them in her purse?
The smile drops from Apollo's mouth, and I can tell he's gearing up to argue. He looks down at me instead when I place my hand on his. Cannon hisses when Rivet, the only female member of Cerberus, pinches him. They stare at each other, having a conversation without words before Cannon offers,
It's just a joke, man. Sorry.
Apollo ignores him, leaning in close to whisper in my ear. His hand is on my stomach, an intimate gesture that never bothered me before.
My nuts wouldn't fit in your purse.
He presses cold lips to my cheek. I should be focused on him, should be paying attention to my friend and those around me. But it's then that my eyes find Drew's on the other side of the pool. He's in cargo shorts and a t-shirt, a stark contrast to the uniform he was wearing the night I met him, but the leisurely look does nothing to detract from his handsomeness. His jaw is tense, fingers nearly crushing the can of soda in his huge hand. Apollo, noticing my attention is elsewhere, swivels slightly to look over his shoulder.
We still need to have a conversation about him.
I nod, an instinctual reaction to appease him.
Soon, Izzy.
Okay, I agree. At this point, I should just hold a damn conference with everyone here, tell them all my secrets, and get it over with.
Izzy?
Cold fingers brush my skin, making me pull my eyes from Drew's glare to look at Apollo.
Him being here now doesn't change things for me.
Oh, God. Was he lying when he agreed to being only friends? What kind of drama is this going to cause? Will I ever catch a break? Maybe moving out on my own and coming here less would be best. That might work for my sanity, but I know the baby will have a better life sticking closer to family. Running from my problems isn't an option. I know my dad wouldn't let it happen, and I have no doubt Apollo would chase after me as well. Drew? Who knows what he would do if I left? He'd probably be relieved that his mistakes were no longer right in front of his face.
Can we talk?
Drew asks. Apollo releases my chin, a low growl coming from his thick chest.
I'll catch you later.
Sure, I tell him. Then the man presses another cold kiss to my cheek, his hand running over the exposed skin of my belly. Several guys chuckle at Apollo's display, but I don't have time to evaluate the entire situation. I knew a bikini was a bad idea, but none of my other bathing suits fit.
Izzy?
Drew hisses.
A moment alone?
Okay, I tell him, trying my best to get out of the lounger without help. It's impossible. But when Drew reaches down and takes one hand while using his other at my lower back, I don't regret that Sophia, the one who normally helps me stand, is too entranced by Colton to notice. The second I'm on my feet, however, he releases me and steps back, like someone would do after bumping into a stranger on the street. As we walk toward the back door of the clubhouse, I attempt to stiffen my resolve, try to tamp down the anger that has been slowly building since this morning and his declaration that he never wanted to be a father. I don't know why I expected anything different. That very reasoning is why I didn't plan to seek him out with the news of my pregnancy in the first place, and this high horse he's on right now is enough to make me shove him in the pool despite the frigid water. Knowing people will be in and out of the kitchen, I lead us to the hallway. Yes, I ask, turning around to face him. I attempt to cross my arms under my breasts, but my stomach gets in the way, so I drop them to my sides. His eyes flare watching the movements, but they stay on my chest when I lower my arms. Goosebumps form on my skin, and as much as I want to blame the wet spot on my suit from contact with Apollo's damp swim trunks, I know it's his eyes on me once again that makes it appear. Drew, I whisper, and it seems to snap him out of whatever trance he was in.
You let him touch you.
Apollo? He's my friend.
And that's my baby.
And what's your point? I snap.
I don't like seeing another man touch you.
You don't own me. One night definitely doesn't grant you any rights where I'm concerned, even if I am pregnant with your child. Apollo is just a friend. I step closer, hating that he steps away from me. What was I expecting? For him to hold his ground and wrap his arms around me once I got close enough? Maybe that's what I wanted, even in my angry state. You never wanted to be a dad? Well, I never wanted to be a single mom either. I'm not one of those women that's going to fight for independence and turn away every man interested in me just off principle. So either step up or step out of the way. I'm not going to be alone forever.
I didn't.
His mouth hinges open and closed, but he doesn't speak. If love is in the cards for me, I'm not going to snub my nose at it, Drew. I deserve to be loved, and so does this baby. With the threat of tears clogging my throat, I spin around and walk away from him. Rejoining the get-together outside isn't an option. Dad will take one look at my face and would then run the possibility of being arrested for knocking Drew's lights out. I don't know why I let that man get me so riled up. It's fine, albeit a little heartbreaking, if he doesn't want to be involved in the baby's life. But I'll be damned if he's going to stay in the shadows and only poke his head out when he thinks another viable candidate is sniffing around.
You okay?
Relief washes over me when I see Apollo standing in the living room. I knew he wouldn't be far. I think I need to go lie down.
What did he say to you?
Nothing. This isn't about him. I'm tired.
He's jealous of me.
He has nothing to be jealous of, and that rubs me more wrong than anything. I could understand him being upset if I had feelings for another man, but getting angry at a guy that doesn't have a chance? Ridiculous. I'm not discussing this with you right now.
Do you ever plan to talk to me about it?
I'm going to lie down, I repeat.
I'll walk you.
Apollo's warm, capable hand presses to my lower back, and the touch is comforting. Apollo is comfort and help and reassurance. He's friendly and willing to put in the time. Why can't I feel something more than platonic love for this man? He's handsome and generous. He's genuine, but has never once looked at me with the type of charismatic smile Drew gave me the night we met. Allowing him into my life, letting him love this baby and love me like I insisted to Drew I deserved, would be so easy. Seamless, really. But I see the love Gigi and Dad have. I've witnessed my best friend fall in love. I've watched everyone around me with their significant others, and I want that too. Apollo deserves someone willing to look at him the way Diego still looks at Emmeline even after decades. Thank you, I tell him, when he helps me down the front steps. When you go back, will you let everyone know where I am? Dad will worry.
I can text him. I'd rather not leave you alone.
I'll be fine.
We can cuddle like we did a few weeks ago.
I smile. I fell asleep. You cuddled me.
It was nice.
I pause before climbing the steps to my front porch and turn to face him. Placing a soft hand on his bare chest, I want to comfort him. But then he covers mine with his own, and he looks so damn hopeful it makes me feel like a jerk. Apollo, I sigh, pulling my hand away. We're friends.
I know.
He gives me a weak smile. We're only ever going to be friends.
I want to help you raise your son.
And I want a romance worthy of a love story. I didn't know it was what I needed until the words left my mouth. But as they meet his ears, I know every syllable is true. True love doesn't start with "let me help you with that kid."
It does.
He claps both of my hands in his, excitement filling his eyes.
My granddad was in the Navy. He met a woman who had 4 kids, and he offered that to her. They were married for over 40 years before he died. I don't care if love comes later. We'll get there.
Do you love me? He opens his mouth, but I shush him. Really love me, Apollo. He swallows.
I'll get there.
I don't want to lose you as a friend, but you need to understand, friends is all we'll ever be. I don't want we'll get there. I deserve more. You deserve more. I lift up on my tiptoes and press a kiss to his cheek. He's reluctant to release my hand, but he doesn't say a word as I climb the steps to the house and disappear inside.
Chapter 8. Drew. Crap! Lawson hisses as he wipes at his eyes with the back of his hand. That one is stout. I chuckle, taking a drink of my soda and wishing it were a damn beer. Don't tell me Mrs. Pearson's chili is what's going to bring you to your knees. I think she made it with ghost peppers, he says, reaching for the can in my hand. I won't be able to judge the others because I no longer have taste buds. You can do it. Here, taste this. I hold my nearly empty hands up, refusing to take the bowl of chili from him. Not a chance. I hate spicy food. He coughs a little before turning the soda up and draining it. The grimace never leaves his face. You're a man now. I thought you'd get over that with age. Getting over not liking my mouth being on fire isn't a thing. How's it working for you? I'm considering taking up your stance on it. I laugh, a sound that seems to be coming easier these days. I've been back in Farmington for a little over a week, but although I'm here at the community chili cook-off and fundraiser, I'd prefer to be nearly any place but here. Families swarm around, children running and laughing, dragging colorful balloons behind them. Cerberus members are milling about, smiling and interacting with everyone, their leather cuts not a deterrent in this situation. I've always known the MC was involved in the community, but it's eye-opening to see them in action. Most of the men that are paired up stick close to their women, not taking their eyes from the beauties for a second. They see a lot in their lives and aren't willing to risk their safety at an event like this. Most people would call it possessiveness, and from the way I've seen a few of the men eyeball some guys willing to risk a second look, that may play a part, but I also recognize it as hyper-vigilance. Some would consider it a bad thing, being too alert to the point of obsessive, but these men handle themselves well. They manage to carry on conversations, something I've struggled with since arriving and noticing Izzy on the other side of the park. Thankfully, both Hound and Dominic, Izzy's best friend's dad, are keeping close to her. That asshole Apollo is also extra attentive to her, as always. Just the sight of him makes me want to be violent. I know he's a good guy. I know he'd never hurt her. Kincaid doesn't hire people like that. But even though I told her I never wanted to be a dad, even though I've kept my distance since she told me to step aside in the hallway last weekend, I can't help my own sense of possessiveness I feel for her. I felt it the night I met her, and every second since. When I thought she died, I wanted to strangle Megan's husband when he showed up to thank me. And none of it makes sense. I don't do possessive. I never did. I watched my mother struggle with it, being controlled by the men coming in and out of her life. I didn't want to be that guy. I didn't want to get so wrapped up in a woman that I lost my head over her. Yet, as I watch Izzy from 40 yards away, I want to shove my fist into the face of the man grinning and talking to her. "That's Landon," Lawson says, finally able to speak without hissing air over his burning tongue. "Kid's son." "That man?" I don't point, but rather angle my head. "In the blue shirt?" "He's only 17, not a real man." I could remind him just how much of a man he thought he was at that age, but I hold my tongue. What the hell are they feeding him? I can calm down now, knowing that there's no way a kid would have a chance with her. Who knows, but the boy is a beast. Kills it every year on the baseball field. Where's he headed after high school? Marines? Lawson chuckles. I don't know him well, but from what I hear, he plans to get as far away from Farmington as possible, and has no interest in following in his father's footsteps. Griffin is the only one of the original members' sons that went into the military. Oh, I don't know what else I can say. I'm not exactly an asshole, but hearing the life stories of everyone connected to the club doesn't interest me if they aren't somehow directly linked to Izzy. Izzy and Apollo aren't together? Lawson is silent for so long, I have to pull my eyes from the man offering a red snow cone to Izzy. Well? No, they aren't together. Just friends. I don't think Apollo was happy about it, but according to Delilah, who has talked with Izzy's best friend, Sophia, I don't think the man is willing to give up on her just yet. But you don't know for sure. He shrugs. Hound thought he was the baby's father for the longest time. Is that right? He's very protective of her. Most men wouldn't get within a couple of feet of that girl, with all the warnings he'd issued about her. Apollo was the first one to brave his wrath to get to know her. He hasn't said a word to me, I confess. I figure he's trying to psych me out, get me agitated enough to come talk to him. I respect the man. He's one of the ones who stood up in court and told the judge he'd be responsible for me at my first denied bond hearing. But I don't owe him an explanation. Izzy has grown and made her own decisions that night. He will, Lawson says, and it sounds like an ominous promise. Have you met Colton Matthews? My brother smiles, extending his hand as the tall man walks up with a smiling Sophia on his arm. Colton, this is my brother, Drew. I shake the man's hand and nod at Sophia, whose eyes are darting between me and the guy. He looks a little old for her, being at least 10 years or so older, but who am I to judge? Did you ever get involved in events like this? Colton asks, his eyes roving over the crowd dispersed with several uniformed officers. We should have them more often, Sophia interjects. This is the first time I've seen this one in full uniform. Her hand runs the length of Colton's shirt, stopping barely above his gun belt. The move is blatantly sexual, and although it pulls an uncomfortable chuckle from Lawson, Colton rolls his eyes as if he's used to her acting this way. No, sir, I answer. I wasn't with the department long enough. Ah. Colton cringes, and I feel bad for his embarrassment. Sir, you know who else loves a man in uniform? Sophia smiles. Izzy, but I guess you already know that, huh? My cheeks flame. Not with embarrassment or shame this time, but anger. Sophia, Colton hisses as Lawson shifts back and forth on his feet. What? She asks, genuinely confused before turning back to look at me. Oh, shit. I didn't mean... Fuck, Drew. She cups her hand over her mouth, and as she tries to blink away tears forming in her eyes, I know she didn't mean to be insulting by bringing up the fact that I'll never wear another uniform, but the words hit their mark. I clench my jaw as Colton guides her away. That one doesn't think before she speaks, Lawson explains. It's fine. It isn't. I think I'm ready to head back to the house. Ah, well, Delilah's promised to stick around for cleanup, but I bet I can find someone that's ready to get out of here. He knows I need to leave, knows I can't stomach being here, and thankfully it doesn't seem like he's going to argue about me being left at the house alone. I stand by myself for 10 minutes before he returns. While waiting, I can't even look in Izzy's direction. I found you a ride. My mood sours even further when I turn in the direction of Lawson's voice to see Hound and Gigi walking up. Their little girl is fast asleep in a stroller, pouty lips stained pink from a snow cone. Perfect, I say with a half-hearted smile, not entirely certain this man wouldn't kill me in front of his wife and child and dump my body in the desert. Thankfully, Gigi climbs into the passenger seat while Hound straps his little girl into the back beside me. He must not distrust me too much if he's willing to leave me back here with his child. The drive feels simple, just a ride home, until I notice Hound taking glances in my direction in the rear view. Unease fills me from top to bottom on the 10-minute drive that lasts a millennium. Once we arrive back to the property, Gigi climbs out and grabs the kid from the back seat. You have a beautiful daughter, I say, feeling like I can't get out until he gives me permission. He hasn't budged an inch since he turned the truck off, so neither have I. I have 2 beautiful daughters, he corrects. Yes, sir. I was pissed when I thought Apollo got Izzy pregnant. What can I say to something like that? But after watching your ass for the last week, I can't help but wonder if it wouldn't have been better for her if he were the father. That cuts like a fucking dull knife. Are you going to man up or bow out? His eyes are once again on mine, and I hold his gaze. I respect this man, but this really isn't his place. Then I take a breath and proverbially step back to assess the situation. How would I react if the tables were turned, if it were my unwed daughter? That might have been better. Apollo being the father, that is. Because he's a better man than you? Because he's not a felon? Because he's not going to prison for murder? Because she's safe with him? Is she not safe with you? Do you hurt women, Drew? I narrow my eyes. Of course not. You're hurting my daughter every single damn day. She won't even talk to me. Because you've tried so many times? He's got me there. I've avoided the clubhouse since that day in the hallway. Hell, I've avoided my bedroom window in fear of seeing disappointment on her beautiful face. I'm going to prison, man. I break eye contact to scrub my hands over the top of my head. I have felt like crying 100 times since this mess started, but it isn't until right now that I feel like I'm not going to be able to stop them. The situation isn't ideal, but that boy deserves to know his father. You aren't in prison now. You can be involved. She can bring him to visit. Not a fucking chance. I snap, anger replacing the sad emotions that threatened just seconds ago. My son will never see me like that. My mom did that shit with my dad. The man was sentenced to prison for drugs, having enough in his possession that he'll probably never see the light of day outside of those walls again. Hell, he could be dead now for all I know. My aunt and uncle took me in, but they'd disowned him long before that. Although I've tried to block it out, I can still picture the way I felt seeing my dad dressed in a prison uniform, his neck and half his face covered in sloppy tattoos. Thankfully, the visits didn't last past my 6th birthday. Mom found a new man by then, and couldn't be bothered to take me any longer. I've been bitter about being subjected to those terrifying experiences rather than the loss of them. And that's what makes you an amazing man. I'm not. You fucked up that night, hit that guy too many times. The outcome was dire. The consequences suck, Drew. But you're not going to prison forever. You're going to have to face this eventually. What should I do, huh? Ask her to wait for me? Tell her I don't want her to move on? It's his turn for narrowed eyes. I said you need to be involved in the kid's life. I'm not telling you to date my daughter. You're not worthy of her yet. Yet? I shake my head, confused. Any man worth her love wouldn't spend his hours holed up in a bedroom because he's got some shit to work through. A man worthy of Isabella Montoya would spend every free second he had making her feel loved. He'd be the man helping her rise from the sofa, the one holding her hair when she gets sick because this pregnancy has been hard on her. That man would be the one to make sure she's taking her vitamins and making her doctor's appointments. Right now, that man is Apollo. I grind my damn teeth together. But Apollo is leaving on Monday for work, and she's going to need someone. He opens the truck door and climbs out, leaving me inside and more confused than I've ever been in my life. Did he tell me to fuck off or step up?
Chapter 9. Isabella. It's only preseason, but they treat it like the damn World Series, Sophia explains, as Landon and Rick walk through the clubhouse arrowing for the kitchen. Both boys are filthy and reek from practice. Do they always smell like that? I scrunch my nose, but it isn't enough. I fight the urge to cover my mouth with my hand. Always, she says with a chuckle. It doesn't seem like the stench bothers her much, but there's a real possibility I'm going to get sick. They smell like goats, she interrupts. Like a pasture full of goats. Where is everyone? The clubhouse is practically silent, only a few of the original members hanging around. I followed Gigi over here after Dad left for work this afternoon and couldn't be bothered to get off the couch when she went back across the street. Venezuela, I think. And have you spoken with... I haven't. You said you would. We had a conversation days ago, and Sophia insisted that I try to have a civil conversation with Drew, but I just haven't mustered up enough nerve. The man only seems to sneer at me when I'm around, so forgive me for not jumping at the chance to do that while he's close to me. I was going to the other day at the park, but he left. That was my fault. You have no filter. Sophia called me later that night in tears because she was insensitive about the situation Drew is in and opened her big fat mouth. Everyone else around here is used to it, and we take no offense when she speaks before thinking. But Drew hasn't been around as long. He doesn't know the nuances of everyone's personality. Crap. I know I need to apologize, but I didn't think it would be so soon, my best friend says, as she watches out the window. Is he coming here? Yep, and Lawson too. What are you doing? Sophia cocks an eyebrow at me. I still my hands from where they started checking my hair to determine how bad the flyaways are. Getting sick nearly every day doesn't lend much enthusiasm for caring what I look like. Are you primping for him? No. Liar. Her grin widens. I know I have a man, but he's hot as hell. Describe to me in fine detail how those biceps feel under your fingers. Amazing. I'm not talking about that with you. I told you about the time Colton... You overshared. It's different. Gigi tells me all sorts of things. I nearly gag. About my dad? She pulls her face back. I guess... Gross. I wasn't even seeing it that way. Yeah, gross. I chuckle as I smack her arm with the back of my hand.
Ladies, how are you today?
The voice belongs to Lawson, but even if Sophia didn't tell me Drew was with him, I'd still feel the air charge around me. Good. Sophia responds quickly with mirth in her voice. Fine, I mumble. There's my man, Sophia says with a squeal, her eyes still outside. I grab her arm when she goes to leave, giving her the I will murder you if you leave me look. She either ignores it or doesn't read what I'm trying to say with facial expressions alone. Good to see you guys. My best friend deserts me. She gets up and walks outside.
Delilah needs some Cajun seasoning,
Lawson says.
Is there any over here?
In the cabinet to the left of the stove, I say, watching in horror as Lawson walks in that direction while Drew lingers. Is he waiting for his brother to be out of earshot before saying something snippy to me? We've spoken twice since he held me outside the first night he showed up. Neither time went very well. He doesn't say a word as he sits on the opposite end of the sofa I'm on, leaving the cushion Sophia abandoned between us. I get a reprieve when Landon and Rick come out of the kitchen with plates piled high with food. Sitting here in silence would be rude. It would force me to open my mouth, and that's the last thing I want to do, since I know exactly what I'd be getting from another conversation with Drew.
For you,
Landon says, pulling a can of root beer from the pocket of his athletic pants and handing it to me. Thanks. This sweet kid didn't even ask me if I wanted one. The boys take seats on the other couch, Landon reaching for the remote and turning on some sports channel as they settle in. I'm grateful for them being around, but it doesn't make me any less aware that Drew is mere feet from me. He's said so many hateful things. I've returned those hateful things with bitterness of my own, but my body knows what he's capable of. My body has felt his touch, tasted his lips. She's threatening to betray me. I clear my throat as I open the can of soda, taking a sip long enough to make my tongue burn from the carbonation. My hands are shaking. I notice when I focus my attention on the can. But when I lean forward to place the can on the table, Drew reaches out and takes it from me. Using one of the coasters on the table, he places the drink down. Thank you, I mutter, loud enough for him to hear over the boys arguing about some professional ball player.
He graduated from Lindell,
Rick snaps.
He's freaking amazing.
My lip twitches with the correction. Do the people at the clubhouse not know that 98% of boys and men don't curb their foul mouths around women any longer? After being around high school boys, coming here was an eye-opening experience. I've never met men so respectful.
We can't stay long.
My eyes snap up, finding Colton and Sophia walking toward us. Sophia looks like the cat that ate the canary, whereas Colton looks a little irritated. I know Sophia, and she has something up her damn sleeve. Her man doesn't seem as ready to get involved in whatever scheme she's running right now.
"Hey, Dad,"
Rick says around a mouthful of sandwich. Colton rolls his eyes in that boys are disgusting but you gotta love them sort of way. Drew, can you scoot? It'll be easier for us to sit. Sit on the other couch, I hiss at Sophia, but Drew is already lifting his butt from the sofa and repositioning it on the cushion in the center. Thanks, my friend says, sticking her tongue out at me like a child when Drew refocuses on the television. Colton takes a seat with a sigh, his arms immediately reaching up to Sophia. When she settles on his lap in a way that makes Drew shift a few more inches in my direction, I'm seconds away from getting up and moving. There are a handful of couches in this area because a lot of people live here. The choice to sit where she's selected is intentional, but this isn't a joke. Whatever is going on between Drew and me isn't a game. I'm pregnant, and he's been charged with homicide. This isn't a high school crush with the end result being an invitation to flipping prom. For an eternity, everyone around me engages in conversation while I sit in silence, wanting a drink from my root beer but unwilling to lean forward and get it. Doing so runs the risk of Drew grabbing it. And if his fingers brushed mine once again, the rein I have on my control would snap. I learn a lot about Lindell University and how both Landon and Rick hope to go there. Apparently, Lindell is one of the best schools for producing professional athletes in numerous sports, baseball being one of them. I try and fail to hold back a yawn, drawing Drew's attention.
Tired?
He asks. If I wanted to focus on him, I could say he's concerned. But I know better. What I don't understand is why he's still sitting here after Lawson grabbed the canister of seasoning and went back across the street nearly an hour ago. Izzy is the queen of naps, Sophia helpfully adds, making me sound like a lazy bum.
Growing a baby is hard work,
Colton says in my defense, and I give him a weak smile of gratitude.
I can walk you back,
Drew offers, and it makes me want to stay on this damn couch forever. That's so sweet of you, Drew. I'm going to strangle my best friend the second we're alone. Okay, I agree, taking a long moment to prepare myself to stand.
Let me help.
As agile as he proved himself to be the night we met, Drew is off the sofa and standing with his hand out in the next breath. Thanks, I mumble, as I take his proffered hand and stand. Internally, I praise myself for being able to do so without the grunt that usually accompanies such effort. Sophia winks at me as I turn to leave, so I don't even say a word to her as I walk toward the front door of the clubhouse. You kids have fun, comes her gleeful goodbye. I mutter a curse under my breath as we step outside, and it's only now that I realize Drew isn't only still holding my hand, but the heat of his other is at my back. I'm losing my mind by the time we make it to the road, and have gone completely insane by the time we're at the porch of my house. I want to lean into him, want him to say sweet things. I want that mischievous smirk he gave when he caught me moaning erotically around a mouthful of pancakes. I want to hear him grunt in my ear the way he did when he pushed inside of me the very first time. I want to hear him say, "Come for me," the way he demanded it that night. I won't get any of those things. Not tonight, and probably never again. My wants have to now take second place behind my needs for the baby, and Drew's attitude this week isn't one that makes me want to fight for him being around in our son's life. "Have a good nap," he says, pressing his lips to my temple before walking across the lot to Lawson's house. I blink at his back until he disappears inside, my phone ringing causing me to jump. "What?" I snap when I answer and climb the front porch steps into my own house. "What are you doing?" Sophia hisses. "That wasn't a kiss. Follow that man and jump his bones. Girl, you need it." "Sophia," I hear Colton warn in the background. "This is bigger than just getting off, and I did that once. Look where it got me." I turn to face the clubhouse across the street, knowing she's watching me out the window. I point to my belly, flip her the bird, and then I hang up on her before walking into the house. Trudging up the stairs, I silence my phone when it begins to ring again. The bed is inviting, the fluffy pillows and soft blanket calling to me. But the window across the room has more pull. To my surprise, I find Drew standing at his window. He doesn't look away or look through me this time. When I turn around to climb into my bed, I'm more confused than I've ever been.
Chapter 10. Drew. "A lot on your mind?" Lawson asks as he wipes his hand on a shop towel. "Always," I mutter. Helping around his shop hasn't been as satisfying as he made it sound. I wanted to get my mind off of everything, take a little break from the constant echo in my head. But although we're busy, it's still solitary work. Even the music blasting in the shop isn't enough to distract me. Any man worth her love wouldn't spend his hours holed up in a bedroom because he's got some shit to work through. A man worthy of Isabella Montoya would spend every free second he had making her feel loved. He'd be the man helping her rise from the sofa, the one holding her hair when she gets sick because this pregnancy has been hard on her. That man would be the one to make sure she's taking her vitamins and making her doctor's appointments. Right now, that man is Apollo. I've played the conversation with Hound over and over in my head. He doesn't think I'm worthy. I know I'm not worthy of her, but I want to be. As much as I hate the situation, I know Izzy is the woman I couldn't get out of my head long before Warren and I pulled up at that accident scene. I fantasized about her, got myself off to memories of her. I wanted to be a part of her life. I wanted her body, her mouth, her moans in my ear, but I also pictured coming home to her, watching her work on lesson plans and grading papers. My fantasies weren't all sexual. In my mind, I was already building a life with her, regretting not getting her phone number. I let myself live in a dream world in the parking lot that night. I didn't want to break the perfection of the night by asking for too much, and I also didn't realize she'd still be on my mind months later. "Want to talk about it?" I roll my eyes. "Sure, Dr. Phil, pull up a chair. That's not a bad idea. I'm not going on a fucking talk show, man." He chuckles. "Not a talk show, but I don't think talking to someone is a bad idea." "Like a shrink?" I scoff when he nods. "No way. Plus, there'll be plenty of time for that in prison." He frowns, but at least this time he doesn't open his mouth with the false hope he's been holding on to for months. "There's an amazing doctor down at the medical complex. She's helped several people from the clubhouse." "I'll consider it." I lie, just to get him off my back. "That's all I can ask," he says as he looks down at his watch. "Let's get home. All this stuff can wait." There's an extra shuffle in his step as we lock up the shop and head to his truck. "You're pretty excited." He stifles his grin by biting his lower lip as he unlocks the truck. "Does that look on your face mean I need to make myself scarce once we get back to the house?" He busies himself climbing in the cab, turning on the air conditioner and making sure the radio is on a station he likes. "What? Are you avoiding a conversation with me?" I tease. "I thought that was my job." "We're, Delilah, she's—" His hand grips the back of his neck, his cheeks turning pink. "You're trying to have a baby and she's ovulating?" His head snaps back, a combination of confusion and shock on his face. What would you know about that? Is it true? He grins, his lips wide and eyes shining. Yeah. How did you know? Warren, my training officer, was going through the same thing. He said it was a lot of work. Said the sex got boring, more like a job. I focused on the conversation I had with Warren that night, rather than how it ended. Delilah is... He clears his throat. Making love to my wife would never be work. It's my turn to look away. So I'll make myself scarce tonight. Shit, man, I'm not trying to kick you out of the house. It's your house, I remind him. Besides, I can find something to do. Just stop at that gas station. He pulls in and doesn't say a word as I climb out. Once inside, I bypass the energy drinks, knowing if I drink one this late in the day, I'll get even less sleep than I anticipate getting tonight. The sight of the same root beer Izzy was drinking the other day catches my eye, and I stare at it in the cold case so long on other customers to reach around me to grab a drink for themselves. Sorry, I mutter as she scoffs before walking away. After the discussion with Lawson about his evening plans, I figured I'd go to the clubhouse. Most of the Cerberus guys were still out in the field, so it would be mostly quiet. And if I got lucky, Izzy would be over there. But the root beer has me making different plans. I leave the soda in the case and head back to the truck, going around to the driver's side window instead of climbing inside. Lawson's brow furrows as he rolls down the window. Forget your wallet? He reaches for his own. No. Do you know what kind of candy Izzy likes? Izzy? He shakes his head. Why would I know that? Right. It was a dumb question, so I turn back around and go into the store once again. With a root beer in hand, I stare down at the racks of candy. Is she a chocolate kind of girl? If so, does she like white, dark, or the milk chocolate variety? Does she like hard candy? Does she even like candy at all? I turn around, facing the racks with chips and pretzels. Why does there have to be so many damn options? My cell dings with a text, and I pull it from my pocket. Lawson. Reese's. My brother the lifesaver. I ignore the thoughts of wondering how he got that information, knowing how fast gossip burns through the Cerberus community, and turn my attention back to the orange and black packages. Knowing her favorite candy only leaves me with every other question I had before. Not wanting to make a mistake, I grab one of every kind, struggling not to drop them as I walk to the cashier. Hell of a sweet tooth you got there, darling, the female cashier says with a wink. I look down at the dozen or so packages and back up at her, but don't say a word. I almost open my mouth to tell her my girl is pregnant, but Izzy isn't my girl. After paying, she tosses the drink and the ridiculous amount of candy into a plastic bag before looking over my shoulder to help the next customer. Lawson laughs when I climb inside and place the full bag between us while I pull on my seatbelt. Trying to give her gestational diabetes? He asks as he pulls back out onto the road. What? I look down at the bag, finding my attempt at a kind gesture is offensive now. It's a joke, Drew. She'll think it's sweet. I just want... You don't have to explain yourself to me. Does she have any complications? I ask, realizing I don't know anything about her or the pregnancy. Hound mentioned she'd been sick a lot, but aren't women always nauseous while pregnant? Mom made sure to make us feel bad for the way she felt while she was pregnant with us as often as she possibly could. She used it as a guilt trip, making us bend to her will for the sacrifices she made to bring us into this world. Shit, now Izzy is doing the same thing for a child with a no-count dad with a bad attitude. Women really are the stronger gender, aren't they? I don't think so. Her morning sickness has stuck around a lot longer than Gigi's and Simone's, though. Delilah tell you all of this? He shrugs. Mostly I just listen when everyone talks. We all spend a lot of time together. Having our own baby is important to us. My ears tend to perk up when everyone is discussing babies and kids. I don't want to miss anything. You're going to be an amazing dad. You are, too. He keeps his eyes forward, but I know my brother well enough to know that he means it. He doesn't say it as a courtesy. I just wish I could feel as confident about myself. Think I have time to grab a quick shower before you jump on your wife? I ask as he pulls up to the house. I think I can hold off, he jokes. Just don't take all day. He may be joking, but I rush inside, flying up the stairs to get clean. It has more to do with excitement about seeing Izzy than needing to escape. The anticipation turns to nerves 15 minutes later when I'm crossing Lawson's yard to hounds. Her dad isn't home, and I can't help but wonder if I'm crossing a line by going to visit her. He urged me to be better, to spend more time with her for the baby's sake, so it's that knowledge that keeps my feet moving once I reach the porch. Mere seconds after my knuckles meet the wood of the front door, it's tugged open. "Drew," Gigi says with a familiar smirk. This woman is devious. She was years ago as a teenager when we first met, and it seems even motherhood hasn't been enough to make her change. "Nice to see you." Her eyes dart to the bag in my hand. "Is that for me?" "For Izzy. Is she home?" "She's in the living room." Gigi doesn't move from the doorway as I look around her. "May I come in?" I finally ask when it's clear she's waiting for something. "Oh, of course." She steps to the side, and I wouldn't be surprised to discover that she's purposely trying to make me more nervous than I already am. It seems everyone around here finds this situation comical. First, it was Sophia and her desperate need for the spot on the couch at the clubhouse, and now Gigi is following me through the house with a grin on her face like she's about to see a show she's been waiting to catch the season finale of. "Hey," I say the second Izzy comes into sight. She squeaks in the cutest way, her eyes blinking much like they did the day I approached her in the diner. The only thing that's missing is a dollop of syrup dripping from her pouty lips. I turn to look toward Gigi, who is still lingering nearby. Thankfully, she catches the hint and turns to walk out. "No sex in the living room, kids." I shake my head, but Izzy looks mortified when I turn back in her direction. Does she not know you're more of a fan of outdoor sex? I could kick my own ass right now. Izzy's eyes widen, but she doesn't say a word. Sorry, that wasn't appropriate. I grabbed this while I was at the store. Like a crazy person, I shove the bag in her direction. She takes it with a flat smile. "I showered before coming over." Like that's important information. Cringing, I continue. "What I mean is, the soda may be warm. I can get you some ice." "This is very kind of you," she says, but she sets the bag on the side table. "What are you watching?" Could I be any more awkward? "Graceland." She answers, but the show is paused, the name on the screen, and I feel even more like an idiot. She presses play, but I can't concentrate on the television, not while her bare legs are tucked under her. Is she even wearing anything but a t-shirt? Jesus, now is not the time to get hard. "You're acting weird," she says, as if she can read my thoughts. "Yeah," I agree, pulling my eyes from her exposed skin to look at the television. "I've been wondering where that filthy smirk of yours went." A lot has happened since that night. I remind her. "I miss him," she whispers. I should open my mouth to tell her she doesn't even know that man, but I understand the sentiment because I miss him too. I was wanting... Gigi sneezes in the other room, closer than I realized she was, making it obvious that she's hovering around and being nosy. "Can we talk?" "Sure," she answers immediately, giving me some hope she's open to spending more time with me. Somewhere a little more private. Her eyes drift to my lips, and fuck, that is not what I came over here for. "My room?" "No," I snap, hating the way her head jerks back. "I don't think that's a good idea." Her in a room with a bed? I imagine the next conversation with her dad after that wouldn't be as civil. She nods, grunting as she tries to stand. "We can go outside." I help her off the couch, my eyes focused on her legs and the tiny shorts she's wearing. "Do you need to go change?" "Is there something wrong with what I'm wearing?" Her hands flutter down her stomach, straightening her shirt. Nothing," I stammer. "It's fine." Like I was able to do days ago, I keep her hand in mind and press the other to her lower back. Touching her this way, something much more civilized than I want, is my own form of punishment. "Come on," she says, noticing my feet locked in place. "I know where we can go."
Chapter 11. Isabella.
"Where are we going?"
He asks, my hand still in his as we make our way across the street. Nervous, I tease, just because I have to. I saw the glimpses he made my way moments ago, saw the way his eyes trailed down my body. It was reminiscent of the way he looked at me that first night, and I want that again. This surly man, the one who doesn't smile and doesn't joke, isn't the man I want around. He made a grand gesture this evening, bringing me a bag of my favorite candy and soda to drink. He's trying, either to be a part of my life or the baby's life, and I have to open myself up to that. I told him to step up or get out of the way, and maybe this is how he plans to do the former.
We could have just stayed on the porch.
And Gigi would have her ear to the door or window.
I don't think it's safe to be sneaking around the side of the clubhouse.
His eyes dart left to right as we cross under the front porch light of the clubhouse on our way to the back of the property. Max knew we were here the second we crossed the road. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't trigger part of his system the moment we opened my front door. I explain. We're safe. No one is going to jump out and demand to know why we're here.
Doesn't seem like there's much privacy,
he says. We wouldn't be on camera back in my room. I stop in my tracks, waiting for him to make a decision. He wanted to go up there just as much as I did when I made the suggestion.
This is fine.
He tugs my hand to move us forward again.
Isn't it a little chilly?
His eyes track down to my bare legs.
You aren't wearing much.
You sound like my dad. I grin up at him, one hand going to my stomach. I'm grateful for the heat in his eyes when he looks at me. I don't feel very sexy these days, and aside from Apollo's roaming eyes, I haven't gotten much attention from men since it became glaringly obvious that I'm pregnant, despite Gigi's insistence of people with a pregnancy kink.
I'm not your dad,
he mutters as I step onto the concrete decking around the outdoor pool. I'm well aware. I look at him over my shoulder, ignoring the other houses at the back of the property. All the original Cerberus members live on this side of the street, but we're all free to come and go as we please. He follows me inside when I tug open the door to the indoor pool, the heated water making the air around us warm and humid. Drew doesn't miss the way my clothes begin to cling to my skin. I only pray my hair doesn't frizz even more. If he's going to be coming around more often, showing up unannounced, I may have to start considering how I look. He doesn't seem disappointed when I release his hand and take a step back. They're bigger, I whisper, noticing his eyes locked on the front of my shirt. His tongue snakes out and traces the upper curve of his mouth, and I feel it on my skin, my nipples pebbling despite the warmth surrounding us.
I bet they're amazing. I mean...
He clears his throat.
They were amazing before.
He saw most of me that night, pushing my skirt up around my waist and tugging down my tank top and bra to expose the top of me. He, on the other hand, only moved the pieces of his clothing out of the way necessary to get inside of me. Not seeing all of him was one of my few regrets from that night. You wanted to talk? His eyes hitch up from the front of my shirt to meet my gaze.
Yeah,
He clutches the back of his neck, turning to start pacing. I take a seat on one of the loungers, realizing my mistake after I drop down. Hopefully this conversation doesn't take the same path as the ones before it, because if he walks away this time, I'm going to have a hell of a time getting back up on my own. When his back is to me, I notice him adjust the front of his jeans, and I love having that little bit of power. He's not completely disgusted by me, if his body still reacts that way.
I'm sorry.
For? A lot has happened recently, so I don't know exactly what he's referring to.
For staring at you like that. It's rude.
It's hot, but whatever.
I didn't want to talk about that.
What a shame.
I wanted to talk about the baby.
He can't even face me when he brings it up, and I try to strengthen myself, resolving the part of me that hoped he'd come around to accepting his decision to not be involved. So you're going to sign over your rights? I ask, when he continues to pace without saying a word. Nothing like ripping the Band-Aid off, right?
No.
He spins around to face me finally, his handsome face awash with fear.
Is that what you want?
No. I answer honestly. I just figured that's what you decided.
I want to be involved, Izzy. I want to be part of his life. I want to be a dad.
I don't know if this is a hasty decision or if he's been hyper-focused on it like I have, but I need to know. Just last week, you told me the opposite. Parenting is full-time, not something done on a whim.
It's not a whim.
The words are soft, where I was expecting anger.
There are a lot of things in play here.
I know.
I'm going to prison. But I want to be involved now. And if you'll allow it when I get out.
Okay. He watches my face, his eyes darting between mine like he was expecting an argument.
However you want that to look, I'm okay with.
However I want?
I know you don't have to give me anything.
You're the dad.
I know, it's just...
The pacing starts again. Can you sit? I indicate the lounger beside mine. You're making me dizzy. He moves to sit, but the second he's down, his leg begins to bounce. Talk to me, I urge. Tell me your concerns.
I may not be the same man if I get out of prison.
When? I clarify.
Prison is dangerous for cops. I'm only out on bond because the judge was worried I'd end up getting killed in jail.
I swallow thickly, emotions threatening to bubble up. Okay. I don't know what else to say. He doesn't seem like he's in the right headspace to argue about the path his future is taking, and I don't know enough about his case to argue.
Like I said, I could come out different. Those situations harden people.
Do you plan to be a criminal when you get out?
No.
Do you plan to join a gang or something while in prison?
Of course not.
Do you regret what you did?
Every damn day,
he says without hesitation. Why did you do it?
There were...
He snaps his mouth closed, his eyes looking anywhere but at me.
Circumstances.
Ones you don't want to tell me about? He doesn't speak. I understand it's an open case. I plan to leave it at that, but he clutches my hand.
You died that night.
What?
The girl in the car looked like you. Her car was similar to yours. I didn't take the time to assess the entire situation. She begged me to help her right before she died. In my head, the girl that took her last breath that night was you.
What? I hear the words, but they can't be true. Tears don't even have the chance to burn the backs of my eyes before they start rolling down my cheeks, leaving hot, angry streaks behind.
I thought she was you. That man was pissed about his truck being impounded, and I just flipped out.
You blacked out? He shakes his head.
I knew exactly what I was doing. I could easily lie and say I didn't, but I can still feel the impact of my knuckles on his face.
He drops my hand as if his are still tainted with the man's blood.
You were gone, and he was arguing with Warren about impound fees.
You killed him for me?
I don't even know how to feel about such brutal vengeance being committed in my name. Maybe. I don't know. I didn't mean for it to end that way. I didn't hit him the first time with the intention of killing him, but once I got started, I couldn't stop. Megan's words, "help me," just echoed in my head.
Megan?
I didn't even know her name when I walked up to the wreck that night. It was pure luck. I acted before I even knew.
I told you my name was Megan. A ragged sob bubbles from my throat. I caused this.
No,
he snaps, his eyes finding my face when moments ago it seemed like he couldn't even stomach the sight of me. Tears form on his bottom lashes before losing the battle and running down his face.
My actions are my own. 2 families lost someone that night, and neither one of them deserved what they got.
He sweeps a thumb over my cheek, and I don't even try to resist turning my face to prolong the contact.
I thought you lied to me when the information came out. Megan wasn't a college student. She didn't have any aspirations of being a teacher.
You remembered all of that?
I remembered everything.
His hand cups my cheek, but my own guilt is preventing me from looking him in the eyes.
She was married. Her husband came to the jail to thank me for killing that man. I wanted to beat him, and that made no sense because the man just lost his wife.
It's why you were so stunned when you showed up here. He nods.
I thought I was losing my mind. I was so angry. I was mad at a dead girl for lying, at myself for not trying to hold on to you that night at the diner. I've kicked myself 1,000,000 times for handling things the way I did. If only I had told you that I wanted to see you again, or convinced you to come home with me that night, things could have been different. Maybe you wouldn't have been on the road that night.
But I was here. I was safe.
Yes.
He presses his forehead to mine.
You're safe. We're having a baby.
Everything is fine, I promise him. When my hands reach up to clasp at his neck, he jerks away, standing from the lounger and turning his back to me.
Everything isn't fine. I killed a man.
Because of me. It's going to take a while for me to process this information. Does your attorney know? He shakes his head.
And he won't find out. The reasoning doesn't matter. As a cop, I'm expected to handle situations differently. Emotions aren't supposed to get involved. I was wrong that night, and I'll be punished for it.
So you're a martyr now? I snap. If you explain what happened. He spins to face me, resolve on his face rather than the anger I expect.
I'm going to prison. I want to be in the baby's life, but I understand if that's not something you want.
I want that, I assure him.
I want to get to know you better. I want to spend the time I have left before my court date getting to know the mother of my child.
Okay, I agree. I don't know where this is going to end up leading the 3 of us, but I know the man standing in front of me is a good man, one any child would be blessed to know, despite the way he sees himself.
Chapter 12. Drew. Do you want to explain why you've been carrying that same bag of candy around? Sophia asks, and I do my best to hide my smile. I like candy, Izzy says, her eyes darting to mine like we have a secret. I wink at her, loving the way her cheeks turn pink and how her bright eyes sparkle. What's going on? Sophia asks, sounding confused, and that confirms my suspicions that Izzy hasn't told her best friend what I told her several nights ago. She doesn't owe me anything, but she understands that what I told her isn't something I want spread around. Something changed between us that night, and it was hard as hell to just press my lips to her temple when we walked back across the street and not wrap my arms around her and beg her to come home with me. I'm missing something, Sophia prods. Leave them alone, Colton says, shifting her weight on his lap so she can't glare at Izzy. Can I have one? Sophia asks, her hand out. No. Izzy clutches the bag closer to her chest. Is it special candy or something? I like Reese's too. They're just mine. And they're not going to go away because I've been refilling it each day, noticing how she prefers the cups with the pieces inside of them. How are your classes, Izzy? Colton asks, and Izzy looks relieved with the distraction. She grins at her best friend before addressing Colton. They're good. Much more detailed than undergrad. Tell me about it, Sophia muses. Sophia, I discovered, planned to get her graduate degree. Izzy, on the other hand, had to shift things around after she found out she was pregnant, not wanting to start a new job only to need a leave of absence. She's been working her butt off in the classes she's taking this semester, knowing if she doesn't get ahead, she's going to struggle once the baby gets here. We've talked a lot over the last couple of days since I told her my desire to be involved in the baby's life. I wish I could make things easier for her, but she seems to be taking everything in stride and determined to give our child the best life she possibly can. The semester just started, Izzy continues, and I've already written 2 papers. I had no idea there was so much involved on the administrative side. Colton nods. Sophia's been pretty busy, too. With his words, Sophia turns her head and whispers something in his ear. It's clear by the way his face lights up, whatever she told him was sexual in nature, and for the very first time in my life, I'm jealous of another man's relationship. Lawson has Delilah, and she's amazing, but I never saw them together and thought that what they have was something I desired myself. Not until Izzy. But getting something romantic started between us isn't smart. Our future doesn't resemble that of any of the other couples around here. The Cerberus guys leave for work and return, usually within a couple of weeks. They aren't facing any long-term separations. Wanting a relationship with Izzy is selfish, and not a bridge I'll cross. It's why the boys have been over here more than at home, Sophia says, and I look up to realize I've once again gotten lost in my head and missed part of the conversation. Because it's hard to focus on school while they're smelling up the place. Amelia gets pretty active in the mornings, Izzy says about her little sister. I usually nap when she's most active and get work done when she goes down for her nap. I'll do the same thing when this little guy gets here. Her words feel like a crushing weight because I know I won't be around to help her with that. You're supposed to sleep when the baby sleeps, Simone says as she makes her way across the room, her little boy asleep in her arms. You'll go insane if you don't. I grin at the little boy in Simone's arms as they continue their conversation about sleeping habits with newborns. Realization that I'm going to miss all of this hits me like a 10-ton truck. My court date is in 2 weeks before Izzy's due date. I'll be in prison, fighting for my life, surrounded by some of the evilest people in the world by the time my son takes his first breath. You okay? Izzy asks, her hand on my leg, concern marking her pretty face. Yeah. I lie because dwelling on something I can't change doesn't make any sense. We both know what's in store for us, and we've been avoiding that specific topic since our conversation by the pool. Do you need anything? Another root beer? A foot massage? She counters with a smirk. I will, I promise. But that may bring more questions from everyone that answers. They're going to ask the questions anyway. She wiggles, making a move to lift her feet into my lap, but isn't quite able. I bend, lifting her feet to my lap, but the front door opens before I can slip her shoes off. A team of exhausted-looking Cerberus men begin to pile into the room, each one weighed down with huge duffel bags. Jenks and Rocker head straight for Simone and the baby, wide smiles on their tired faces. Rivet doesn't even make eye contact with anyone as she arrows toward the hallway leading to the rooms. Cannon got up and walked away 15 minutes ago, so he must have known how close they were to being home. There's no doubt in my mind what's going to be happening in their room in less than 5 minutes. I massage Izzy's calf while we both watch Jinx take River from his mother's arms. He peppers the baby's face with kisses, the little boy waking up from hearing his name with giggles and a scrunched nose, no doubt his daddy's beard tickling him. I must not be smiling because Izzy's hand covers mine before she claps it and drags it to her stomach. She's consoling me, letting me know without words that she understands what I'm feeling watching Jinx with his little boy. "Well, isn't this cozy?" Izzy frowns when she looks up, and I'm not surprised to see Apollo standing near the edge of the sofa glaring down at my hand on her belly. "Hi," she says, making no effort to get away from my touch or get up to greet her friend. "Glad you're back safe." I see his jaw flex, see the irritation in his eyes, and I get it. I honestly do. Izzy is an amazing woman. He knows it just like I do. He knows what he's missing out on, and I feel guilt over that as well. You're not worthy of her yet. Right now, that man is Apollo. Hound's words come back to me, and they may have been true a week ago when he told me that in his truck, but they don't hold the same weight they did then. Although I'm in a different headspace, I know Apollo can give her everything I can't. The man glaring at my proximity to Izzy can be there when the baby is born. He can be around to help her when she needs a nap and the baby won't settle. He can keep her stocked up with Reese's and listen to her when she moans happily with each bite. But I'm here now, and I promised myself I'd be around until I couldn't be, although not in a romantic sense. Am I keeping her from him? Am I causing problems between the two people who are destined to be together once I'm no longer in the picture? Maybe I should take a step back. Maybe not being around is what's best for my son. Maybe being here is causing more harm than good. But fuck my life if I don't feel territorial right now. Like I need to hunker down and growl until he walks away. I want to put her behind me and dare the man to keep looking at her, and warn him he's in danger if he tries to touch her. Maybe I should go, I say, instead, because this isn't about me and my feelings. I want her to have the best. I need my son to have the best, and there's no way to cut this situation where I'm the answer. "Stay," she whispers, her fingers holding my hand tighter to her stomach. "Go take care of your gear, Apollo." That demand comes from Sophia, and even as nosy as the girl is, she just gained a few brownie points in my eyes. With an angry huff, his boots carry him away. I keep my eyes on Izzy, assessing her reaction to see if her friend walking away causes her distress. Besides a small frown tugging the corners of her mouth, I don't see anything else that would cause alarm. "That man." "Enough, Sophia," Colton erupts. "Stay out of it." "Please," Izzy adds before turning her face up, a new beaming smile there. "Hey, Dad." "Is." Hound bends in the middle, pressing a kiss to his daughter's temple. "How was your week?" "Good, although I think I've gained 10 pounds eating candy." Her fingers flex against mine, drawing Hound's scrutiny. But instead of him decking me in the face, he simply nods in my direction before crossing the room to where Gigi is wiping Amelia's face. He didn't growl or yank me up by the collar, which is awesome, but I also feel like it's the closest thing to approval I'll ever get from the man. Kincaid walks into the clubhouse, a happy but tired look on his face. It lights up when he looks across the room to find Gigi and Amelia. "I'm waiting for the day he looks at our kids that way," Griffin whispers on the other sofa, his face tucked into Ivy's neck. Ivy and Gigi, although twins, couldn't be any more different. Griffin, Shadow's son and Cannon's brother, spent a little time in jail after some stuff that went down with his platoon while he was in the Marine Corps. I don't know the details, but I know he didn't go to prison. Griffin is the only child of the original Cerberus guys that went into the Corps and then joined the club in an official capacity. He looks just as tired as all the other guys, but he's also ridiculously in love. I don't think he'd want it any other way. None of the couples surrounding us look like they'd rather be anyplace else. Except Apollo, when he comes back into the room, sans his gear. His eyes dart in our direction before he turns around with a huff and heads to the kitchen. Jinx follows him with a devious smile, drawing the attention of Legend and Thumper, 2 other Cerberus members who scurry after them like a plan is being put in place. So long as it doesn't have anything to do with Izzy, I don't care what they do. "Probably planning another orgy," Sophia says with a laugh. They've been gone for a week, so we may be asked to leave soon. The Cerberus clubhouse has been expanded since the first time I showed up here as a teen, and I know Kincaid has even more plans to add new rooms for team members as the club grows, but we're technically in their space. Other than Cannon and Rivet, who is a member, all other paired-up couples live elsewhere. We should go, Colton says as he smacks Sophia's hip lightly to get her to stand up. Us too, Izzy says. Nope. Gigi steps up to us, her arms wrapped around Hound's waist. Mom and Dad are keeping Amelia tonight. I want you two to join us for dinner, but I need an hour. 2 hours, Hound corrects. Gigi smiles. I need 2 hours before you guys come over. Come over? Izzy's brow draws together. I live there. I'd love to join you for dinner, I say. We'll see you in a couple of hours. Izzy frowns as she watches her dad walk out of the clubhouse. I need to get my own place. So rude. Sophia leans over to hug her friend. You really want to be over there while they go at it? Gross. Izzy swats at her laughing friend. But getting kicked out sucks. At least they warned you this time. Remember last time when you... Izzy makes a gagging noise that causes several people to chuckle. Shut up. I'm scarred for life. Enjoy your dinner, guys, Colton says as he guides Sophia out of the clubhouse. She doesn't cook. Izzy whispers when other conversations start up around us. I'm sorry? I look at her in confusion. Just a warning, if you were thinking you were getting a home-cooked meal, there's a better chance of mac and cheese and chicken nuggets. Gigi doesn't cook. She was pulling a casserole out of the oven last night when I left, I reminded her. Emmeline made that for us. She's great at reheating, but put a mixing bowl in front of her and the kitchen turns into a science experiment. Do you know how to cook? I ask. A little. She grimaces. I grew up with a chef, so I never really learned. A chef? My mom's family has money. My stepdad is wealthy as well. They said their time was better spent on other things than worrying about household chores. Were you raised by nannies? I have no right to argue what her plans are as far as childcare, but I'm curious to know what she plans once the baby gets here. They raised me. I didn't have a bad childhood, just one filled with overprotective parents that lied to me for years about who my real dad was. I guess I'm lucky they didn't consider me a household chore. She smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes until she lifts my hand and places it right back on her belly. We settle in again, chatting with those around us as 2 hours tick by. Apollo, Jinx, and the other guys never come back through from the kitchen.
Chapter 13. Isabella.
That was an eye-opening experience,
Drew says, as we take the stairs that are off the front porch of the clubhouse. I swear pheromones are pumped into the ventilation system. I agree. I would tell him I'm not immune to them either, but I'm sure he's well aware with the way I've been squirming the last half an hour.
I've seen a lot of stuff.
He chuckles.
But that was...
Hot? I ask.
Very.
He clears his throat, his hand at my back, but his eyes straight ahead. I don't even think they realize how they're acting when they've been away from each other so long. I'm glad Dominic wasn't around.
So they're like all three together?
Yep. A triad, I think is what they refer to it as. Jasmine loves them both and is intimate with them both. Max and Tug love her, and they love each other.
It's like threesomes all the time.
There's a hint of awe in his voice. I swat at his chest. Feel like you're missing out.
No, I've had more than...
His jaw snaps shut, cheeks flaming.
I don't think it's the same thing.
Same thing? As in different from the threesomes you've clearly had?
I was a little wild in college.
It didn't stop with college, I remind him, pointing to my belly. That night we had was pretty wild.
True. We could have had an audience and not even known it.
My feet stumble a little on the gravel, but of course he's there to keep me safe. The warmth of his chest makes my breathing hitch. Those guys didn't seem to mind, even though they didn't go as far as we did that night.
They're used to being watched.
Like, as a triad, they participate in the orgies Sophia mentioned.
I stop and turn around to face him. Are you interested in participating? You seem really focused on what they were doing.
And you weren't?
He huffs.
You squirmed the entire time they were making out.
I did not. I knew he could tell. Damn it.
Did too.
He brushes a strand of hair from my cheek, tucking it behind my ear.
And I'm not interested. But I haven't seen grown people act like that.
We're grown.
I haven't seen people act like that since college.
College people are grown, I argue.
Fine.
He pulls in a ragged breath.
I've never seen two guys just openly make out the way they were.
It's hot, I tell him with a shrug.
So I discovered.
Considering batting for the other team? You know. Feeling like Sophia, I snap my mouth closed. I was seconds away from making a joke about hooking up with guys in prison, but that's just wrong. I feel disgusted for the thought even popping into my head.
What?
He asks, not letting me off the hook. They're used to being watched because they go to a sex club in Denver.
Halish?
I nearly choke. There are so many things about this man I don't know.
No, Izzy.
He spins me around, his eyes burning into mine.
I've never been. Some of the guys at work used to talk about it. They didn't go to the clubs in Albuquerque because they didn't want to run into people they know or had arrested before. I've never been to a sex club.
Okay. I've been saying that word a lot lately.
Are you ready to go inside for mac and cheese and chicken nuggets?
There's humor in his voice as his eyes dart to the front door of my house. No. How can he even think about going in there with how keyed up I am right now? They may not be finished.
Probably not.
He groans, his face close to mine, and I realize his hands are still on my hips from when he spun me around.
This is familiar.
Then I'm lifted, my butt landing on cold metal, and I'm right back where I was the night we met, sitting on the hood of my car with him leaning in close to me.
Jesus,
he pants, before pulling away and slamming his back against the car beside me. Yeah, I agree. His hands scrub down his face.
That night was the best sexual experience I've ever had.
His confession feels like a bomb set to detonate between the two of us. Is it crazy if I say me too? He turns his head to look at me, blue eyes sparkling in the moonlight.
Crazy because you were a virgin?
I was.
I know. I just don't know why you never asked me to stop.
I can't look at him when I respond. I didn't want to stop. It happened just the way I wanted it to.
On the hood of this car?
There's humor in his tone as he taps the hood with his hand.
That's how you wanted it to happen?
No. I wanted passion and desire. I wanted an erotic experience, because I've always thought that those first times we all see in movies where the guy's always checking in and going slow were boring. I never wanted that.
You didn't get it either.
Come for me. God, the memory of those words from his lips make cold chills race down my arms. I wouldn't change a thing.
Not even the missing condom?
Nope. Not a thing. I just forgot. I'd never done that before. But I was so wrapped up in you that I didn't even think about it. Getting inside of you was the only thing on my mind.
Okay. The word comes out breathy, much the same way my words did that night. I ache for him. My skin is on fire without his touch. Drew.
Izzy.
He drops his head between his shoulders, refusing to look up at me. His hands dig into the front pockets of his jeans. Is there a reason we've only had that one night? Do you not want me? He snorts, his left hand pulling from his pocket to grip an obvious erection over the fabric.
Don't be ridiculous.
Ridiculous is both of us wanting it, and yet neither of us are doing anything to get us there.
I want you.
His eyes look up to find mine.
But you deserve better than me.
We're having a baby.
And that doesn't give me any rights to your body. You don't owe me that because I forgot to wear a condom the one night we were together.
It's just sex.
It wouldn't be just sex to me, and I think he knows it. Sex complicates everything. You were a virgin that night. I got you pregnant. Things are already complicated. I can't handle much more.
I blow a puff of air out. Knowing what I'm about to say is going to make me sound like a petulant brat, I plan to say it anyway. But I'm horny. He chuckles, a sad excuse for a laugh. If you won't, he spins, shoving between my legs until I feel his thickness against my center.
If you even open that pretty mouth to tell me that if I won't, you'll find someone who can, I'm going to lose my shit, Isabella.
I glare down at him. I wouldn't do that.
What were you going to say then,
Challenge fills his eyes, but they soften when I shift my hips a little against him. I'm going to have to skip dinner and take care of it myself. His eyes fall to my lips as he groans.
Somehow that's worse.
His hands rub up my thighs. His thumbs circle my belly on either side. I don't know what kind of relationships you've been in before, Drew O'Neill, but I'm not the type of woman who will use others to make someone jealous.
Apollo seems to be doing that easily enough on his own.
And I've told you, I'm only friends with Apollo. Yes, he thinks he wants more from me, but the man wants a happy ending, and I don't think he cares how he gets there.
A happy ending like...
He pulls his hand from my stomach, making a crude motion. No! I slap his chest as he laughs, the seriousness of the situation floating away on the cold night air. He wants to be in love, wants someone to take care of, wants someone to come home to. It's not me he wants, but the potential my situation has to offer him. He'll get over it soon enough.
He knows you're amazing. He's not a stupid man. I don't think he's going to go away as easily as you're hoping.
That's on him. I can't control how the man feels. I swivel my hips one more time. Can we get back on topic, please?
I was hoping you forgot about that.
He grumbles. Really? I move again, his erection hitting a part of me that makes me groan. Doesn't look like you've forgot about it.
Do you know how easy it would be to give in to that urge?
He traces my neck with the tip of his nose. How easily these leggings would tear, and how fast I could be inside of you.
Show me, I beg.
I can't.
Do you need me to beg?
It won't even take that, Izzy. We both want it. I'm not going to deny the chemistry we have. Anyone around us can see it. But I don't think it's the best idea.
Okay. I clear my throat. He takes a step back, his eyes finding mine before drifting to my mouth.
That easy?
I could slap the man. What do you want me to say? You're back and forth so fast it's giving me whiplash. It's just sex, Drew. If you don't want it, or don't want it from me, then just say so.
You're not listening.
He fills the space between us with his large body. That erection right back where it feels so good as his lips flutter over my ear.
I want it from you. I'm not going to fuck you again on the hood of this damn car.
In the garage, I bargain, making him chuckle. In the pool house?
Stop,
he groans as he steps away again.
I'm not going to rush, and I'm not going to undress you somewhere where someone else can see your amazing body. But soon.
Promise?
I promise.
You better keep your word.
There's very little that could happen that will keep me from experiencing you again. But promise me.
What?
Just sex.
My heart breaks a little, but I still agree. Just sex.
Chapter 14. Drew. Thank you, I say to Gigi as she passes me the pizza box. Izzy was wrong. Her stepmom ordered pizza rather than making mac and cheese and chicken nuggets. Even though Hound spent the last 2 hours with his wife, he's still reluctant to pull his eyes from her as he eats. I'm just thankful the sexual tension in the room isn't resting on just mine and Izzy's shoulders. It's just the four of us at the huge dining room table, and I'm kind of disappointed little Amelia isn't around as a distraction. Conversation is stilted. Even Gigi doesn't seem to have much to say. But that's probably a good thing, considering her normal topics of conversation lean toward inappropriate. The promise I made 15 minutes ago to Izzy still has my cock half-mast behind my zipper. Yep, right here with her dad in the same room. I can't get myself under control. I blame the dry spell, the one that consequently has been there since that night in the parking lot with Izzy. The promise. Damn it. I knew I was going to give in. Hell, I wasn't far off from having the tables turned on me, where I was the one trying to convince her what a great idea it was. I'm still not opposed to suggesting it after the meal. She may have been given enough time to rethink her position and will decide it's best to decline. I look over at her to assess where her thoughts are. In my head, I made the promise hoping she'd change her mind as time went on, but with the way she's still squirming in her seat and looking at me with filthy sin in her eyes, I'm guessing that isn't going to happen. Just the sight of her flushed cheeks and the way she continues to swallow is enough to change my breathing pattern. And panting like a lust-filled sex addict at her father's table isn't a very good idea. Guess it was lucky you two were outside when the pizza delivery guy showed up, Hound says as he pulls another slice of pizza from the box. His eyes bore into me as if he can read the dirty thoughts in my head. I wish I could say it was enough to put them on hold, but it's not.
Lucky us,
Izzy mutters as she picks a pepperoni off her slice and lifts it to her mouth. Getting entranced with her lips while sitting 3 feet from her father is a horrible idea, but it's looking like bad ideas are becoming my thing, something I seem to be making a habit of these days. I lick my lips when her tongue tastes her own. Is she doing it on purpose? Is her goal to make me lose my mind right here in her father's dining room? If so, it's working like a fucking charm.
I thought you were hungry, Drew. You haven't touched your food.
She licks pizza grease from her finger, and somehow the tables have turned. I charmed her that night, knowing when I first laid eyes on her that walking away without getting a taste was impossible. She was shy and timid. That girl isn't in this room tonight, and if she isn't aware of how her behavior is affecting me, then the world absolutely isn't ready for this woman. Gigi snorts a laugh at Izzy's teasing. She isn't exactly being subtle, but if I know Gigi well enough, just from being around her the last 2 weeks, she interprets exactly what Izzy is doing. Hound grunts, accustomed to his wife's silliness, but I know he's uncomfortable with Izzy being a sexual creature. Pregnant or not, no woman should try to seduce a man in front of their father. I'd chastise her for it, but I'm a fool and enjoying it way too much, despite the inconvenient hard-on I'm suffering with right now. I'm uncomfortable, both mentally and physically, because this has to be the most awkward meal I've ever had. Which is saying a ton because I spent 4 months of meals in jail looking over my shoulder, wondering when I was going to get shanked. The food is great, I tell her, focusing on my plate rather than her mouth. I can't just tell everyone at the table I'm reluctant to replace the taste of her skin with pepperoni pizza. Thanks again for the invite. Hal nods at me when I make eye contact with him. I should be the one thanking you since you paid when the guy showed up. It's my pleasure. And it's because of pleasure that I pulled out my wallet to pay just to give us a little more time before we had to go inside. My cock was raging hard, and even the scrunch of the guy's face when he pulled up with the food to find me between her legs and ready to break the promise of not fucking her on the hood of her car again didn't flag that fucker at all. Conversation continues, and we somehow manage to keep the serious topics like the baby and my impending prison sentence from coming up. Both subjects are like elephants in the room, things we need to discuss, but are all somehow in agreement tonight isn't the time for it. I'll help with dishes, I say when the meal is over. Nonsense, Gigi counters. You paid, I'll take care of this. Izzy passes her plate off to Gigi but doesn't stand. Hound sticks around as well, his eyes burning a hole in the side of my head. I was thinking we could walk some of this off. Izzy nods her head, the look in her eyes making it clear she knows I'm planning to serve up that promise I made. My balls are aching with eager anticipation. I think that's a great idea. Izzy agrees quickly. Actually, Hound begins, the pregnant pause making my skin itch. Drew, I was hoping you could help me with something. Izzy's face falls, and it would be comical if it weren't for the disagreement going on in my genes. Sure, I tell him with a forced smile. I don't think the man hates me, but it would be pushing the limit if I refused whatever it is he has in mind. The man stands, a looming presence over both of us before leaning in to press a swift kiss to Izzy's temple. Get some sleep, sweetheart. You have that exam tomorrow. And that answers any questions I have about how involved he is in her life. If the man knows his grown daughter's school schedule, then he's aware of a lot more than I initially thought. Thankfully, he leaves the room long enough to tell Gigi what his plans are. You look disappointed. I whisper as I round the table and help Izzy to her feet. That evident? If you poke those pouty lips out any further, you'd trip on them on the way up the stairs. You made me a promise. I did, I agree, and I plan to keep it. Good night, and good luck on your test tomorrow. I press my lips to her forehead and immediately step back. Being close to her right now is hard enough. Lingering isn't an option. I walk away, waiting for Hound on the front porch as Izzy heads up to her room. Ready? He says as he steps outside. I don't even know what we're doing. I try and fail to hide the disappointment in my voice, but at least with Izzy not close, I've managed to get better control of my erection. The cool night breeze helps as well. Come on, he urges, stepping off the porch and heading in the direction of the clubhouse. My feet itch to run, my head going crazy with thoughts of what's going to happen. Hound is a good man, as is every other man that wears a Cerberus leather cut, but I'm not a club issue. What's happening between Izzy and me is personal. The intimacy of that situation doesn't mean Hound won't use the club to get his point across. Even with that in my head, I follow the man across the street, knowing the entire club could be over here waiting to kick my ass. When he turns left instead of going inside the clubhouse, it doesn't ease my fears. If an ass-kicking is what he thinks I deserve, I'll take it on the chin. I'd be furious if someone put my own daughter in the same position I've put Izzy in. When it was only sex, before I walked away that night with a heaviness in my chest for doing so, it didn't seem such a bad situation. Getting laid on my lunch break? Sign me up twice. But things are different now, and not just because we're living so close together and I'm stuck on the property. Izzy is an amazing woman, one I could honestly see spending the rest of my life with if the situation was a little different. Even if she wasn't pregnant with my kid, if I wasn't going to prison, I'd pursue that woman with everything I have. The Cerberus garage, one Lawson spent most of his time in when we first arrived, is empty. It's not teeming with angry men ready to help their friends seek justice for the devious things I did with Hound's daughter. You've been helping Lawson at the shop. I have. Coming home with grease on my hands and rebuilding motorcycles was never my idea of fun, but sitting idle and doing nothing isn't something I'm interested in either. Lawson is paying me to work, and that helps me to feel productive. I'm going to need commissary money for as long as I'm able to stay alive in prison, and that's not a bill I'll allow anyone else to foot. Other than working in the shop with him, do you have any other experience with shop work? Electrical, machinist, that sort of thing? Lawson is the mechanic. I've never had much interest in it. That's going to change over the next couple of weeks. Okay. I drag out the word because I have no idea what the purpose of any of this is. You're going to prison. His eyes meet mine. At least that's my understanding. He's saying more than he thinks he is. He knows my stance on what happened. He knows what my decision is. I am. He nods before turning back around to point at a machine that looks too complicated to be in an average person's garage. I'm going to teach you as much as you can learn. I'll need you to clear your head and focus. It's going to come in handy once you're inside. Come in handy? New Mexico offers many different jobs in the system. You'll need to work. Not only will it keep you busy so time goes by faster, but the shop has many options for keeping you safe. He picks up a tire iron, holding it over his shoulder. And by safe, you mean to defend myself? Exactly. I know what I'm facing in prison. I know inmates will come after me the second they find out who I am and what I did. I can't really blame them. They were raised to hate the police. Some officers join the force for the power it gives them, and although that wasn't my reason for joining, my desire to help people doesn't exactly compute with killing a drunk driver in a rage. I also know I'll fight back if I have to. I'll defend myself to the death. I have something, a little boy coming in less than 6 weeks to live for. Let's get started. We work for hours, leaving me so tired that when we finally cross the street again, I don't have the energy to even look up at Izzy's bedroom window.
Chapter 15. Isabella. Hey, stranger. Drew lifts his tired eyes in my direction.
Hey, how are you?
I feel like I should be asking you the same thing.
Exhausted.
He sighs, his body melting into the sofa. I figured. What time did you get done last night? Dad has been keeping him busy in the garage, and when Dad isn't showing him things, the other guys are there ready to pick up the slack.
Just after 2.
And then to work at 8 this morning? He gives me a weak smile.
Yeah.
It's too much. I'll talk to him.
Don't.
He reaches for my arm as if I were fixing to get up and have this discussion with my father right this very second. I couldn't if I wanted. I've been banned from the house for the next couple of hours. Gigi's due date is nearing, and apparently they have ideas about how to jumpstart her labor, ones they both assured me they didn't think I'd want to hear. I've read the What to Expect book. I know what they're over there doing. And it's a disgrace, seeing as how every man in the club, sans Apollo, has been cock-blocking me since Drew made that promise 2 weeks ago.
They're helping me,
he assures me. I've hardly seen you, I grumble, resigning myself to never having sex again, especially when it seems there isn't a person around that is willing to give us a few minutes alone.
We have dinner together every night.
It's not the same. I want... He laughs.
I know exactly what you want.
The guys are gone. Dad is occupied. I waggle my eyebrows suggestively. Now is a good time.
Lawson and Delilah have Samson and Cameron over for dinner.
And we don't have to go to your house. There are plenty of rooms here at the clubhouse.
There isn't a single empty room here.
He's right. Apollo, Thumper, and Legend took the remaining rooms several months ago, but I heard discussions about Rivet and Cannon building across the street to clear up another. Cerberus MC is continually growing, and there are plans in place to expand the clubhouse to accommodate more people. We're starting to look like our own little village out here. Jinx is hardly ever home these days. He's a mostly clean guy.
I'm not fucking you on another man's bed, especially one that used his own free time to teach me how to weld last week.
You could. I drag my finger down his chest. Just bend me over it. He huffs, his head falling back on the sofa as his eyes close.
You're going to kill me by saying stuff like that.
I'm
horny, he interrupts. I know you are. I am too. If my balls got any bluer, I'd need a trip to the emergency room. But I'm not going to disrespect the men here. They've all been very helpful.
At cock-blocking. He laughs again. What about Apollo's room? You don't even like him. I bite my lip and wait for his reply. His head rolls forward, a serious look in his eyes.
I don't dislike Apollo. He's a good man. We're not hooking up in his room either.
Guilt swarms my gut, because I know if Drew agreed, I would have disrespected my friend that way. It's shameful even suggesting it, but a complete disgrace knowing I would have followed through with it. You're right. Bad idea. What about a hotel room?
Can't leave the property.
Maybe you can have Lawson get a connecting room. It would be like at home. He'd even be closer.
You want my brother and his wife hearing me make you come?
I just want to come, honestly. I scrunch my nose.
Exactly. Just sit here with me.
Last time I did that, you fell asleep.
I'm exhausted,
he repeats. I lean back against the sofa as Drew closes his eyes. I smile when he lifts his hand to my belly.
How's my boy doing?
Moving like crazy all day. I cover his hand with my own. It's the only touching we do, his hand on my stomach, and I can't help but want more. I want kisses and light brushes. I want whispered promises and intimacy. It seems Drew is sticking to the promise of just sex, and that may be easier to handle if we were actually getting to have sex. I had more opportunities in high school while living with my mother than I have now as a grown woman. It's left me very frustrated, both mentally and sexually. But moments like this, where his fingers are flexing against me, are amazing too. Everyone is gone, I remind him. There is literally no one left in the clubhouse, and everyone on the property has already gone back to their own houses. There's very little chance of anyone showing up. It takes effort, but I'm able to shift my weight up until I'm straddling his lap. Just the new position has my heart racing and my breaths coming out in a rush. His hands go to my hips, the roundness of my belly an awkward bulge between us.
Izzy,
Drew warns, but he doesn't push me away. His eyes are focused on the front of my sweater. My breasts, even in clothes, have the ability to make him lose his train of thought. I'm not above using them to my advantage right now. Shh. I hush him as I lower my mouth to his. Expecting him to pull away, I gasp in surprise when he grips the back of my neck and crashes his mouth to mine. I don't know if it's the build-up to this moment, something that's been weeks in the making, or if it's because we already know this time around what it's like between the two of us when we come together this way.
Fuck, I want inside of you,
he grumbles against my mouth, before rolling his tongue against mine. The kiss is sloppy, heated with passion and missed opportunities, and the echo of his mouth on mine makes me throb. I want that. I've wanted that for so long. I cup his face with both hands, living in this moment, loving the feel of him, the taste of him, the warmth of his body against mine.
Jinx's room isn't sounding like such an awful idea,
he says as he rolls his hips. I moan in agreement. Or here. We can just do it here. I won't last long.
Me either. Fuck, Izzy, move like that again, and I won't last long enough to unzip my jeans.
His hands go back to my hips, stilling them when I didn't even realize I was grinding against him. So here? I ask again, desperate for an answer or another solution.
No. Fuck no.
Really? I whimper. There's no way I can...
The conference room,
he suggests.
Get up. We'll go in there.
He helps me with a laugh when I try to scramble off his lap.
Slow down, baby. We'll get there. Fuck, I didn't want to bend you over a table, but it's looking like that's what's going to happen.
Okay, I readily agree. I've never been the type to need romance and a soft bed. I was completely okay with how the one and only time I've had sex went down. I'm light on my feet as he holds my hand across the living room. I'm practically prancing with excitement.
Shit,
he hisses when he opens the door to the conference room. I haven't been in here many times. The place is practically sacred, but at least it's not one of the guys' bedroom.
The lights are automatic.
I shove him further into the room so I can close the doors behind us. I don't mind you seeing me naked. I'd never dream of denying you the sight of my boobs. You can't seem to take your eyes off of them in clothes. I tease. When I rise up on my toes to wrap my arms around his neck, he turns me away from him. I wanted more kissing, but if he wants to just bend me over now, I'm okay with that, too. I wiggle my ass against the erection straining in his jeans, hissing with need when he grips my chin and angles my head to the side.
Are you okay with that?
Yes. I practically purr, my butt still enticing his hardness. Anything.
Fuck, Izzy, not that. That.
He turns my head slightly, and there in the damn corner is a camera, the red light blinking to indicate that it's recording. I glare at the offending thing.
That night we talked near the pool, you told me that Max knows any time something goes down around here.
He does. I'm on the verge of tears.
If the lights are activated by motion sensors, then I'm guessing the camera probably is as well.
Yeah.
So we triggered two things when we stepped inside here.
Probably.
And Max checks when things are triggered.
Good chance.
And with the way your ass is still working against my cock, I'm guessing you're okay with having him watch us right now.
I swallow thickly, honestly torn between answers. He'll probably turn off the feed.
The light is still blinking, Izzy.
Maybe he hasn't checked.
Maybe he's watching and enjoying.
His fingers grip my hips, but I don't get the feeling he's doing it to stop me. Maybe he wants a show. They like that sort of thing, don't they? Didn't you tell me they go to that sex club?
They do. My mouth is going dry with the rough breaths rushing past my lips.
Are you willing to risk it? Do you want me to spread you out on the table your dad's club meets at to discuss their business?
Now that he puts it that way, yes. He laughs, the warm air from his lungs ghosting over my neck.
I'll do it, Izzy. I'm so fucking hard for you right now. I'll eat your sweet pussy until you come.
Oh, God, I whimper. I've never had that done before.
I'll help you to your knees so you can choke on my cock.
Or that.
I'll fuck you until you scream my name right here. Just say the words.
My eyes are still glued to the camera.
Maybe we can get Max to give us a copy of the video.
His fingers trace down my stomach, coming dangerously close to the waistband of my leggings.
Are you wet for me? Are you dripping with just the thought of my mouth on that pretty little puss?
My phone rings, a shrill sound that echoes around the room. Drew clears his throat as he takes a step back. I nearly fall over, having had much of my weight pushed against his body.
You better get that. It's probably Max telling us to get the hell out of here.
Pulling my phone from my pocket, I answer it with closed eyes. Hello?
We're heading to the hospital.
My eyes snap open at my dad's voice. It's time?
Yes, I need you over here if you plan to ride with us.
I'm on my way. I hang up the phone, legs still weak from the things Drew told me, but my blood is now filled with a different kind of excitement. Gigi's in labor. I'm going to the hospital.
Okay.
He clears his throat, reaching a hand to his jeans to reposition his erection. Come with us?
That's a really private thing, Iz.
Just to the hospital. I want you there. He gives a grin.
Yeah?
Please?
Of course.
He cups my cheek, pressing his lips to my forehead before guiding us out of the conference room. The cold night air makes me shiver, in part because my leggings are thin, but mostly because my head was so overrun with sexual need, I almost had sex on camera. Dad would kill me if he found out, and that's only if the shame of knowing a video of me like that existed didn't do me in first. Dad, helping Gigi out of the house, meets us on the porch.
Drew, can you drive us? Of course,
he responds, catching the keys with ease when Dad tosses them his way. Kincaid and Emmeline have Amelia, but we told them to keep her at their house until tomorrow, Gigi says between hisses of air. Is the pain bad? I ask, as Dad helps her into the back of the SUV. Not very pleasant. She gives me a weak smile, and I know she's downplaying it to keep my own fear at what I'll soon be facing at bay. But tolerable. Well worth it in the end. The entire ride to the hospital, I stay turned in my seat, watching Dad help Gigi with her breathing and assuring her everything is going to be fine. I know he's ecstatic for the little boy about to be born, and I'm happy to have a little brother. That excitement doesn't keep away the knowledge that I'll be doing this on my own, however. Drew is going to prison. That court date happening before my own due date. He won't be there to drive me to the hospital, to hold my hand while I'm in labor, or rub ice chips against my lips. He won't be there to encourage me when I feel like giving up. By the time we make it to the emergency entrance, my mood has grown somber. I'm stuck in my head about the things I'll be facing soon, and it's taking away from the excitement I should feel about my family expanding.
You okay?
Drew asks once we're in the waiting room. Yeah. Childbirth is scary.
I offer as an explanation. There's no sense in making him feel guilty about things he can't control. We settle into the plastic chairs, waiting for word as other people begin to trickle in. Cannon arrives alone, Rivet being out of town for work. Samson arrives, joined shortly after by Cameron. She's an OBGYN but wasn't allowed to deliver Gigi's baby due to her close connection to the family. Cameron's best friend Charlie has that honor tonight. Lawson and Delilah aren't far behind the others. Ivy waves to all of us before disappearing behind the double doors where her twin sister is in active labor. "How's your patient?" Delilah asks Cameron.
"She's fine."
Cameron, seeing the confused look on my face, tells me that their dinner plans were cut short because she was called into the hospital to help on a case. Excitement fills the room as we all wait for the news of the newest Cerberus baby to be born. Feet tap, several of the guys pace, as if it's their own woman giving birth, and I can't help but smile at the family I've been blessed to be a part of thanks to my dad. Did I miss it? Simone waddles up, one hand under her belly like the weight of it is dragging her down, her other hand pushing a stroller with a sleeping River in it. "No news yet," Cameron says, as she stands and reaches for the other pregnant woman. "You need to sit." "I'm fine." "Oh, God!" Simone nearly doubles over in pain. "Can you keep an eye on River?" Cameron asks me. "Looks like we're going to have 2 babies tonight." "Rocker is out of town," I remind her, like his absence will slow things down as I stand to take over supervision of River.
"Jinx is too,"
Cannon says, rushing to Cameron's side as if he can help with what comes next. "I'm calling Chloe and Jasmine," Delilah says, as she pulls her phone from her purse. Chloe, Kid's wife, and Simone have become close friends over the last year. Due to the different situation Simone is in with being in a relationship with Rocker, and also River being Jinx's biological son, has somehow led to a friendship between her and Jasmine. Maybe it's their unusual relationships that have made way for those connections, but I'm just glad Simone is going to have someone here with her. "I'll watch River," I say, as Cameron begins to lead a still buckled-over Simone through the double doors. "I'm here!" Jasmine rushes in, holding her phone in the air. "Max is going to set up a video conference so Rocker doesn't miss it."
"You're not watching her give birth, you fuckhead!"
Rocker yells.
"I've seen it all before,"
Jinx insists, his voice also echoing around the room from Jasmine's phone. There's a scuffle coming from the phone, making several of the guys standing around laugh. "I'll settle this while you get her settled," Jasmine assures Cameron. "Take care of her, and I'll be there in a few minutes." Cameron nods before disappearing with Simone. "Listen, you 2 stubborn-headed mules," Jasmine begins, looking down at her phone as she walks away.
"Complete chaos,"
Drew says, as he places his palm on my lower back and looks down at River. The child is still passed out, accustomed to all the action going on. Always chaos, I agree.
Chapter 16. Drew. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't going to miss this. My eyes skate over the room, watching several of the people arguing over who was going to get to meet Hound's new baby first. It's all done in good fun, no one getting seriously upset on the order. The idea of family never really crossed my mind. Making up my mind long ago that I didn't want to bring children into this crazy, toxic world. I was happy with only having Lawson, and 2 brothers don't make a family. Not like the one I'm witnessing now. I cooed down at a smiling River as Delilah playfully referees a game of shortest straw between Cannon and Lawson. This is family. A group of people not even related, excited for the baby's births. It calms me to know this is what Izzy will have. Although I won't be here, she'll have a group of people who love her to get her through. I take comfort in that knowledge. "Is he awake?" I look up to see Jasmine standing nearby. He is. I smile down at the sweet little boy. Simone is ready to introduce him to his little brother. 3 new little boys. 2 born and another on the way. This family is growing by leaps and bounds, not a one of them bitter about the growth. Nothing like the time when I was 7 and Mom thought she was pregnant again. You'd think she'd been given a fatal cancer diagnosis. She didn't even respond as dismally as she did when that actual cancer diagnosis came several years later. He's perfect. A smile is on my lips before I even look up at Izzy. Dark hair like Dad's, this perfect little nose. What did they name him? I ask as I stand, my arms instinctively going around her waist. Jameson, of course. He's a junior. I bet your dad is so proud. He can't stop smiling. Gigi is a champ. I lean forward, ready to press my lips to hers when a throat clears beside me. We're going to head out after Delilah gets in a quick visit. Charlie came out and told us we need to disperse and come back again tomorrow. Lawson informs everyone. Okay, I say, unsure of why he's telling me all this. So you won't get to meet the little guy tonight? We'll be back in a few hours, he assures me. I figured you needed a ride home. Izzy, are you staying up here? Her hand flexes in mine. I think I'll go home and get some sleep. I'm exhausted. Just her words remind me how damn tired I was hours ago at the clubhouse. She's a good distraction, but I don't know how I'm still standing right now. Sure. Lawson looks from her back to me, but I ignore whatever he's trying to convey. The wait isn't long. Delilah comes out grinning as wide as Izzy did, letting everyone know that Gigi is tired and Hound isn't allowing anyone else in the room. I stick close to Izzy on the way out of the hospital, not even bothering to hide the fact that I want her close to me on the elevator. Lawson holds Delilah against his chest, his hand rubbing up and down her back. She's happy, but that doesn't make her pain any less. They want a baby so badly. They're married and in love. They've done everything outdated standards tell them is the right path before starting a family, and yet they haven't had their own dose of good news. It's heartbreaking. I press my nose to the back of Izzy's head, feeling a little guilty for what I have. Do we need to stop anywhere for food? Lawson asks as we leave the parking lot a few minutes later. I'm good, Izzy answers. Let's just go home, Delilah says, her eyes focused out the passenger window. We still have dinner waiting for us. The ride is silent, spent with Izzy's fingers tracing over my hand and up my arm. It seems like an absent gesture, but she's doing that wiggle she does when she's turned on. I've seen it enough during dinner with her family to know exactly what it means. Despite the activities of the evening, of watching 2 women go into labor, she hasn't forgotten what was in store for her in the conference room before her dad called. It doesn't take my head long before it's riding shotgun on the very same train she's on. I'm going to walk her home, I tell Lawson as I help Izzy out of the back of the quad cab truck. I don't think... He snaps his mouth closed when Delilah smacks him in the chest. See you in a few minutes. My house is empty, Izzy whispers when we get far enough away from my meddling brother that he can't hear. I know. Are you walking me over or tucking me in? Suggestion fills her words, and I'm hard because it takes even less than that to get me there these days. Wouldn't want your feet to get cold. Probably need to make sure the blanket covers you fully. I answer as we climb the front steps of her porch. I'm tapping my fingers against the leg of my jeans as she takes forever to find the right key and get the damn thing in the lock. By the time the front door is pushed open, I'm a man possessed. No sooner is it pushed closed do I have her pressed against it with my mouth on hers. She groans when I shift my mouth to lick along her neck. Don't mind starting where we left off, do you? My hands trace down her stomach as I lower my body. No. Remind me again? My mouth on this pretty little pussy. Without delay, I tug down her leggings. Can you stand? Yes, comes her breathless response. I lift one leg over my shoulder, pulling her simple cotton panties to the side. Maybe? Hold on to me, I urge, my lips an inch from her delicate flesh. I'll be quick. Oh, shit, she screams when I dive in. Drew! Fingers tangle in my hair, and although I'm only seconds into something I want to spend the rest of my life doing, I can already feel the tremble in her legs. I don't waste energy with filthy words. I don't pull my mouth away to give her a moment of reprieve. I devour, lick, and suck on her until she's pulsing against my mouth, her core playing the most erotic melody against my lips and tongue. Fuck, I kind of regret not doing this in the conference room. Having the video, knowing what her face looks like when she's overcome with passion from my mouth is something I'd love to see. Drew? Yeah. I lick at her again, forcing her hips to jerk away, her body too sensitive for more so soon. I can't stand much longer. I'm on my feet in the next instant. Good thing part 2 has you on your knees. I'm going to come the second I feel her breath on my cock. I just know it. Help me? Her lips are swollen from my mouth, wet and ripe, looking like a crisp apple I want to take a bite from. With her hands in mine, I help her as she begins to lower herself. Jesus, am I really going to let this happen? She's going to suck my cock in the entryway of her father's home. Izzy, wait. I try to pull her up, but it puts her off balance. She releases my hand, hitting the umbrella stand to the right of the door. What's wrong? She asks, regaining her balance and looking up at me from her knees. Jesus fuck. I'm going to hell. Nothing. You okay? Perfect. She answers, her eyes drifting from mine to the front of my jeans. My cock jerks in need. May I? She asks sweetly as I reach for my zipper. I drop my hands away, Izzy taking that as my answer, and the rasp of my zipper makes my nuts drop. I've never... Shh. It'll be perfect. Literally nothing short of her biting the head off could make this an unpleasurable experience. I've watched videos. She whispers as my jeans are tugged open. I groan when she pulls the elastic band of my boxers down, my cock falling heavily right in front of her pretty face. Tell me if it feels good. Her breath on the damn thing is nearly enough to make me paint her face, but I understand what she's asking. Turning me on, pleasing me, turns her on, and fuck if that isn't the sexiest situation to be in. Feels amazing. I grunt when she wraps her tiny hand around the base. And this? Forming a perfect O, she doesn't waste time licking the head before pulling it into her mouth. Fucking stars. Flashes of light. Is that St. Peter over there? Because I'm in fucking heaven. I nearly fall over when a fist bangs on the door at Izzy's back. I have enough wherewithal to push my hand against it when the knob turns. Is everything okay? My asshole of a brother asks from the porch. I heard a crash. Izzy giggles, covering that perfect mouth with both of her hands. We're fine. I knocked over the umbrella stand. I grind my teeth after explaining, knowing full well I'd be on the porch beating his ass if my dick wasn't out and still inches from Izzy's face. Okay, the trader says. See you in a minute. I listen to his boots on the wooden porch as he walks away. I need to go, I grunt. Stay. Can't. Was I really fixing to fuck this girl's throat right here? I want her dad to respect me, and nothing about what we're doing would garner an ounce of that. But I will tell you, I'm tired of being cock-blocked. You aren't, though, Izzy says, her bright hazel eyes blinking up at me as she leans forward and sucks my cockhead right back into her mouth. Izzy. I mean for her name to come out like a warning, but it's a plea. Forgiveness seems to be something I'm asking a lot of these days, and honestly, what's one more thing? I may have lasted longer than I thought I would, predicting I'd blow the second she touched me, but a handful of plunges into her greedy mouth isn't much better. I'm coming, I warn, probably blowing my load before Lawson even has time to make it back to his own yard. Fuck, what a dismal performance on my part. For never having given a blowjob before, Izzy sure doesn't seem to have a problem swallowing. The grimace on her face makes me chuckle. That bad? I help her stand, tucking my cock back in my jeans regardless of its objections. Not the best. Can't be too bad. Let me see. I take her mouth with mine, ignoring the taste of myself on her tongue. She moans, her arms going back around my body and making it nearly impossible to walk away. That's so dirty, she says when I muster enough strength to pull back. Can't really be okay with you tasting my cum if I'm not willing to taste it myself. Her teeth dig into her lower lip. I like that sound you make. When I come? I've never really paid much attention. She nods. It's like a cross between a grunt and a growl. Very manly. I want to hear it again. Soon, I tell her, pressing a kiss to her cheek because her lips would be too much of a temptation. See you tomorrow. I don't look back at her when I step outside. Seeing her flushed cheeks under the porch light would leave me explaining to my brother in the morning why I never came home. Hell, he'd probably come right back over here in another 5 minutes if I didn't leave. Have fun? Lawson asks as soon as I step into the kitchen. There's no humor in his tone, so I ignore him as I pull open the fridge. I don't need a damn thing but a good night's sleep, but I need to keep my hands busy. She's a good woman, Drew. I know. I drop my head lower, looking inside at all the food but not focusing on anything in particular. She deserves better. She's a grown woman. What we do isn't anyone's business. I'm not talking about what just happened between the two of you. Then what? I ask, standing to my full height to glare at him. Does it change anything? In regard to? I cock an eyebrow at him. Lawson was always in my business as kids. He took on the fatherly role early on, but he's crossing a line right now. He sighs, his fingers flexing against the granite of the kitchen island like he's resisting the urge to wrap his hands around my neck for being stubborn. Will you fight for yourself? Does being with her mean you're finally going to open your eyes? My eyes are fully open. Your eyes have fucking hearts in them right now, and I don't mean from whatever activity you just experienced. You've been watching her, tracking her. You love that girl, and you're still going to walk away from her? I'm not walking away from anyone. I snap, unwilling to even think about the love comment. I'm going to be dragged away in handcuffs. It's not the fucking same. And you have a little boy on the way. My dad had a son, too. Didn't keep him out of prison. You aren't your father, Drew. Aren't I? Isn't it better that I'm going to prison before he becomes dependent on me? He needs you. She needs you. She has an entire family of people to help her. Not like you can. If you think you going to prison isn't going to hurt her, then you're a damn fool. I'm not trying to hurt anyone. Pain flashes in his eyes, and I know I'm not only leaving my son and Izzy behind. My actions have hurt so many people. The attorney says, I killed a man. I roar, too emotional to worry if Delilah is upstairs sleeping. I'm not going to stand before a judge and beg him to understand. There is no understanding. There is nothing that will bring that man back or give his family peace. I have to live with that. I have to be punished for that. You don't have... Enough. I swipe my hand through the air. I'm not having this conversation again. You won't change my mind. She won't change my mind. Drew. I walk away, heading right upstairs, but even as exhausted as I know I am, I won't be able to sleep tonight.
Chapter 17. Isabella. Have you been sleeping? Yes. I lower my eyes, focusing all of my attention on the straw floating in my root beer. You're lying. I always know when you're lying. I can feel Sophia's eyes boring into me. Sleep doesn't come easy these days. I'm as big as the clubhouse, and my feet hurt when I'm not even standing on them. You know what will help you sleep? If you say orgasms, I'm going to get up and walk out of here. All the way back to the clubhouse? I thought your feet hurt. A weak smile tugs up the corners of my mouth. So, no orgasms then? Not since that night. We can talk about something else then. Thanksgiving is next week. Are you going to make that chocolate pecan pie you make every year, or are you going to be too tired? I don't even want to think about Thanksgiving. Normally, the holiday is filled with laughter and joy, dozens of people coming together to eat ourselves silly and play cards games. This year, it's just the Thursday before Drew's court hearing. The Monday after the holiday seems like a ridiculous time to have such proceedings. Why not wait until after Christmas? Shouldn't the judge and courtroom staff be using up their saved vacation hours around this time of year? I'm never too tired to make a pie. Good. I invited Colton's parents before talking to him about it, and I don't think he wants them there. Oh, really? I look up at my smiling best friend. I can get behind talking about anything other than what's been plaguing me for the last couple of weeks. Drew has managed to avoid me since that night in the entryway. Before I could tell it was the guys keeping him busy, but he's declined every invite to dinner, saying he doesn't want to intrude since Gigi came home with little Jameson. We haven't spent any real time together, and the time we have spent in the presence of others is stilted and seems like an obligation to him. Our just sex conversation has played over and over in my head, and as many times as I've run it through, I don't recall him mentioning it would only happen once. Hell, if he wants to get technical, we didn't have actual sex. His definitions may be different from mine. Do you even know what we're talking about? Yes. I watch her face fill with doubt. Colton isn't happy that you invited his parents to Thanksgiving. She looks a little shocked, and I'm just glad she hadn't moved the conversation very far forward since I stopped paying attention. Did he say why? He thinks his dad has lost his mind. Franklin bought a motorcycle, and now Sally is buying t-shirts crude enough to give Cannon a run for his money. A genuine laugh bubbles out of my throat. Sally? Really? Yep. Her eyes widen. We went to dinner the other day, and she said it was canceled. They've had a dinner every weekend since Colton moved out of the house. I thought Rick was going to cry. Why would she cancel dinner? His parents said they were going for a ride on the bike. It's freezing outside. Yeah, but that wasn't a concern for them. Colton swears the Cerberus guys are a bad influence on them. He's adamant that peer pressure is making his parents insane. I laugh again. Ridiculous. And Sally's shirt? She points to the front of her sweater. It said, "I love dirty old bikers." I snort a laugh. That's amazing. Colton doesn't think so. He put his foot down when Franklin offered to buy Rick a bike. That boy is best friends with Landon. Him ending up on a bike is inevitable. I know. And when Colton commented on his mom's shirt, Franklin opened his leather jacket, showing him his. She points at her chest again. His said motorcycles are like women. It's always best to have two. No! I slap my hand over my mouth. If I've learned anything about people since my dad joined Cerberus, it's to not count anything out with age. Do you think? She gags. I don't even want to think about it, but it seriously skeeved Colton out. He had a talk with Dad. That probably didn't go well. Dominic can't usually be swayed in any direction. She shrugs. It didn't go the way Colton wanted it to. Dad listened to him, but he just as quickly reminded him that his parents are grown. He told him that parents are just as unimpressed with what their children do sometimes. Oh, crap. Yeah. So he did hear? Apparently. Thinking about it now, I may not even be able to show my face at Thanksgiving. You may have to bring that pie to the house. Sophia called me last week and told me that Colton had been working a case that kept him away for the better part of 4 days. He only came home long enough to shower, eat, and grab a couple naps. She complained about being sexually deprived, and somehow I managed to keep my mouth closed and didn't remind her what deprivation really looked like. Her parents were visiting when he finally came home. She gave explicit details about what she did to him in the shower, only to walk out of the bathroom with her parents both still sitting in the living room. Apparently, she was so hard up she forgot they were there. I can't believe they didn't get up and walk out. Oh, they did, but they just waited until we were done. I shudder. Dad obviously knows I had sex, but I can't imagine him hearing any part of such exploits. I don't think Dad would sit there and listen. He'd kick Drew's ass. Not that Drew is scrambling in my direction these days. You have to remember what he walked in on with Jasmine, Max, and Tug. At least he didn't see what was going on between you and Colton. Still mortifying. Very. I agree. So what else is going on? Rick and Landon both got accepted to Lindell. 2 Lindell lemurs in the family? That's amazing news. She frowns. Yes and no. Landon was recruited by the baseball team, a full scholarship to play. And Rick? Walk on. No scholarship for athletics. What about academics? She cringes. He's trying, but his grades haven't been that great. Are you saying Colton doesn't have a college fund for him? He does, but he never considered Rick would want to go to a university out of state. And Rick won't consider New Mexico? And be away from Landon? Not going to happen, but we'll make it work. Dad offered to help with the expenses, but Colton is stubborn and turned it down. Of course he did. Men, we both mutter, laughing for saying it at the same time. So, tell me about Drew. What about him? And that fast my mood takes a nosedive. She must read the change, because her hand clamps over the top of mine. I'm sorry you're going through this. It's hard. I confess. He won't even talk to me. You guys were together at the clubhouse yesterday. 10 people were at the clubhouse yesterday, I remind her. We're in the same room all the time, but we hardly speak. He did seem a little distant. Have you tried talking to him? And what should I say, Sophia? We've gone over this. And this isn't the same as you urging me to talk to him in the beginning. I thought we were past all the hurt and anger. He wasn't mad about me not seeking him out when I found out I was pregnant. We talked and shared things, and I shake my head. I love this girl sitting across from me, but I'm nowhere near as comfortable talking about sex as she is. You hooked up and he's ghosted you? We didn't hook up. Not all the way. I sigh. It doesn't matter. We're not talking anymore. He's in Albuquerque. Court? She snaps. Why are we here? Is his hearing today? It's just a meeting with his attorney. Are you sure? Tears burn the backs of my eyes for half a second before they're streaming down my face. He wouldn't do that, would he? He wouldn't not tell me. He's adamant he's going to prison, Sophia. He wouldn't go to prison without letting me say goodbye, would he? Calm down, she says, pulling her phone out and shooting off a text. Who are you texting? Dad. He was going out of town today. I bet he's there with them. We wait for what seems like hours, but it's probably only a few minutes before her phone chimes. Look, she says, turning her phone around so I can read the message. Sophia, is freaking out right now. Is Drew going to prison today? Dominic, the fool isn't going today. You didn't have to tell him I'm freaking out, I mutter, the news from her dad not making me feel much better. I wanted him to know how serious it was. I can't have you going into premature labor while everyone is away. It wouldn't really be premature. I'm due in 3 weeks. 2 weeks after Drew's court hearing. 2 weeks after my baby's father is getting carried away to prison.
Chapter 18. Drew. I need to know the details, so you'll have a fair trial. No, I've told you everything. Drew, Lawson hisses. He knows the full truth, but the state of my mind that night should have no bearing on the outcome of the hearing. And trial? I said no trial. I'm pleading guilty. I set it for trial, the attorney says, his eyes darting past me to either Hound or Dominic. They both decided to tag along today, and what a fun trip down that was. Change it. It's frowned upon to do that this close. It's better than showing up on the day of the hearing and having to discharge an unneeded jury. No fucking trial. My attorney's jaw flexes, and his eyes once again go over my shoulder. Look at me, I seethe. Are you my attorney or theirs? He pulls his glasses from his face, using his handkerchief to wipe at his brow. Technically, both. Is this my case or theirs? I clarify. Yours. He places his glasses back on his face and opens a thick folder in front of him on the table. Right now, you're not wanting a trial, but may I suggest holding on to the date with the jury pool just in case? Many people change their minds at the prospect of prison the closer they get. Please, Drew, my brother begs, and the pain in his voice now is no easier to handle than that night weeks ago after I walked Izzy home. I won't change my mind, I say weakly. Fuck. Do they not understand that I don't want to go to prison? I don't want to leave my son to be born with no dad around. I don't want to walk away from whatever I stupidly let build between Izzy and me. Do they know how hard it's been to distance myself from her these last couple of weeks when all I want to do every time I see her is wrap my arms around her and bury my face in her hair? I want to spend time with her, every second of every day. I want to raise our son together, and maybe in a couple of years convince her to have more babies with me. I want all of this with her, from her, not because I'm going to prison, but because it's how I see my future. She's my future. Correction, she could have been my future, had I not lost my head. Keep the jury, I say, only to appease my brother. My convictions stay strong. Good. The attorney makes a note in his file. Now, with that in mind, the best the state can do is voluntary manslaughter. What happened that night was in the heat of the moment. Now, they may try to argue that, as a police officer, your head handles things at a quicker pace. But I don't see one person who consider... He flips to another page in the folder. 14 feet, a distance long enough to come to terms with the death of Mrs. Barnes. So we're going to argue for the lesser offense. I knew what I was doing. I look the man in the eye when I say it. You attacked him with the intent to kill him? I murdered that man. You caused his death, he clarifies. Murder, in legal terms, carries an entirely different definition. Your offense doesn't even come close to meeting the elements of that crime. The best the state can do is argue it is voluntary. I wouldn't have stopped, I confess. And that takes a lot, especially with Izzy's dad and Dominic both in here. I could have asked them to leave. My attorney urged me to handle this privately, but I knew there were going to be things discussed. Things I'd have to say, and having them in here while I say them to the man in the business suit is easier than speaking these words to them directly. I'm a fucking coward. If Warren hadn't pulled me off of him, I would have hit his face until my knuckles made it through to the asphalt. Tell him why, Lawson urges. I ignore him. What? Hound asks. What aren't you saying? I'd like them to leave, I tell my attorney, and I can feel the irritation rolling off of all three of them as chairs scrape across the floor and they make their exit. Do you want to tell me what your brother was referring to? Mr. Crampton, I know I'm going to prison. Getting off completely isn't going to happen, he sighs. I think you knew that from the start. I'm not asking for release. But the way you're talking, it's sounding like you'd rather do the 6 years that comes with voluntary manslaughter rather than the 18 months that involuntary carries. 6 years is the max? He nods. For voluntary. I think we can get it reduced if you let me fight this out in court. 6 years, I repeat. As a police officer, I know some sentences are messed up compared to the crimes committed. Beating someone to death only gets 6 years. Doesn't seem like enough. This entire room is going to be filled with nothing but hot air if this guy doesn't stop sighing from across the table. Voluntary manslaughter gets 6 years. Things like catching your wife cheating and pulling a gun and shooting them both dead, or a parent catching someone raping their child and they kill the predator. Like beating a man to death for killing an innocent woman while he was drunk. Exactly. I raise an eyebrow at him. No, you couldn't have known he was going to die. You used your fists, not your sidearm. We can prove to a jury that if you wanted to kill the man, then you could have shot him. I didn't pull my service revolver, Mr. Crampton, because he wasn't a threat to me. I can still convince a jury that this was involuntary manslaughter. You can't convince me that it was, though. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters to me. I want you to cancel the jury. But you said, cancel the jury, Mr. Crampton, and I'll have you disbarred if you speak of my case with another member of the Cerberus MC. Cerberus, huh? Anyone, Mr. Crampton. And that includes my brother, the woman having my baby, and your own damn wife. Do you understand? Mr. O'Neill, I urge you to... I'm not changing my mind today, tomorrow, next week, or the Monday morning before court. I'm pleading guilty to voluntary manslaughter. Do you want me to ask the state's attorney for the maximum sentence as well? There's something to be said about a grown, professional man rolling his eyes, but I ignore his frustration. Whatever the state is willing to offer is what I'll accept. And since he's said more than once the state wants voluntary manslaughter and a 6-year sentence, I doubt he can change their minds before my court date. I think you're making a mistake. And as you're well aware, it's my mistake to make. And when the other inmates find out you were a cop, I'll cross that bridge when I get there. You will die in prison if they know. I swallow thickly, unable to look him in the eyes, and then I stand up and walk out of his office with my head held high. I don't make eye contact with the 3 men waiting in the lobby. Izzy accused me of being a martyr once, but I don't see it that way. I call it integrity. Not many men would take the high road. Not many men would walk away from the chance to fight for a lesser sentence. I don't want to be like other men. I want to be able to look my son in the eye one day and explain to him what it means to make mistakes and face them head-on. Hopefully, this will be a lesson to him to fight hard at not making such mistakes. Hopefully, I'll be given the opportunity to meet him someday. The knowledge that it may never happen sits heavy in my gut, feeling like a solid chunk of concrete by the time we make it back to Farmington.
Chapter 19. Isabella.
I can't wait to dive into that,
Lawson says with a wide grin, his eyes gleaming as he looks down at the chocolate pecan pie.
Maybe I should hide it so I don't miss out on getting a piece.
I made 5 of them, I tell him, my smile not even getting close to reaching my eyes.
Still, didn't you make the same amount last year?
I confirm with a nod.
I didn't score a piece.
If memory serves, you and Delilah disappeared very shortly after the meal. He grins even wider.
Worth it.
He playfully nudges my shoulder with his own before crossing the kitchen to ask Delilah if she needs anything. His wife is wrapped up in holding Simone and Rocker's little boy too much to even lift her head when he approaches.
Soon,
he whispers, pressing his lips to the top of her head. It's a heartbreaking thing to see 2 people so in love, so desperate for a child of their own. My hand flutters down the front of my own stomach, unbidden. Life doesn't seem fair some days, and that sad thought stays with me while I busy myself with anything that keeps me from going out into the living room. Drew is in there. He arrived over an hour ago with Lawson and Delilah, but he's yet to show his face in this part of the clubhouse. Avoidance seems to be his thing these days. He was distant before his meeting with his attorney a few days ago, but since he's returned, I've only been able to catch glimpses of him. I've become the fool watching from the window when I hear Lawson's truck pull up after they get home from work, waiting to watch Drew climb out with his head down as he crosses the street to enter the Cerberus shop. Dad hasn't mentioned him. Gigi's been too busy with little Jameson to concern herself with my life, which is a blessing. The woman doesn't usually know how to be subtle, and having tact isn't something she's ever been accused of. Did you make them? Sophia wraps her arms around me, her fingers settling over my huge stomach. Yes, 5 of them. Won't be enough. Let's hide one so we can binge on it later. I laugh at her suggestion. My doctor urged me to cut back on sweets. My weight gain this last month was higher than she liked. That sucks. Sophia urges me to turn around. I can't look at her. I know what her eyes are going to say. It'll be the same thing her mouth has said over phone calls and video messaging from the last couple of weeks. My heightened emotional state can't handle the sadness, and crying in front of everyone here isn't a good idea. I don't want to ruin the holidays' jovial mood. How long have you been up? Soft fingers sweep under my eyes. I knew I should have applied makeup to cover the dark circles, but I just couldn't be bothered with the effort. Since 5, I whisper, turning my head to focus on anything else but my best friend's face. You're still not sleeping well. It isn't a question. The circles under my eyes are from a greater loss of sleep than one early morning, and she's making it clear that she knows it. Still hard to get comfortable, I explain. Well, she rubs my belly like it's a genie's lamp. This little guy will be here soon. And you'll get even less sleep. Simone comes in, looking just as frazzled as I feel. Rocker gives a small smile, his hand in Simone's as they make their way into the kitchen. He looks like he hasn't lost a wink of sleep, but I know better. His ability to survive on very little rest is a side effect of working for Cerberus. At home, they have a lot of downtime, but more than once, Dad has talked about going practically 24/7 when they're away from work. Once they have a job, they don't rest often until it's done. Due in part because things are time-sensitive, but also because the guys are eager to get back to New Mexico, where their loved ones are. Maybe if Rocker got up and helped a little more often, Sophia hedges, her mouth speaking before she realizes the situation. Rocker frowns. He gets up every single time. We have a system. You wouldn't notice it by looking at his sparkling eyes, though. Simone cups his cheek before pressing a soft kiss to his lips.
So do I,
Jinx adds as he walks in with a squirming River in his arms.
You could sleep,
Rocker argues.
No one is asking you to help with Cooper.
Jinx scoffs like the words are the most ridiculous thing he's ever heard.
We're a team, a family.
Both Rocker and Simone smile. A team. A family. I have that in spades, but I still feel alone. I turn back to the sink, but before I can find something else to keep me busy, Kincaid walks into the room.
Why are we all standing around? Isn't there food to be eaten?
More people shuffle into the room, the entire crew making it nearly standing room only. Arms encircle loved ones. Looks go around the room when Kincaid begins to talk about the club and family, and how we've been blessed with new babies, and how he hopes for many more in the next year. He speaks about loyalty and hardship, how we've been blessed. And I feel every word, all of it ringing true in my own mind. When we bow our heads to pray, I catch a flash of Drew standing near the doorway, several feet of distance between him and Thumper, the newest member of the MC. It's almost as if he's physically there, but his mind and soul are elsewhere. It's clear he doesn't feel like he's a part of the family that Kincaid just spoke of, but it couldn't be any further from the truth. I lower my head, swiping away a stubborn tear before it can track all the way down my face, praying no one saw it. Sophia crushes that wish when she squeezes my hand, and when I look up, I see Drew watching me, sadness filling his eyes. When the prayer is over and everyone begins to shuffle as they fill their plates, he doesn't come to me, instead taking a step back and leaving the room.
Why don't you take a seat? I don't want you run over,
Dad says, as I stand frozen in the middle of the room.
I know what you like. I'll make you a plate.
I don't feel well. It isn't exactly a lie, but it's not a physical illness dragging me down today. Emotionally, I'm exhausted, and the knowledge that it won't be ending anytime soon seems like a burden I won't survive.
Because you haven't eaten. Take a seat.
He leaves no room for argument, and since I don't want to explain to my dad why I'm in the middle of my own little pity party, I cross the room and take a seat beside Sophia. She didn't waste any time filling her plate. I'm serious about that pie, Iz. Do you see the way everyone is drooling over them as they get their turkey and dressing? I chuckle, because it seems like the appropriate response at the moment. Seriously, watch. I look over at the dessert bar, a long table stacked with at least 10 variations of sweets, and I'll be damned if she isn't right. Several of the guys look longingly at the table, their eyes directed at the end where my pies sit. Apollo approaches slowly, looking around suspiciously before scooping a piece of the pie right on top of his food. No manners, Sophia mutters, but there's humor in her voice. Rookie. He's new. This is the first Thanksgiving. Leave him alone.
There are no real rules in place,
Lawson mutters as he takes his seat across from us at the long table. Delilah shakes her head at the scowl on his face as he watches Apollo walk out of the kitchen to enjoy his meal and his pie in the other room.
I think I'm going to.
Delilah places her hand on Lawson's arm when he makes to stand. There's plenty, I assure him. Both he and Sophia scoff. It's just pie.
The best pie ever,
Colton says as he takes a spot on the other side of Sophia. My friend's head swivels between him and me, a look of betrayal on her face. Care to explain? It's his first Thanksgiving, too. Colton shoves a huge bite of stuffing and dressing into his mouth, leaving me hanging. I've never made a pie for him.
But
he swallows.
She has made them for the department. I had a slice last year. Amazing.
He kisses his fingers like a chef before diving back into the food on his plate. Izzy? Sophia, I mock. How many pies did you make? There's 5 on the table. I point in that direction, chuckling when I notice Lawson staring at me like I've personally insulted him. How many did you make? I roll my lips between my teeth to keep from laughing, and the fact that my friend is being ridiculous enough to make me laugh actually makes me want to cry. Dad took another 5 to the police station this morning, I confess. Lawson's fork falls from his hand, his eyes unblinking, the clanking noise as it lands drawing the attention of several other people. What? Sophia snaps. Colton mouths sorry behind her back as she glares at me.
What's wrong?
Dad asks as he walks up with a plate piled high. I can't eat all of that. Quit changing the subject, Sophia hisses.
What's going on?
Dad looks around the table.
Is something wrong?
I don't know, Sophia huffs, her arms crossing over her chest. Is betrayal wrong?
One of the worst things a person could do,
Lawson adds. Delilah smacks at him and I don't miss the twitch of his lip. He's fighting a smile. Sophia? She may never recover. They just found out about the pies I made for the police station.
Isn't that awesome?
Dad says.
She's been sending them down there for the last 3 years.
Sophia gasps, and I swear if she was wearing pearls, she'd clutch them like an old Southern woman seeing someone wearing white after Labor Day.
Better not mention the banana pudding then, huh?
Dad presses a kiss to my temple before walking away. What? Delilah snaps, her eyes wide now that her favorite treat has been given away as well. I made one for here, too. I didn't get any last year. I look from her to Lawson, grinning as he leans down and whispers in her ear. Her cheeks turn pink, and by the time he pulls his head away, she can't look anyone in the eye. Oh. Yeah. Oh. I echo.
What happened last year?
Colton asks, his eyes darting between the couple opposite of us. Well, those two, Sophia begins, uncaring of Delilah's apparent embarrassment. I love my friend, but really she needs to learn how to read the room. I also made peanut butter cookies, I interrupt, drawing my friend's attention off of Lawson and Delilah. With crunchy peanut butter. Her favorite, even more so than the pie. They're at your house? Hope fills her voice, thinking the treats are safe. A few are left. Mostly the ones that came out of the oven a little too crisp or oddly shaped. Perfect, she says, appeased enough to finally bring her attention back to the plate of food in front of her. That pie, Lawson asks as Drew steps into the room, the tail end of people making their plates. Does it have cinnamon in it? I shake my head. Okay, good, because Drew's allergic. Using my fork, I scoop up some mashed potatoes. I'm not the least bit hungry, but I'd rather focus on the meal than any conversation pertaining to Drew O'Neill. As much as I want to look away, I catch myself glancing up as he moves from one spot to the next, adding food to his plate. My heart breaks a little more when his eyes glance down at the empty spot beside his brother before turning away and walking right out of the room.
Chapter 20. Drew. How was I supposed to know? Legend snaps, his face masked with disappointment. Literally everyone was talking about them, Thumper says, smacking his friend on the back of the head. And the chances of convincing her to make another one? Legend asks. None, Jinx mutters. She only makes those pies at Thanksgiving. I don't know if they're purposely carrying on a conversation about fucking pie to annoy me because Izzy made them, or if it's because they're that amazing. I didn't try one. I heard everyone whispering about the damn things, but I felt like I wasn't deserving of anything she took the time to make. I'm in the same boat as Legend, only I've kept my displeasure to myself. Hey, Drew, think you can convince... Thumper smacks his friend again, and Legend doesn't finish his sentence after they have a silent conversation between the two of them. I'm pretty sure Isabella Rose Montoya would rather spit on me than talk to me these days. Not that I've tried. Avoiding her hasn't been hard in the physical sense. According to Hound, she stayed pretty busy with schoolwork, even through the holiday to get ahead. Mentally, it takes everything I have in me to not go to her. I can't even look at her house when I leave Lawson's because I know if I catch a glimpse of her, I'm going to end up at her feet apologizing for being a piece of shit. Today is like every other Saturday since Hound brought me out to the shop. The place is filled with Cerberus guys, several drinking beer and shooting their mouths off. A couple are focused on tweaking stuff on their bikes, but most are just standing around like they're waiting for something. I get my answer when Kincaid walks in. One clearing of his throat is all it takes for the guys to snap to attention. Silence fills the room as one by one the guys walk up to me, shaking my hand before walking out of the garage. Emotions clog my throat. Each slap on the back and sad nod sent my direction makes tears threaten to flow. I respect these men. Respect the work they do. Respect the way they live their lives. Respect their integrity. Even Apollo walks up to shake my hand. The look on his face, not one of satisfaction that I'll soon be out of his way as I expected. It takes probably 5 minutes for the men to shuffle through, leaving me, Lawson, Hound, Kincaid, Dominic, and Lawson's dads, Jackson, and Rob in the room. I know Shadow and Kid would be here right now if they weren't working on something in town. None of us have any first-hand knowledge of what you're facing. Kincaid's words aren't meant as an insult, but they still feel like a kick to the gut. Of course these guys don't know what prison is like. They'd never lower themselves so far to end up there. But we know the type of man you are, Dominic says. You're the type of man willing to do something not many other people are capable of, Jackson adds. A good man, Hound says, his voice hitching at the end. Jesus Christ, am I really going to cry in front of these men? I look up, knowing these guys can tell I'm fighting my emotions. I question your actions from that night, Lawson says, his voice filled with the same pain and sorrow sitting heavy on my chest. But I've never questioned your integrity. Several grunts of agreement echo around the room. Monday may bring a different result than what we're hoping for, so we wanted you to know how we see you. We know the man you really are, Drew O'Neill, and if the worst happens, I want you to know." Kincaid taps his chest before waving his arm to indicate the other men in the garage. "We want you to know that we're proud of the man you've become." I don't open my mouth to argue, simply offering him a nod. The motion a lie because I don't feel the same. I'm not standing here proud. I'm crushed, devastated, and burdened by my choices. "Thank you," I manage, getting choked up as each one of them walks toward me, taking turns to shake my hand and clap me on the back in that bro-hug way. Several throats clear numerous times, Lawson having to turn his back to me to get himself under control. "So," Kincaid claps after a long moment of silence, "let's go over the skills you've learned the last month or so." I spend the next couple of hours being tested on mechanics, machines, and even some electrical work as the other guys slowly begin to trickle out of the shop. When I pull off the welding mask, I notice Hound is the only one left in the room. Despite what he said to me earlier in front of the others, I fully expect him to unleash his true feelings, that he's glad I'm going to be gone, and Izzy is better off without me around. Ready to agree with him, I frown when he looks at me with such warmth that the tears I managed to somehow hold back earlier threaten again. The look is also knowing, as if he's somehow aware of what I've instructed my attorney to do. I'm holding out hope for Monday. I nod, unable to tell him the truth about what's going to go down. But in case it doesn't, I want you to know that provisions have been put in place if you go to prison. I don't want any help. And I didn't ask. You're the father of my grandchild, and I'll be damned if I'm going to have to tell that little boy that his daddy died in prison. I keep my mouth closed, all the while wondering if my son would be upset losing a man he never knew. "You'll have a job that will keep you busy," he continues. "The days will go by faster that way. You'll be protected, but don't go getting involved in anything illegal or any gang shit. When you get home, you'll either have a job here with Cerberus or at Lawson's shop. If you want to get an education in something other than the criminal justice degree you have, we'll make that happen too." He cocks an eyebrow at me when I open my mouth to argue. "You will come home, Drew. This is only a bump in the road." Yeah, a 6-year bump in the road. Coming back to a child who doesn't know me and a woman who will hate me may not be an option, despite his belief that it's possible. "Thank you," I say, honestly grateful that this man would lift a finger to help me even though I didn't ask. "Now head home." He walks out of the garage, leaving me standing there like a fool. Cold November air fills the garage from the open door, and it's the only thing that makes my feet move. I'd stay in here forever if I could, but there are numerous things I need to do before heading to Albuquerque tomorrow. Keeping my head down like usual, I make my way across the street. I've done this very thing day after day, focusing on my feet rather than the houses in front of me, but something is different tonight. I don't know if it's because this will be the last time I can look up at her house or what, but my eyes lift, my feet stuttering on the gravel when I see her standing on her front porch. Cold breaths leave Izzy's mouth in puffs, her slender arms holding a thin blanket around her shoulders, the fabric not big enough to cover her stomach. Unable to swallow the lump that's been forming in my throat since the first man walked up to me and shook my hand, I have to look away. Wanting her, needing her in my arms is unfair. The time I spent with her these last couple of months is equally cruel. The hope I see glimmering in her eyes guts me, and I have to walk away. The house is silent when I enter, and I'm thankful that my older brother isn't standing around waiting for me to get home. The last thing I need right now is another argument about fighting my case. Filled with familiar things, my room still seems empty. As I pack my things away in boxes, praying this room will be a nursery by the time I visit again, I'm nothing but a robot. I have no sentimental connection to a single thing in here. The clothes are meaningless, the personal belongings bringing no memories or feelings. I avoid the window, knowing I can't see her again. My hands shake with fear, terror of what could happen to me in prison regardless of Hound's assurances. My mind races, questions echoing inside, asking if I'm doing the right thing. I strip down to my boxers, knowing tonight may be one of the last times I'll close my eyes, knowing I'm safe.
Chapter 21. Isabella. Talk to him. It'll make you feel better." Those were Sophia's parting words after she left with a container full of crunchy peanut butter cookies on Thursday. Tonight, 2 days later, I finally got up the nerve, and he couldn't even stand the sight of me. Dad knew I was waiting when he came home, pressing his lips to my forehead without saying a word. The kind gesture of bringing me a blanket nearly made me sob. I was able to hold those emotions back until Drew looked up at me before walking away. My tears have dried, the pain and sorrow transforming into an angry rage I can't recall ever feeling before. Maybe Drew isn't a good man. What kind of man smiles at a woman, makes them feel comfortable and light on her feet, only to turn around and discard her like trash? A good man doesn't make someone fall in love with them only to be disgusted by the sight of them later. And that's what I feel. It doesn't matter that it's unrequited. It doesn't matter that he doesn't want to even look at me. I fell in love with him. It didn't happen overnight. It started that night. It started with the first smirk, the first wink, the very first words out of his mouth.
"I was thinking of getting a burger, but you're making those pancakes sound like they're the best thing you've ever had in your mouth."
The filthy innuendo only served to irritate me even more right now. His hands, his mouth, that laugh I heard so little of, all of it made me lose myself to him. Those are things that make my feet move off the porch. Those things are what have me sneaking into Delilah's house like a thief in the night. They're what make me push open his bedroom door without so much as a light tap on the door. He's made his choices, and although I have to live with them, I sure as hell don't have to take them lying down. I won't be trampled on. I won't be disrespected, and I won't let him go to court without him knowing how much he hurt me, how much I want him to heal me. The tears are back as I wait for my eyes to adjust to the darkness of his room.
"Is he?"
His voice is raw and broken as he stands, but I steel my spine, ready to lay all of my pain at his feet. "You're an ass—" His lips are on mine, his hand tangling in my hair, and if the warmth of his body against mine didn't feel so good, I might have the strength to push him away.
Shh. No talking.
I nearly open my mouth again to argue, but it's filled with him, his tongue, his moans, all the things we both need to say but can't. The thin blanket is pushed from my shoulders, pooling at our feet, but his roaming hands wipe away the chills threatening to form. He's everywhere, my neck, my breasts, his warm breath pebbling my nipples. His fingers tangle in my hair, moving my mouth exactly how he wants it. Skilled hands remove my t-shirt before working my sweats and panties down my legs, and I let him. I let the man who has worked very hard over the last few weeks to break my heart touch me, caress me, make me his. Because his mouth isn't lying. His body isn't walking away from me or avoiding me when I walk into the room. I'm the center of his world right now, and I feel like the center of his, with each nip to my skin, with each lick of that wicked tongue. He doesn't ask permission when he guides me to his bed. He knows he already has it, the slickness of my desire coating his fingers as he brushes them down my slit. I moan, a desperate sound, begging him to keep going. And he does. First burying his face between my legs, licking at me with a combination of aggression and softness, as if he can't make up his mind. His hand is over my lips, silencing my cries when I come. And in the next breath, he's hovering above me, his chin glistening, his breaths rushing past moonlit, swollen lips. I press against his chest when he slides his body between my thighs, his intent clear. I resituate my body, lying more on my left side than my back. I want to feel good when we come together again like this, and that would be impossible if I'm lying flat. A master at adaptation, he doesn't miss a beat, placing my ankle over his shoulder and straddling my other leg. When he slides into me, it's nothing like that first time. There's no rush, no threat of being caught, no race to the finish line for either of us. When his hips slowly begin to move, gliding into me until he's buried deep before pulling back out, he never takes his eyes from mine. I see promises in them. I see a future. I see apologies for the mistakes he's made. He begs for forgiveness with his eyes, with the tears rolling down his cheeks. I nod, knowing I don't have to open my mouth to say the words to let him know he has nothing to be forgiven for. "Drew," I whimper. "Shh," he urges, his hips still moving at a maddening pace. "Just this." "This," I echo. "This is heaven. This is what I've been dying for. Not the sex exactly, but the intimacy. The walls down and his true feelings in front of my face. My own tongue snakes out when he sucks his thumb into his mouth. I know what's coming. He did the same thing that night. But my body isn't ready when he presses the wet finger to my clit. I groan, a low rumble of pleasure, uncaring for the others in the house. There are only two people who exist right now. Two souls finally lining up. A love so true, no words are even needed to express it. My body convulses when I orgasm, muscles tightening all over from the sheer force of the pleasure he has given me. He's not far behind, moaning my name as he spasms inside of me. Warm, wet lips press to my calf before he pulls away and situates himself at my back, his fingers tracing a heart on my belly. The baby, awake from the activity, moves, rolling around in my stomach as if he knows his daddy is near and he's missed him. "Drew, shh," he urges again. Then I feel hot tears on my back, and all I can do is cup my hand over his where his son is saying hi, and I cry a little too. As I fall asleep, I'm torn between the happiness I feel for him, finally making me understand how he feels, and the torment I know I'm going to experience if he goes to prison. By the time I wake the next morning, Drew is gone, having not bothered to say goodbye, and the house is empty. Like a fool, it takes me longer than it should that he wasn't confessing his love, but saying his goodbye with his body. If only I was smart enough at the time to realize it wasn't goodbye for now, but a goodbye forever.
Chapter 22. Drew. "We'll need the reschedule," Mr. Crampton says after shaking my hand in the tiny room reserved for client meetings at the courthouse. "No," I tell him. "I wasn't able to get the state to agree to a reduced sentence." Lawson stiffens beside me. "Reduced sentence? Doesn't the trial have to happen first?" "There's not going to be a trial," I say without looking my brother in the eye. "If we go through today, you'll get the full 6 years." "I'm away." 6 years? Lawson yells. "Law," Jackson warns. "Calm down." 6 years? Lawson seethes, his voice barely lower than before. I thought he was looking at 18 months with involuntary manslaughter. My attorney looks at me for direction. I told him not to speak to anyone about my case, and I'm regretting it now. Explaining this today of all days is harder than I ever thought possible. I'm pleading to voluntary manslaughter. It carries a 6-year sentence. I'm still planning on asking the judge to reduce it. Mr. Crampton gives me a weak smile, letting me know the request won't matter. Please! Lawson spins me around, and the tears on his face would have the ability to break me if I hadn't done it to myself 2 days ago. Drew? You've been an amazing brother. I couldn't ask for a Don't! He snaps, shaking me by my shoulders. Don't start that shit. I'm not fucking saying goodbye to you. I snap my mouth closed. I won't say it if he doesn't want to hear it, but it doesn't change anything. If the dream I had last night was the power of prediction, I won't last a week in prison. Holding Izzy Saturday is the only thing that kept me from the grave that night anyway. I never wanted to go to prison, and if she hadn't arrived, there was a good chance my brother's goodbyes would be spoken over my grave instead of here right now. We need to get out there. Judge Slate doesn't take kindly to tardiness. Drew, Lawson says one last time, but Kincaid, his dad, and Hound urge him from the room. Mr. O'Neill? I turn to face my attorney. I can ask for an extension. This case has moved very quickly through the system. It's not unheard of to need a delay. I can get a few more months. Maybe revisiting with the state's attorney after the holidays could yield a better result. I'm ready today. If I walk out of this courtroom today, I may never get the nerve back up to re-enter. You're sure? Yes. The answer is filled with gravel, forcing me to clear my throat. It only makes my attorney frown deeper. I've never met a man like you before, Mr. O'Neill. He doesn't clarify if he thinks I'm a fool or if he commends me, but it doesn't matter either way. I can't face the people in the crowd. The fact that there's anyone here to witness my downfall makes my stomach turn more than it already has. Other than Hound, Lawson, Kincaid, and Jackson, I think all the other Cerberus guys stayed back at the clubhouse. Hound assured me that he'd keep Izzy home, but then he showed up himself at the hotel we stayed at last night. I didn't see her, and I didn't ask. I just pray the man was able to keep that promise to me. The judge is going to ask some questions, Mr. Crampton whispers as we walk toward a table to one side of the room. Pay attention and answer respectfully. There are a lot of people in the crowd. Ready to lynch me, I mutter. Unlikely. There's a full docket today, cases being cleared before the Christmas holiday. The clerks were stupidly excited when I called to cancel the trial. It cleared up a lot of time to get many other things done. He nods, whispering flat pleasantries to the men standing at the other table in front of the judge's bench. Now, I'm going to refuse the offer for the reading of the petition, so only those here for you will know what happened. With the plea, it's pretty straightforward. No details are given other than the offense. I understand. A blessing in disguise of sorts, I guess. I imagine standing before a judge and getting sworn in many times, but I was always there to testify against a perpetrator rather than being one. I don't miss the irony of being my father's son, having become a felon before awarded that opportunity to represent the state in any capacity. O'Neill? I refuse to turn my head toward the voice. Just the familiar sound makes my throat seize. Mr. O'Neill, that man is wanting to speak with you, my attorney says. We have just a few moments before the judge arrives, though. I turn my head, but I don't make to move closer. Just the sad look in Warren's eyes is enough to make me regret looking in that direction in the first place. I'm sorry, he whispers, his throat working. I clear my throat once again. The damn thing is going to be raw before this is over with. Looking into the desolate eyes of a man I respected, a man I learned so much from, is another load of bricks to carry on my back. He nods before walking away. Ready? I nod at Mr. Crampton as the bailiff asks everyone to stand. My name, along with my case number, is verified. Legal jargon is used, and I blame someone having a cold for the sniffle I hear at my back. It has to be someone with a cold because Hound fucking promised me. I lose track of what the judge is saying as my ears perk up, waiting and hoping to hear a cough or a sneeze, but all that comes is another sniffle. An elbow hits my arm. And how do you plead to the charge of voluntary manslaughter, Mr. O'Neill? The judge glares at me, making me wonder if he had to ask it twice. My voice cracks, and I have to cough. Guilty, Judge. Are you aware, Mr. O'Neill, that entering a guilty plea will absolve the court of any further action on your case? You will not be allowed for an appeal. Yes, Judge. He looks down, signing God knows how many pieces of paper as the court reporter types away. As if doing this so long, she already knows what he's going to say when he looks up at me. He lists off the things he just signed, giving small details about each order before setting his pen down. Mr. Crampton, are you and your client prepared to move forward with the punishment phase? The state and I haven't come to an agreement on that, Your Honor. I would like a That's fine, Mr. Crampton. The court isn't willing to accept a plea agreement as it is. My pulse pounds. Mr. Crampton was sure this would be the way things would go if we proceeded today, but hearing it from the man with all the power has the ability to make my knees turn to jelly. Another sniffle, this one getting dangerously close to a sob. Are you ready, Mr. O'Neill? Yes. Drew, no. The two words are a whisper, a plea of their own. Tears burn the backs of my eyes. Yes, Judge. Having pled true to the offense of voluntary manslaughter, the court hereby sentences you to 6 years in the New Mexico State Penitentiary. $5,000 in fines will be assessed. Sobs at my back, so broken and filled with so much pain, I couldn't look at her if I wanted to. The threatening tears make themselves known, rolling down my face in hot rivers. The judge continues to speak, his words drowned out by Izzy's crying. I only catch a few things like, time served, and should be more. I'd openly agree with him, but from the look on the man's face, he wouldn't be impressed with it. The judge's gavel hitting the bench is the pin in the grenade. They're going to take you back and fingerprint you now. There's paperwork you have to sign. Before I can step away from the table, a bailiff wraps my wrists in cuffs. I hated the feel of them the night of the crash, and I hate them even more so. Drew, don't look. Don't look. Don't you fucking look. You had another night with her. Stop being a selfish bastard and walk out of here like you swore you would. I'm 5 feet from the door, being escorted by 2 uniformed jailers when I hear her cry. This one is different. Not filled with sorrow and regret, but genuine pain. Keeping my face pointed to where I'm heading is impossible. I expect to find her hazel eyes, red-rimmed with tears, not her bent over in pain, her tiny hands clasping at her belly. Hound doesn't see me look either. He's too busy trying to figure out what's wrong with his daughter. Izzy! I hiss, turning to go to her, but the men at my side stop me. Let me go! Mr. O'Neill! She needs me! Izzy, is she okay? Let me go. I changed my mind. I want a trial. I want a trial. I'd do anything, say anything to go to her right now. Wood hits wood, that same tool used to help seal my fate echoing around the room. Then the judge's booming voice calls out, Mr. O'Neill, one more word out of you, and you'll also be held in contempt of court. You've been convicted of your offense, and your sentence starts now. I don't say another word. Grunts and hisses are all I can manage as I try to fight my way to her. Jailers swarm me as if they were able to clone themselves with a snap of a finger, and I have to crane my neck to watch Hound and the other guys ushering Izzy out of the courtroom.
Chapter 23. Isabella. You can, Sophia urges. You can do this. My head is shaking, the pain too much to allow for words. You can, Gigi insists. A few more pushes and you'll get to hold that sweet little boy of yours. The doctor is between my thighs, also whispering encouragement. But I'm spent. I've been in labor, my water breaking on the way to the hospital for the last 19 hours. I'm in Albuquerque, not Farmington where my doctor is. I didn't meet the man at my feet until I arrived. This isn't how it's supposed to be. Babies are supposed to be born when both parents are present. I know the waiting room is filled with everyone, all of them having driven down when they got word that I went into labor at the sight of Drew being dragged away in handcuffs. I need him here, I hiss, unable to catch my breath long enough to push yet another time. You can do this, Sophia repeats, avoiding my demand. She can't reason with me, and I know it. "Look at me," Gigi snaps, her fingers on my chin making it impossible to look anywhere else but her face. "I thought your dad was dead when Amelia was born. This baby is coming whether you help or not. Prolonging it will only cause complications. I know you want Drew here, but that isn't possible. Don't punish your child by being stubborn." "Gigi," Sophia whisper hisses, but my stepmom doesn't even look over at her. "What's it going to be, Isabella?" "Another contraction is coming," the nurse advises, as I pull my jaw from Gigi's clutches. The pain in my body is tolerable, and thanks to the epidural, but my heart is shattered. I want a do-over. I want the things Drew wished were different that night we met. I shouldn't have walked away. I should have demanded his first name and told him my real one. So many things had to line up in the most tragic way for us to end up this way, for me to be here without him. This should be a celebration, a joyous occasion, but it's marked with regret and bad decisions. "Push," the doctor orders, and somehow I manage to obey. The contraction ends, and I get a chance to breathe. "And again, Ms. Montoya, you're almost there." I bear down, using the pain and anger and devastation in my favor. The rest is a blur, my mind filled with all the things that could have been, should have been, the disappointment for things that will never be. I'm stunned, literally speechless when the nurse hands me my little boy. Tears streak my face, my breath hitching on each inhale more often than not. He's stunningly perfect. Eyes squeezed tight, unimpressed with seeing light for the very first time. "Should he be this quiet?" I ask, concerned because he hasn't cried since they calmed him down right after his birth. "He's fine," Sophia assures me, her fingers pushing sweat-drenched locks of hair off my face. I look to Gigi for reassurance. I love my best friend, but she's never experienced birth. Gigi has done it twice. "He's perfect." Her eyes fall back to the little boy in my arms. "Are you ready for your dad to come in?" "No." I answer after a long pause. "I just want some time alone." Taking my meaning, Sophia presses her lips to the top of my head before leaving. Gigi follows her out. The nurses bustle around, cleaning things up and making sure I'm comfortable, before giving me a little time alone with my son. I'm grateful babies are born with no knowledge. Although I want to tell him all I know about his daddy, just thinking of Drew makes me cry, the tears once again going from happy to pained. A soft knock sounds on the door and I almost ignore it, but good manners win out. It isn't my dad who sticks his head in when I answer, but Lawson. Delilah isn't even with him, and I understand the significance of him being the first one in. He lost Drew to the prison system yesterday, too.
"I'll come back later if you don't want me here."
He scrubs at the back of his neck.
"Gigi said you didn't want visitors, but I just couldn't."
"Stay," I whisper, not wanting to wake the sleeping angel in my arms. Lawson comes closer to the bed, peering down at the baby, but making no move to reach for him. He must sense my unwillingness to hand him over just yet.
"He has your nose,"
Lawson observes. Maybe. I just don't see any of myself in him. I don't see any of Drew either, for that matter.
"He's beautiful."
Lawson's words are lost on a sob, and I know he already misses his brother. But he also wants this for himself, wants to stand beside his wife while she holds their son for the first time. I keep my eyes on my son, giving him a moment to compose himself.
Sorry. Shit. I mean, crap. I told myself I wouldn't act like this. You're going to be a wonderful mother.
He doesn't say goodbye before spinning to leave the room. The visitors pile in after that, one after the other, all telling me how glorious he is, how happy they are he's here. They offer to make meals and babysit and come over and keep an eye on him so I can rest. I have dozens of people here wanting to help, and yet I've never felt more isolated in my life. Even being under the overprotective thumb of my mom and stepdad growing up didn't make me feel so abandoned. We can put him in the crib so you can rest, one nurse says, after most of the people filter out with promises to return tomorrow. I nearly opened my mouth to ask them to stay away. Giving birth is exhausting, and I just want to be alone. But I couldn't tell those smiling faces to get lost. I suffered for weeks while Drew ignored me, so I can't imagine having people around who care could hurt any more than it already does. I just want to hold him a little longer. The nurse nods, but I can see the sympathy in her eyes. It makes me wonder how much everyone is gossiping about me in the waiting room. I didn't exactly let Drew hold on to his pride after being convicted. I think I could have been charged with contempt of court, exactly what the judge threatened him with, if I weren't in labor at the time. Did he realize his mistake? Regret his decision to plead and not take any offerings of a reduced sentence? How could he want to stay away from us for so long? He didn't want me there. Dad told me as much. But I couldn't stay away. I wanted to be there to support him, let him know that we'll be here when he's released. I couldn't even let him walk away with dignity. I ruined that moment for him, made it more horrible than it had to be. Knock, knock. I sigh, looking over at the door. Most let their knuckles make that sound on the door, then wait for someone to tell them it's okay to enter. My best friend scrunches her brows together. Those people are losers. Or courteous, I counter. What are you doing here? Why wouldn't I be here? I told you I was coming back. It's late. You should be home with Colton. He was called into work. That saddens me. Colton is a homicide detective with the Farmington PD. If he's at work, that means someone died. That's sad, I mutter. That's life, she says. Or rather, death, circle of life and all that. She stands beside the bed, arms out expectantly. May I help you? You can hand him over, or I can take him. I haven't gotten to hold him yet. No one has. Hand him over. You need rest. You sound like the nurse, I mutter. She sounds like a smart woman. Reluctantly, I allow Sophia to take him from my arms, knowing it would be impossible to hand him over. Shh, she coos when he whimpers. You're a fine, sweet boy. Have you decided on a name? Not yet. I lie. I know what it needs to be, but I'm so raw from everything to share it with anyone else right now. You're not alone, she says, as she takes a seat on the rollaway bed meant for my spouse or significant other. Yes, I am, I say, knowing I can be vulnerable with her and she won't judge me. I know you're going to miss him. I know you love him. I know it's going to be hard some days for you to get out of bed and move forward, but you'll do it. You're strong and amazing. But on those days you feel like you can't shoulder any more weight, You have so many people here for you.
I know.
Tears drip down my cheeks, and it's happened so many times the last couple of days I've stopped worrying with wiping them away. I have everyone, but the one person I need the most.
Chapter 24. Drew. You're in that busy head of yours again, kid. I warned you about that. Scorpion grunts as he pushes his body up and down in the small space remaining in our cell. Yeah, I agree. Simply because I can't help it. My mind is never far from Farmington these days. I've been here a week, the intake and assignment to this block all a blur. I focus more on those around me than what was actually taking place. I was near pissing myself when I was escorted to the cell with this huge motherfucker in it. He didn't say a word when the guard dropped me off, and I knew just by the hard look on his face that I wouldn't survive the night. The door clanged closed behind me, but when I dropped the low-budget supplies I was provided, ready to give as good as I got, he chuckled. The brute introduced himself to me as Scorpion, disappointed a little when his name didn't mean anything to me. Before I went to sleep that night, I got the entire story, or what he was willing to share at least. He's in prison with 3 consecutive life sentences for a triple homicide. As a former cop, I had sized him up pretty quickly and presumed he was in here for a violent offense. His body, hands and arms especially, carried the scars of a man rarely willing to back down from an altercation. What did shock me was his reasoning for those murders. As the former president of the Renegades MC, Brooks, Scorpion, Hannigan killed 3 of his own members the night he found out one had been raping his sister. The 2 others were running a child porn website and were literally making child pornography right under his nose. That's not even the crazy part. Not only is he Michaela, Dominic's wife's brother, but he's also Jasmine's, the one involved with Max and Tug, biological father. Scorpion is the protection, one of the provisions Hound told me about 2 days before I was sentenced. I don't exactly feel safe, and it's only been a week, but there hasn't been a whisper of my offense. Other than Scorpion, most of the guys on this cell block have 10 years or less to serve. Knowing there's light at the end of the tunnel for them means most keep to themselves. And what's that? I don't bother trying to hide the letter in my hand. The man has 4 inches and about 60 pounds of muscle on me, which is saying a lot because I'm not exactly a small guy. He could take this from me, and I wouldn't even mutter a word about it. A letter from Lawson. That's your brother, right? I nod. The thing about Scorpion sharing a lot of his story was my story was expected in return. I confessed to beating a man to death, but I left out the fact that I was a first responder to the scene of that accident, letting him believe I was just a random guy who happened upon it. Strangely enough, I did confess that I thought Megan was Izzy, and laid out most of the details and my connection of her and I to Cerberus. Any news? He asks as he climbs back to his feet, his muscles pumped and slick with sweat from his workout. Izzy had the baby. They're both doing fine. That's good news. I know you were worried about that. Scorpion stands to the side, not in the least bit shy about whipping out his dick to piss in the shared toilet in our cell. And what else do we talk about? Don't say anything about where you keep your stash? He chuckles, his head shaking, but I know he doesn't find it very funny that I'm avoiding his real question. He didn't make many rules when I entered this world, but no bullshitting was one of them. I'd have his protection. He'd guarantee my safety, but if there was a problem, he had to know about it. If people were whispering, he had to know about it. There's nothing in this cell that could get either of us in trouble, but Scorpion has been here for over 20 years. His connections alone in the prison system is how he landed as the only lifer on this block. He literally has nothing to lose. He's also the king of the mountain, so to speak, and that power isn't awarded to him just because he's massive and wakes up ready to die every day. According to him, he runs the biggest contraband business the New Mexico prison system has ever seen. If it's something available on the outside, he can get it on the inside. Hell, the man still has women brought to him on occasion, and the state conjugal visit program ended over 6 years ago. Plus, he's never been married. His power extends well outside controlling inmates and probably goes as high, if not higher, than the warden himself. I struggled with knowing this information when I first arrived, but I'm not a cop on the inside. I'm a felon. Turning a blind eye to guys getting porno mags and cigarettes isn't the same thing as allowing horrific things to happen without me telling someone. Hell, to ensure my own safety, I'm at the point I'm willing to turn a blind eye to just about anything these days. Scorpion doesn't abide by rape, so the only action the guys are getting on the block are from those willing to whore themselves out in exchange for contraband. Surprisingly, it happens more than I thought. He runs a tight ship around here, and although prison sucks, it could be worse. Seriously, O'Neill, what did we talk about? I remember what we talked about. The only way to get through these long-ass days is to cut all ties with those on the outside. I know. I want to do that. I want to rip this letter to shreds and never open another one. I've already refused to have a visitor list, something Lawson ripped my ass for in the very letter in my hand. Seeing you inside, caged like an animal, is selfish. They need to let you do your time in peace. Yeah. I've been here 20 years, and it feels like I just got here last week. I huff a humorless laugh. You're full of shit. He chuckles again, a throaty sound I've grown used to over the last couple of days. The man isn't afraid to laugh and have a good time, something I haven't managed since I arrived. Okay, maybe like a month then. But seriously, man, you can't survive in here if your head is still on the outside. He kicks at my shoe when I don't look up at him. 5 years, 7 months, and 3 weeks, right? Right. Then worry about those people when you only have months left on your sentence. Did you hear from the foreman? Start work tomorrow. Where? In the shop? You know I won't. I look up at him now. It isn't the first time the man has offered me a job working for him. Thank you, though. Let me know if you change your mind. I give him a weak smile. He already knows it's never going to change. Don't wait up, he says, looking in the metal mirror hanging on the wall. What? I look around. It's nearly lights out. Where are you going? Got a date. He winks at me, the door to our cell popping open when he steps close to it, as if he owns the device to make it work. He turns back in my direction, his eyes serious. Cut them off, Drew. I nod, agreeing with him, knowing I'll follow through, knowing I'll push every person in my life away to make my time in here easier. I'll get the supplies and put pen to paper. I'll rip my own heart out to keep from breaking theirs any further. But it won't get my brother out of my head. It won't keep Izzy from infiltrating my dreams and making me promises. It won't keep fantasies of a little boy I'm only able to conjure in my imagination from smiling up at me or running to me, trusting me to catch him in my arms. Cutting them out of my life won't keep the tears off my face every night. It won't keep me from reliving the night I ruined my life over and over, because somehow that night is now easier to stomach than memories of the last time I saw Izzy curled over in pain. I definitely can't think about the last night we shared together, how I had to keep shushing her, because if she talked, then I was going to confess my love for her, and that would only make it harder. The first letter, the one to Lawson, is easier to write than it should have been, but I blame machismo and hope that he understands my reasoning for sending it. He's a man, and as such, he should be able to take a step back and realize he might do the exact same thing if he were faced with a decision to make. Men think more with their heads and less with emotion. So the next 2 letters were easy to write as well. The last letter, the one I dread, stays a blank page for days before I can bring myself to put more on the paper than Dear Isabella. It sits and taunts me when I get back from the machine shop every day. One day, I hid it under my pillow, unable to even stomach the sight of the 2 words on the top. Scorpion, being the helpful asshole he is, pulled it out and put it right back on top of the tiny desk we share. My heart is in my throat the day I finally man up enough to write the words that have been playing over and over in my head. On paper, the requests are very formal. My emotions controlled enough to get my point across and not much else. Inside my head, hell, inside this prison cell, I've never been lower in my life. Scorpion stands outside the cell, his wide back hiding me from view as other inmates walk by, curious to know why I'm so upset. My sobs should say enough. The way I rage inside that tiny room and tear everything to shreds says what I can't with words. Broken knuckles keep me from the machine shop for several weeks, but Scorpion demands I work in the laundry during the interim. Since the machine folds the clean sheets, I can't really argue. I don't know how he did it or what concessions he had to make, but I never got in trouble, never got written up for destroying state property that day in our cell, even though the mattresses had to be replaced. I was working every day, waiting for the promise of them fading from one into the next, waiting to look up at that calendar to notice a year had gone by when it only felt like a week. At this point, I'd be happy for a single day and night to feel like less than a century apiece.
Chapter 25. Isabella. I never knew obsession until I held my son in my arms for the first time. I'm obsessed with his soft, pouty lips, obsessed with the tiny whimpers he makes right before he fully wakes up, obsessed with the tufts of fine hair on his little head. I'm even obsessed with his tiny little fingers and toes. I'm obsessive over spending every minute with him, as if he's going to be snatched from my arms at any second. Obsessive over who gets to hold him and spend time with him. I'm just infatuated with this little being. He's asleep now, cradled in my arms, because the thought of putting him down is foreign to me. I can't take my eyes off of him, can't keep my fingers from brushing down his perfect cheek. Time no longer exists for me. The days fade into nights, which eventually give way to another dawn. But realistically, I know it's been 3 weeks since he was born. 3 weeks since Drew was dragged away in handcuffs, unable to convince the judge he changed his mind. 3 weeks of being a single parent, of pain and heartache, loneliness, and wishing things were different. How did I let myself fall in love with him? It wasn't supposed to be like this. From the second I found out I was pregnant, I knew I was going to face parenthood without the help of the father. But he was supposed to stay gone. He wasn't supposed to show up one night as Lawson's brother. He wasn't supposed to open up to me, share things I doubt he's ever told another soul. He sure as hell wasn't supposed to make love to me and then leave. And it was love. No one can convince me otherwise. The way he held me close, the way he looked at me when he was inside of me, the way he touched my cheek and made promises with his movements instead of words was a passion I know I'll never feel again with someone else. I don't want anyone else. I don't think I ever will. If waiting 6 years for him to come back home is what I need to do, then I'll happily take that on. The baby takes a shuddering breath before settling again, and I smile down at him. He's going to be in kindergarten by the time his daddy is going to be able to dress him for school or attend a function with his class. He's going to be a walking, talking little miniature version of Drew, having the same eye color and hair just a few shades lighter than mine. We'll miss Drew, but we'll survive. There's always the opportunity for visits and letters. The time should fly. I'm not in a position to believe that right now because the last 3 weeks have dragged on and on, but eventually things will get better. I'll busy my days with taking care of him and working on my graduate classes. I can make it work. I stare across the room, looking at nothing in particular as I picture what our reunion will be like. He'll take me in his arms and kiss me like he's never going to get to again. I'll be in his arms, nose buried in his neck. Of course there will be tears, probably millions of them, but nothing will be able to keep us apart. A soft knock on my door draws my eyes. Yes? Rather than Gigi or my dad, Delilah walks into the room, a faint smile on her lips when she sees the baby. I'm not unhappy to see her, but it still feels like an intrusion, something I've felt each and every time someone comes in here recently. Then I see her face. It's dry and free of tears, but it's apparent that she's been crying. Her cheeks are flushed, eyes puffy and rimmed in red. What's wrong? Suddenly, I'm on high alert. The guys are at the clubhouse right now, gearing up for a job, so I know it's not bad news from the field. "Delilah, what's wrong?" I snap, when she takes a couple of steps closer but doesn't speak. Horrific thoughts hit me all at once. Drew was terrified he'd be hurt in prison. Inmates don't like cops, and since they can't retaliate against the men and women in uniform who hurt them, they take that anger out on everyone. Cops in prison become surrogates for everything someone in uniform ever did to them or a loved one. Some of that anger warranted by the bad apples in the group, but more often criminals hate cops for simply catching them. Their crimes weren't the issue. The arrest and subsequent incarceration is the problem. "Is it Drew? Is he hurt?" I barely get the words out, sobs clogging my throat. My hysteria wakes the baby, who begins to whine. He's not very appreciative of the tremble in my arms as I hold him closer. "It's not that." I look up at her, trying to determine if she's sugarcoating the truth, and I find her with her arm out, a letter in her hand. Fear wraps its cold tentacles around me as I stare at the innocuous envelope, knowing full well it's the equivalent of a bomb, holding something that's going to blow my life and hope to pieces. I can't take it from her. I can't muster the strength to release my hold on my son long enough to pull the thing from her fingers. Delilah, knowing that I'm unable, places the letter beside me on the bed before leaning in close enough to kiss the top of the baby's head. She gives my shoulder a squeeze before taking a step back. "I didn't read it, but I want you to prepare yourself. Lawson got a letter as well, and I don't think yours is going to be much different." She keeps talking, but her words are drowned out by the pounding of my pulse. It sounds like a marching band in my head, and the noise is loud enough to force my eyes closed. When I open them again, she's gone. My bedroom door once again closed, sealing me off from everyone else. It's bad news. It has to be. Maybe he isn't hurt. Maybe he isn't in trouble, but the news is bad. If Lawson got a letter and it had the power to make Delilah cry, then opening mine is the last thing I want to do. I stare down at the thing for hours. The baby wakes, ready to be changed and eat, but I continue to stare down at the letter. My son has been my only focus since he was born, that attention being an attempt to keep from thinking of Drew. With my eyes on the crinkled envelope still in the same spot Delilah left it on my bed, I don't know how I managed to change the baby's diaper and get him situated at my breast without taking my eyes off of it. Mid-morning fades into early afternoon, and I find myself still in bed, still waiting for the thing to disappear. It doesn't, and I know it won't. It's just sitting there, and I know what's inside of it is going to be painful. The longer it sits, the worse I feel, as if the information inside will change me so fundamentally that it has been seeping toxic fumes into the room. My legs are weak from sitting cross-legged all day, and I nearly stumble when I climb out of bed to place the baby in the crib on the other side of the room. I'm livid at the power taken from me, that letter nearly making me fall and hurt my son. Maybe it's acceptance. Maybe it's the protective nature that has been growing every minute since I found out I was pregnant. But I'm livid by the time I cross the room and scoop the letter up from the bed. Only my name is on the front, as if it was sent in a single package including Lawson's letter. There's no return address or inmate number, nothing to indicate on the outside who the letter is from. For a single second, the length of time it takes my eyelashes to flutter, I imagine it being something else, something less poisonous. A letter from my college kicking me out. A letter from a traffic light camera, although I haven't gone anywhere in weeks. Anything but what it actually is. It's a fool's wish. Just the breath someone takes on the prayer that their worst nightmare isn't looking them in the face before getting the horrible news. Ignoring the paper cut I get from sliding my finger under the flat, I yank the letter from the envelope, letting it fall to the floor at my feet.
Isabella, I'm sorry. The first night I met you, I saw a gorgeous girl sitting alone in a diner. Your lips, the way you indulged in your meal without a single concern for those around you, turned me on. That's what it was. Arousal. I wanted you, so I made sure to have you before you left. It was a mistake. Had I known it was going to end with you getting pregnant, I never would have done it. I don't want a kid. Even if I did, no child deserves to have the black cloud of a felony-convicted father around him. I don't want a woman in my life because we share a connection I never wanted. I don't want contact with you. No letters, no visits, no updates, nothing. I don't want you waiting for me, nor sitting awake at night wondering if I'm safe or when I'll come home. Farmington isn't home. It never was, and it won't be where I return when I get out. You'll never see me again. I'll never be a father to your baby. You need to find a man that wants to be a dad. It'll never be me. I shouldn't have led you on, shouldn't have made you care for me because I never cared for you. You're better off never thinking of me again. I'm sorry I ever met you. If I had just walked away that night, none of this would have happened. If I had just walked away that night, I wouldn't have killed that man. I wouldn't have mistaken that girl for you. My life is ruined. Just forget about me. I plan to forget about you. Drew O'Neill.
Blinking doesn't make the words disappear. Flipping the single page doesn't change a thing. Even if the thing went up in flames, the hateful things written there would still be seared into my brain. Had I known he was going to eventually blame me? It's always been in the back of my head. Even when he touched me, when his lips brushed mine, when he held me in his arms, I knew it would come to this. The letter flutters to the ground when the baby begins to whimper, and I do the only thing I can. I pull him from his crib, hold him to my chest, and begin the task of getting on with my life. Drew O'Neill doesn't want us? Then that's fine. This little boy will have more love than he can handle, even if his daddy is a lying coward.
Chapter 26. Drew. I fucking told her not to do this. I was explicit about my demands. I hold the birth announcement to my chest, somehow hating the damn thing and considering it my most treasured possession. His date of birth, technically the day after my sentencing, which I consider a small blessing. He was born weighing 7 pounds, 13 ounces, and was 20 inches long. But those facts are what makes my eyes burn. The name at the top. Andrew Keene O'Neill, Jr. She named him after me. A little boy exists in this world with my DNA and my name, and I told his mother I didn't want him, didn't want her. I deserve every second of the pain I feel. Chapter 27. Drew. Drew, please find enclosed a picture of Andy. He has your eyes, and despite only having those 2 tiny teeth, he also has your smile. He's taken to eating baby cereal like a champ, although he hates vegetables and seems able to sniff them out when someone is trying to be sneaky and add them to the things he likes. His favorite toy is a stuffed elephant, and for some reason, he enjoys Sam Smith's music over all others. She doesn't even put her name at the end of the letter. Andy. What a ridiculous thing to call a kid. I was adamant growing up that no one called me that, but as I looked down at his smiling face, those 2 little teeth mentioned, flashing in his grin, I think it suits him. Chapter 28. Drew. Drew, Andy took his first steps yesterday. You can't tell from the picture, but he was moving so fast, he barely stopped in time before running into the wall. He's trying to keep up with little Jameson and little Cooper, so he's doing things a little early for his age. He's an amazing sleeper, although fall daylight saving time was tougher on him than expected. He's infatuated with Sophia, smiling any time she's near. He loves his granddad's motorcycle and whines to sit on it each time he sees it. There's a certainty he's going to have tiny little biker boots and a leather jacket under the Christmas tree this year. He was Chase from Paw Patrol for Halloween. Once again, no name at the bottom. This woman is doing everything I asked her not to do, and somehow it's making things easier, not harder, like Scorpion insisted. I tucked the two pictures, one of him walking across the room and the other of him in his little police dog uniform away for safekeeping. It's not lost on me that I'm an incarcerated former cop, and my son dressed up as a police officer for his very first Halloween. Hopefully, he has a shot at being a better man than I am. Unlike last time, I can't hold back the tears until I'm alone in my cell. Scorpion shakes his head before walking out and leaving me to wallow. Chapter 29. Drew. Drew, Andy turned 1 last week. Of course, the party was Paw Patrol themed. The little guy is obsessed with all the characters, but Chase is still his favorite. Other than wearing the frosting, he wasn't interested in the cake. It was probably too sweet for him. His hatred for vegetables has turned into loving them. He has 8 teeth and uses them on everything. He's like a puppy, gnawing on anything he can get his hands on. He's in a nursery setting twice a week for socialization. He's protective over a little girl there named Avery. Won't even let Cooper and Jameson near her. You can't tell from the picture because he's sitting, but he's very tall for his age. In the 70th percentile, according to his pediatrician. Not only does he have little boots and a leather jacket under the Christmas tree, but I'm sure Kincaid got him a little helmet to complete the ensemble. He's spoiled and loved. One happy little guy. The picture shakes in my trembling hand. I've come to expect nothing personal about Izzy. She never mentions herself or how she's doing. She's sticking to that demand of my letter, but the updates keep coming on Andy. The picture isn't a full one, the edge of the right side cut oddly, and I know she was in this picture. Izzy was there, and she cut herself away. She's not a vindictive person, doesn't have a hateful bone in her body, so knowing she did this to keep up what I told her breaks my fucking heart. But I'm too far in. A year into my sentence and many more to go. Seeing her would make things difficult. Seeing my son hurts and somehow heals, all at the same time. Chapter 30. Drew. Drew, please, don't worry. We discovered today that Andy's allergic to peanuts. Don't worry, he's fine. His symptoms were swollen eyes and redness, as you can see. He had no respiratory distress. The picture of my son in the tiniest hospital gown I've ever seen with a plastic medical band around his little wrist is concerning, but it's the tears staining the pages that I know came from his mother that has the ability to break me. I know the pain that dripped on the paper had nothing to do with the fact that she'll probably never eat her favorite candy again. She was scared, and I know just looking at this picture of Andy in that hospital room made all of those fears come back. I'm missing all of it. And I love the pictures and updates, but I should be there for both of them. I should have been able to hold her in my arms when she cried for him. I should have been there for all of it.
Chapter 31. Isabella. That's the wrong foot.
Mine!
Yes, it's your foot.
Boot!
Those are your boots, but they won't be comfortable if you put them on the wrong feet. Let Mommy help you.
No, mine!
I'm not trying to take them away, son. I'm just trying to help.
He's stubborn,
Dad says with a light chuckle as he slides past to go into the kitchen. He gets that from his daddy. I frown, keeping my eyes on Andy rather than looking up at Lawson. Drew was always fiercely independent. The book I'm reading says to allow them to do things wrong. A little discomfort won't hurt them, and if it bothers them enough, they'll correct the issue themselves. Delilah adds helpfully. I open my mouth, irritated with everyone offering advice on what to do with my own child. But when I look up, I see a soft, sad smile on her face. She's read hundreds of books about raising kids since she was informed of her infertility problems 7 months ago. I know Lawson is concerned for the obsession, but he's hesitant to say anything to her. She's in a very raw place right now, and snapping at her when she's only trying to help wouldn't be very kind.
Mama!
I turned back to Andy, and apparently giving him a few extra minutes was exactly what he needed. His boots are on the correct feet, and he has a wide-toothed grin on his handsome little face. Good job, buddy! Are you ready to go across the street for the Easter egg hunt? On long legs, he darts to the door, pulling it open while I grab his basket. He knows not to open the front door, but that doesn't mean he listens. Like Lawson observed, the boy is insistent on doing things he's told not to. 16 months and going on grown, he keeps me on my toes.
Hi.
He whispers, his little nose in the crack allowed by the locking mechanism Dad had to install after he snuck outside 2 weeks ago.
Who?
Jameson says, running up and shoving Andy out of the way.
Hi.
Is it Sophia? I ask, smiling when Andy squeals. My son loves his Aunt Sophia, and he's been impatient for the last 2 hours since she spoke to him on the phone this morning. I don't know if it's the thrill of seeing her or all the candy she promised that's got him so excited. A combination of both, I imagine. Making sure Jameson's face is no longer in the way, I close the door long enough to unlatch it. But it isn't my best friend's smiling face on the other side when I reopen it. Andy's Easter basket falls to the floor, bright green, fake grass spilling all around my feet.
Mama, uh-oh! Help!
Unaware that I'm losing my mind, Andy moves around my feet, helping pick up the mess and shoving it back into his little Paw Patrol basket. With a stern face and blue eyes I've tried desperately to forget, Drew stands on my father's porch, arms full of wrapped gifts.
What's going on?
Lawson asks, as he steps into the entryway.
Who is... No way!
His brother's excitement gives me the chance I need to take a few steps back. I look away, unable to see Lawson wrap his brother in a hug.
What's going on, baby girl?
Dad asks.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
Not a ghost, Sophia says, as she steps around the hugging brothers. Just an asshole.
Sophia!
Delilah snaps. Sophia shrugs as she steps up in front of me. She knows all about the letter. She knows the man standing out there broke my heart. She knows he wanted nothing to do with his son. She doesn't know about the pictures and the updates I've been sending every couple of months. She doesn't know that my heart is still a shattered mess, even though I imagine she has figured it out each and every time I refuse to date or look for someone new.
Well, this is a surprise,
Apollo says, as he joins the guys on the porch. Ah, hell, Sophia mutters. She breaks my line of sight with Drew, bending a little to get on my level. What do you want me to do? I can tell him to kick bricks. I'll even kick him in the nuts if it's what you need. Just say the word. I shake my head, not tossing the ideas out entirely, but because I don't know what I need right now. A warning would have been nice, but from the way Lawson is acting, he had no clue his brother was going to show up today. I need a minute, I tell her, my eyes going to Andy, who seems quite content to drape the fake grass over his head. If I was cognizant enough, I would pull out my phone and take a picture. He's absolutely adorable. But I can barely get my body to inhale right now.
Are you okay? Why didn't you tell me he was coming?
Apollo lifts my chin, urging me to look him in the eyes. I didn't know.
Can you...
Apollo points down at Andy. I've got him, Sophia assures him, and then he guides me from the room. Knowing the kitchen wouldn't be far enough away, Apollo leads me up the stairs. But even as he closes us into my bedroom, I still can't take a full breath.
What's he doing here? It's only been 1.5 years.
He wipes tears I didn't know I had from my face. 16 months, I correct. And 9 days.
You've been counting?
He looks disappointed. I know how old my son is. He frowns at the harsh way the words leave my mouth, but I have more important things to worry about than his feelings. He said he wasn't coming back here. He said he wanted nothing to do with us. So why is he standing on the front porch with presents wrapped in Paw Patrol paper?
Why would he just show up?
I don't know.
What does he expect? You to just forget the way he treated you?
He knows about the letter as well. Sophia, as always, had a hard time keeping her thoughts to herself. I only told her, but everyone, and I mean everyone, including my dad, knows what he did, what he wrote in that letter. As determined as I was to do right by my son, it took months for me to finally heal enough to do more than just take care of Andy. I failed my classes for that semester because despite the progress I made in class, I didn't have the energy to take the final exams. I got an ulcer which took months of meds to heal, and only the threat of surgery from my doctor made me care enough to get better. I didn't want to spend weeks in recovery. I didn't want it to be painful to lift my baby. Drew did more than broke my heart. He drove me to the point of insanity. And although I'm now weaning myself off the postpartum depression medicine, I'll never be able to forgive him. He compromised my ability to take care of Andy, and that's unforgivable.
I'll go down and tell him he isn't welcome here.
He's Andy's father.
He doesn't deserve him. He needs to leave.
Apollo. Sitting on my bed, I drop my head into my hands. I can't make rash decisions where my kid is concerned, and he can't be forced out. His brother lives right next door. I resist the urge to look at my bedroom window, the one directly across from his old one, wondering if he's going to be staying in that same room again. Not knowing has the potential to drive me as mad as the information being confirmed.
The donation of his DNA doesn't give him the right to show up unannounced with an armful of gifts. Bribing a toddler is disgusting. He hurt you both.
He's done nothing to hurt Andy, and my heart isn't your concern.
Wow.
He takes a step back, his hands dragging over the top of his head as he glares at me.
You still have feelings for him. He destroyed you. Made it impossible for you to get out of bed, Iz. You had to take antidepressants because of him. He's horrible. And you're defending him?
Many women have to take antidepressants after childbirth, I remind him. Hell, he's the one who advocated for those damn pills when they came up in a conversation he was butting his nose into. And he's not a horrible man. My expectations were set too high. That's my issue to deal with and none of your concern.
So you're just going to let him show up and be daddy?
I'm not letting him do anything.
So you're going to ask him to leave?
I'm not doing that either. Drew and I will have to have a conversation, but it's Easter. Andy is excited to hunt eggs, and I'm not dealing with any of it right now. He looks a little more at ease, but his hands are still clenched, like he doesn't know what to do with the adrenaline filling his blood.
Let's go then.
I stand, allowing him to wrap me in a hug when I get close enough. His woodsy scent is familiar and calming, and I focus on that instead of the millions of other things trying to gain space in my head. I won't think about Drew's handsome face, or the way relief hit me when I first saw him. I'll never let the fantasy that he's come back to sweep me off my feet, to be a daddy, for us to be a family, get another second in my mind.
Maybe he escaped, and the police will be here shortly to arrest him.
I chuckle into Apollo's chest. That's ridiculous. I didn't see any prison tattoos, but that doesn't mean he didn't join a gang. I almost tell him that Drew would never do that, but the man I thought I knew never existed. I don't want a woman in my life, because we share a connection I never wanted. Those words, and many more, were in the letter he sent. I've memorized the thing. Read it so many times the paper is frail and thin. Each time my mind tries to imagine things differently, I pull that letter out. I read it over and over again until the anger is dripping from my pores. And then I use the fuel to be the best mother I can be.
Chapter 32. Drew. Wanting to cave Apollo's head in when I watch him come down the stairs with his arm around Izzy's waist makes no sense. I may love her, but I also hurt her. I told her to move on and wasn't even nice about it. It seems she took my advice, and I came here today expecting I'd find exactly what I'm seeing from the doorway. Her going to Apollo, a man that has never been shy about his feelings for her, kept me awake at night. But if she's happy, then I'm happy. Actually, no. I can't even lie to myself about it. I'm not happy. I'll never be happy without her. She doesn't make eye contact as she hits the landing at the bottom of the stairs, but a sweet smile forms on her pretty face when she looks down at Andy. It's been almost impossible not to run to him, scoop him up and hold him to my chest. He doesn't know me. Izzy may not have even told him about me. I was a fool for coming here today unannounced. "Dada!" Andy yells as he abandons the Easter basket he's been playing with to run to Apollo. "Hey, buddy." The man scoops up my child with one arm, a move so practiced he doesn't even pull away the one wrapped around Izzy. "Ready to hunt for Easter eggs?" "Drew." I don't know what my face looks like, but I'm certain I'm not smiling at the happy little family because Lawson grabs the sleeve of my shirt and pulls me to the side. She doesn't even look over at me as she leaves, but I can't keep my eyes off of her. I watch her walk away, leaning into his touch until they disappear into the clubhouse across the street. Gigi walks out next, precious Amelia walking beside her while she's trying to manage a wiggling Jameson in her arms. Hound is taking up the rear. "Good to see you, Drew." He claps me on the shoulder before turning around to lock his front door. "Do you want me to put these inside?" I point down at the pile of gifts, some looking a little worn and ragged from having to carry them on a bus and then a taxi to get here. "No." And there goes any hope that he didn't know about the letter I sent Dizzy. God, if I could turn back time, I'd do my entire sentence all over again just to rip that thing to shreds instead of dropping it in the mail. "He's my son," I say weakly, knowing I don't have much of a leg to stand on. Hound turns back toward me. "And gifts are best given in person, not just dropped off. Will you be joining us across the street?" I look to Lawson, and as a man who has never really been good at hiding what he's thinking, I turn back to Hound. "I don't think that's a good idea." "Okay," Hound says, accepting my refusal. "We'll bring you a plate back." Lawson doesn't say a word as we stand on the front porch and watch them leave. Amelia's wearing a sweet little dress with decorative flowers at one hip. Gigi is in a nice dress, and it's shocking since I remember her having a preference for leggings, although she was pregnant most of the time I was here before my incarceration. Wait, why is he wearing slacks and a tie? Is Easter that big of a deal? I don't remember Cerberus being overly religious. Lawson grips the back of his neck. "Kincaid insisted everyone dress up. They've hired a photographer to take family pictures." I nod, trying for calm and cool when the news hits me square in the chest. It's another thing I'll miss. Another consequence of my actions from nearly 2 years ago. Pictures are good to have. I manage. I have at least a dozen that are absolutely precious to me, so I fully understand. Where did Delilah go? Lawson's wife was here when I arrived, but disappeared shortly after giving me a hug. She went across the street to help hide eggs. Come on. He steps off the porch, making his way toward his house. I grab the presents and follow after him. How much of a pain in the ass would it be to catch a ride back into town? "Town?" he asks as he makes his way up the steps to his own house. "Yeah, I got a hotel room." "You have a perfectly good room here." I swallow painfully. If the room is still available, that means he isn't a father. Delilah didn't get pregnant while I was locked up. I think the hotel would be better. Before we start arguing about that, can you tell me what you're doing here?" He raises a hand to hush me. "And before you get your feelings hurt, I'm not upset. I'm over the fucking moon, but you had a 6-year sentence. You're not wearing an orange jumpsuit, so I'm guessing you didn't escape." "I'm not a violent man. My uniform was blue." "My mistake," he says as he steps inside his house, turning to me to take some of Andy's gifts from my hands. "So, you didn't escape?" I can't help the laugh that bubbles from my throat. I didn't escape. I worked my ass off, stayed out of trouble, and I wouldn't put it past Scorpion to have pulled a few strings. Still, 16 months isn't 16 years. My meritorious good time combined with my industrial good time earned an early release. I still feel a little guilty that I was ecstatic when the warden gave me the news. I kept my nose clean, something I was planning to do from day one anyway, and I was able to serve less than a third of my sentence. I didn't argue with them when I got my release date. I also didn't tell anyone I was getting out, hence the surprise when I showed up unannounced. I didn't tell anyone because I was terrified I'd get a letter back saying I wasn't welcome. If anyone here was going to tell me to kick bricks and never show my face again, I wanted them to say it to my face. Well, I'm glad you're home. Home. I can't tell him it doesn't feel like home, but I'd rather be no other place. I don't tell him that I swore to Izzy I wouldn't come back here. I'm not the same man I was when I wrote that letter, but I doubt she'll be open to hearing that from me. I knew what I was doing when I wrote those awful words. Those lies. I can't just take over part of your house again, but I was hoping you needed some help around the shop, at least while I'm looking for another job. I always need help around the shop, he offers. Did you give your parole officer the hotel address? No, parole. I was released free and clear. He breathes a sigh of relief. A free man. One still weighed down by the choices I've made, but yet technically free. Yes. We want you here. Delilah isn't here, and I don't know that she'd appreciate you speaking for her. We always planned for you to come back here, Drew. Even after writing you and telling you to forget I ever existed. I said as many mean things to Lawson as I did to Izzy. I knew you were in a bad place, both physically and mentally, when I received that letter. I took it all with a grain of salt. I never should have sent those letters. Which ones are you referring to? The one to me, Izzy, Hound, or Apollo? I scrubbed my face with both hands. All of them. I know what was in mine, and I can guess what was in Izzy's because she was a shell of herself for months, but I have no clue what you wrote to Hound. And why would you send Apollo a letter? Maybe sending them all in the same package to my brother wasn't the best thing to do. Answering questions about them now isn't going to be fun. I broke Izzy's heart. That's if she felt for me what I thought she did. You broke her heart, he assures me. Apollo's letter was telling him I was stepping aside, and he'd never find another woman as amazing as Izzy. He's a good man, and that's what she needs. He is a good man. He gives me nothing more. He doesn't confirm what I suspected at the sight of them together, at my son calling that man Dada. And they're together. They're together all the time. Fuck, I hiss. Can you stop being coy? Are they together? He shrugs, the partial lift of his shoulders maddening enough to make me want to spit fire. I guess you'll have to ask her that yourself.
Chapter 33. Isabella. He's not going to last much longer, I observe, my eyes tracking Andy across the yard. I don't know how he's still going. I'm exhausted. I grin at Sophia quickly before turning my eyes back to my son. You shouldn't have gotten him Matchbox cars. What? She sweeps her hand to Andy playing with the cars on the patio. He loves them. He does, I agree. But he's too young for them. The pieces are a choking hazard. The only thing that boy puts in his mouth is food. She's right. He had a bad habit of chewing on things, but after Raider, Lawson's dog, yipped at him for biting his tail, he hasn't chewed on anything else. He's even given up bottles and moved on to sippy cups. He's growing too fast, too soon. Still, he'll have to be supervised constantly while he's playing with them. I can't believe he doesn't like the blue bunny I bought him. If it's not a Paw Patrol plush, he doesn't want it. So... No. Really? I know you want to talk about it. It being Drew O'Neill. I promise I don't. So we're just going to pretend he's not right across the street with more muscles than sense? Yep. Is he? That's not healthy. You staying in my business when you have secrets of your own you don't want discussed isn't healthy. Avoidance much? I told you that in confidence. I told you about the letter I got in confidence. I don't pull my eyes from my son when she huffs in irritation. You told everyone. I didn't tell everyone. I was talking to you about it. At the New Year's Eve party where everyone was in attendance. It was a long time ago. Do you think my dad has forgotten about it? Or anyone else for that matter? I don't think it would bother you as much if he were still in prison. So tell me what the issue is. There's no issue. There is. And I think it's that you still have feelings for him, and it's hard to go back to someone if everyone that loves you hates him because he's a complete asshole. I don't have feelings for him. Line number 1. And I don't think people hate him. They certainly don't like him. Lawson certainly was ecstatic to see him. That's his brother. Of course he's going to be happy. It's written somewhere that you have to always love your family. Do you think they've been in contact? How should I know? Sophia lifts her soda to her mouth, her eyes on Andy since I told her how strictly he has to be supervised with those small toys. You know how distant Delilah has been. When I do see her, Drew doesn't come up. She's sad. I agree. It's heartbreaking. And that's why I don't want to share my own secrets. I huff a laugh. You don't want to admit to your husband you lied to him. Colton and Sophia got married in a small ceremony last summer here at the clubhouse. She was a gorgeous bride. I was her maid of honor, and Colton's son Rick was his best man. I didn't exactly lie to him. Telling him you're no longer taking the pill. I told him I wasn't on the pill. He still wanted to come in me. You told him you had an IUD inserted. Details. Important details, I clarify. She worries her top lip with her teeth. Think he's going to be mad? I look across the yard to Colton, who is standing and talking with Dominic and Kincaid. I think he'll be ecstatic. But the longer you wait, the greater the chances of him being upset. Take it from someone who knows. You won't be able to hide it for long. I only took the test yesterday. I wanted to do something special to announce it. He should have been there when you took the test. He was at work. You should have waited. He's going to be pissed. He's been planning a trip next fall. I can't go skydiving. I laugh. Something I haven't been able to manage since Drew showed up several hours ago. People shouldn't jump out of perfectly good airplanes anyway, I muse. He's not going to be mad. What did he tell your dad when Dominic asked about kids? Colton told him that if I want babies, he'll give me a dozen. There, see? He won't be mad. Just tell him now. Hey, Colton, what are you doing? Sophia grabs the arm I'm waving at her husband, pinching me when he starts walking this way. What's up? His grin is wide. He already knows something is up because Sophia acting this way is common, but I'm not going to spill the beans about a shopping spree at Bath & Body Works or tell him that she dented the bumper on his truck again. Sophia, tell your husband what we were talking about. She glares at me, but I keep my eyes on Andy, who is still playing with his cars even though his eyes are starting to droop. His nap was non-existent, and putting him down this early in the evening means we're going to have a very early morning tomorrow. I didn't have the doctor put in an IUD when I went 3 months ago."
"That right?"
I can hear the humor in the man's voice. He knows his wife so very well. "Yeah, apparently I'm allergic to plastic." "The truth," I correct. "You're allergic to the truth, not plastic."
"What did you do, little liar?"
"I got pregnant."
"You're pregnant?"
The whoop of joy doesn't come out of Colton's mouth, but from Lawson, who across the yard has wrapped his arms around Delilah and is swinging her around in joy. Cheers go up all over the yard. People are squealing and running to congratulate them. No one sees Colton lift his wife from her chair and kiss her like a man possessed. He's not mad, and if I had to guess, I imagine he knew she didn't get an IUD. He's the one who checks the mail, reading every piece in detail like the detective he is. He's also frugal, so I don't imagine it slipped past him that her explanation of benefits came from the insurance company and didn't have that procedure listed.
"I think we'll share our amazing news some other time,"
he whispers against her lips. And somehow, knowing Drew is across the street, the sight of them so in love and expanding their family hits me a little harder than seeing them interact so lovingly before. "You have to be the one to tell my dad," Sophia says with a smile, as she rests her head on Colton's chest.
"I don't mind."
"He's going to know you came inside me." I scrunch my nose. Did she forget that I'm sitting here? Who am I kidding? She doesn't care.
"I think he knows we have sex,"
Colton says, the smile never leaving his face. "He heard you that one time," I remind her, "when you forgot they were in the living room and you jumped his bones." Colton winks at his wife.
"Let's go congratulate Lawson and Delilah."
I stand when they head in that direction, stopping by Andy to scoop him up in my arms. He settles, his head leaning on my shoulder, tiny fist clutching a green truck.
"He's going to fall asleep in the bathtub tonight,"
Apollo says, joining me on my trek across the yard. Probably. I'm going to be up before the sun even thinks about peeking out.
"We're not leaving until Tuesday. I can watch him for you tonight."
I keep my eyes focused ahead. It's not that I don't trust Apollo with Andy, but I haven't spent much time away from him. It makes my skin itch just to think about going home, even if it is just across the street. I'll be fine.
"I watched him that night you were too drunk to drive home."
Sophia drugged me.
"By drugged, you mean kept pouring when you asked her to?"
I still regret that night. I went to Sophia's house on my birthday. At her insistence that I not stay home and feel sorry for myself, a few drinks in her living room didn't seem like such a bad idea. Then I woke up half on the sofa, half on the floor with a splitting headache and puke in my hair.
"He was fine."
I'm not going to use up all my favors just to avoid an early morning. He stops me in my tracks, turning me to face him. His hand runs down Andy's back.
"It's not a favor. You know I'd drop anything I'm doing to help you out."
Which Caroline found out when I asked if you'd grab a pack of diapers since you were in town a couple of months ago. He shrugs. I lower my voice. She stopped me in Walmart the next week and took it upon herself to tell me she didn't appreciate getting interrupted during sex. I smack him with my free hand. Who does that? Who stops in the middle of sex to run an errand? His smile is wide.
"I told you I'd drop anything to help you out."
"And she broke up with you."
"We weren't even dating, and she left the door unlocked for me after I went back over. You got your diapers, she got her."
He winks at me, something that's been easier to accept since he's been acting more like a friend and less like a jilted lover this last year. Something changed after Drew left. I thought Apollo would push even harder for us to be together after Andy was born, but he's taken on more of the pseudo-fun uncle role instead. What about Amanda? I look over his shoulder. His date is grinning up at Jinx, like she's already head over heels for the man. If you don't get over there, Jinx may be the one entertaining her tonight. He winks again, this one a little more salacious. That was always part of the plan. I smack him again. You guys are gross. We're sexual creatures, Izzy. Orgasms are fun. You should try it sometime. I do just fine, I mutter, turning around to walk away from him. Your own fingers and battery-operated toys have nothing on tongues and cocks, my friend. This is another newer thing about Apollo. He treats me like one of the guys, a real friend, not some damsel that needs protecting. I mean, my dad would probably skin him if he heard what Apollo just said, but it brings a disgusted smile to my face. It's going to be a group event if you don't get back over to your date, I warn. Amanda is eyeing Thumper and Legend like she's ready to take on the entire crew. He bites his lip, not saying a word, and it makes my eyes widen. You guys are so bad. He presses a kiss to my cheek. I'll be over in 20 minutes to help you get him tucked into bed. You have plans. I indicate the girl who looks like her wildest dreams are coming true right now. I've got it tonight. You know I wouldn't miss it. Besides, she'll have plenty to keep her busy. Probably won't even know I'm gone. He presses his lips to the back of Andy's sleeping head before walking back across the yard. I watch him as he goes, killing time when I notice a swarm still around Lawson and Delilah. Amanda is a nice enough girl. She works at the post office and was always kind to me when I'd go in to mail the letters to Drew. She never turned her nose up at me when she noticed the prison address and inmate number on the front of the envelope. I look away when she grins as Apollo wraps his arms around from the back while Thumper still has his hands on her hips. Nothing says thank you for dying for our sins and rising from the dead like an Easter orgy, I guess. I'm not hating on her. More power to her. Safe, sane, and consensual, right? If that girl wants to be twisted into a pretzel while handling 5 guys, more power to her. Personally, I don't even want to think about sex. I don't even want to be flirted with. A cute guy winked at me at the gas station the other day, and it flustered me so much I nearly drove off without paying for my gas. I'm over cute, smirking guys. They're after one thing and one thing only, just like Drew said in his letter. He was using me that night. I was a mistake, one that created the possibility of a lifelong commitment he didn't want. Now he's back, and I'm terrified he's going to inject himself into our lives and hurt me again. Hurt us again. I paint a fake smile on my face because it's my turn to congratulate Lawson and Delilah on their amazing news.
Chapter 34. Drew. Staying in the house while Lawson and Delilah were across the street with Izzy and Andy was more difficult than that first night in prison when every sound, every thump or grunt from one of the other guys made my eyes widen in fear. I wanted to be where they were even though I don't belong, even though I trashed any chance of being welcomed. You going to sit out here all night? Or are you just waiting for Apollo to leave? I stand when Hound speaks, only partially because I learned early on in prison that difficult conversations don't happen when someone is sitting. It puts me in a weakened position, and even though I highly doubt Hound is here to kick my head in, that doesn't mean he's exactly happy with my reappearance. Will it take all night for him to leave? I hedge, trying to get more information. Or would it be better to just come out in the morning and watch him walk away? I catch his eyes narrowing in the low porch light. Are you trying to say that my daughter would disrespect me enough by messing around with someone under my roof? She's grown. Would you ever consider it disrespect? Drew, he warns. Did you disrespect me? I didn't sleep with your daughter in your house, Hound. I take a seat, falling back into the rocking chair on the porch. He steps around the bushes, joining me in the second one. You broke her heart. I know. Are you here to put it back together? Are you here to warn me about trying? Are you always going to answer a question with a question? I chuckle. I doubt she wants anything to do with me. You have a baby together. Yeah, a kid who is calling another man Dada. I'm not even capable of hiding the bitterness in my words, so I don't even try. Jameson calls me Dada when I come home. He's an observant child. I come home, I kiss my wife. He calls me Dada. Apollo spends a lot of time at our house. He comes in, kisses. I grunt my disapproval. Kisses Izzy on the forehead. He sees what Jameson does, and he does the same. It's more like they're twins than uncle and nephew. You should see them when all the kids get together. Amelia can't keep up, even though she's the oldest when those two are joined with River and Cooper. So they aren't a couple? If you came across the street for the egg hunt, you'd know that Apollo brought a date. I nod, hating that I missed it. More that I didn't get to watch my son hobble around and pick up eggs in the yard. Who am I fooling? Seeing Apollo there with someone other than Izzy would have calmed a lot of shit in my head. She's still over there, in fact. Yet Apollo is in your house. He helps a lot with Andy. You can't fault the man for being around. He's a good man. I manage enough to nod in agreement, but I don't use any words. I'm too petty to admit that Apollo is a good man out loud. I know he is. That's why I sent him the letter. Back to you breaking her heart. What did you tell her in that letter? So many horrible things. Unforgivable things. I lean forward, the rocking chair squeaking under my weight as I place my head in my hands. Why? I shake my head, emotions growing in my chest. It's reminiscent of the way I felt in that courtroom, seconds before the judge sentenced me. I'm a fool? An idiot? I wanted her to move on. I didn't want her hurting. You hurt her with whatever you wrote her. She was devastated. I swallow thickly. I know. Do you remember you wrote me a letter as well? I can't answer him. I poured my heart out to the man, focusing at the time on the bond we forged with hundreds of hours in the shop across the street. He was the father of the girl I loved. But then he was also someone I could look up to, a father figure of my own. I respected him, and in doing so I told him everything in that letter. I wrote about my failings, my disappointments, the love I'll always have for his daughter, about the guilt I felt for not being man enough to be a good dad. All of my fears, my weaknesses, I laid at his feet in that letter. It looked nothing like the one I sent to Izzy. The man that wrote that letter was one of the strongest men I've ever met. There aren't many men willing to hold their heads high and do what you did in that courtroom that day. I don't know that I could have done it. Act a fool and nearly get charged with new offenses? He chuckles. I don't think you would have done that, if Izzy hadn't been so upset and going into labor. He has better faith in me than I do. I was seconds away from spinning around and begging for mercy before she cried out in pain the first time. Do you still love her? Of course I do. I thought about her every single day since I left. Because you love her, Drew? Or because you didn't have anything else to focus on? Because there's a difference. The last thing I want is you getting involved with my daughter and then figuring out this isn't a life you want. You have a child involved. I'd never keep you from your son, but that relationship and the one you have with Izzy are separate. There are several scenarios you have to consider here. I sit up straight and face him. You can walk away. Forget Izzy and Andy exist. But with that, I'd ask that you sign over your rights, make a clean break, and never show your face again. Andy is young now, but he doesn't need some strange man dipping in and out of his life every couple of years making promises only to back out of them. He holds his hand up. Listen to me. Option 2 is being involved in his life, with absolutely no expectation of having anything but a co-parenting relationship with Isabella. And that needs to be talked about in detail with her, so she knows where to place her expectations. With that, it means no flirting, no touching, no kissing, nothing that even resembles romance. You do things with and for Andy, only unless it's a group activity. The last option would be to work on getting her back because you want a future with her, and that doesn't just happen tomorrow. I can't speak for her, but I know how badly you hurt her. If she even considers building something with you, that's not going to happen anytime soon. She's as stubborn as I am when she's been hurt. I still can't look at her mother without seeing red and wanting to spit fire. Do you want option 1? Fuck no, I hiss. I'm not here to manipulate. Then that leaves option 2 or 3. Wait, maybe it needs to be a combination of those options. I don't think going over there and... Noise from Hound's front door draws both of our attention. Of course, Apollo, being the trained special secret ops whatever guy he is, knows 2 people are sitting over here. Like he owns the place, he walks toward us with a swagger in his gait that I loathe. He stops in the same spot Hound was standing in when I first noticed him earlier. Drew, glad you're back. He holds out his hand for me to shake, and I look at it like it's going to poison me if I touch it. Go on, Hound urges, nudging my shoulder with his hand. I stand, shaking Apollo's hand, feeling a little better that I'm elevated above him. He squeezes tighter than necessary because he just has to, I guess. He draws me in close, as if he's going to tell me a secret. But Hound has great hearing, and it's too quiet out here for anyone to talk and others not here. I didn't take your advice in that cheap shot of a letter you sent me. He squeezes even harder, making me grind my teeth, but I refuse to show weakness by pulling away. It proved how much you loved her. She loved you just as much, if not more, but break her heart again, and I won't even bother hiding your fucking body. He releases me with a shove before turning around and walking away. You wrote him a letter too? I rub at my sore hand with my other one as I retake my seat. I wanted Izzy with someone that would treat her right. I knew Apollo wouldn't hurt her. He backed off before Christmas that year, Hound explains. They're very close, but only friends. I can't lie and say I'm not glad he didn't listen to my advice. Okay, back to what we were talking about. I have a wife and 2 kids to take care of. I can't be sitting out here all night. I smile at the man. He's not brushing me off, but he does have other responsibilities. You need to spend time with your son. Izzy isn't going to fight that, but she may not be thrilled about leaving you alone with him. She hardly trusts anyone with that boy. But, on the other hand, she may not be able to stomach the sight of you, so you may have some alone time with him. You need to work on a relationship with him before you even consider having one with her. So maybe start with option 2 and then see if option 3 is even a possibility. And if I go to talk to her tomorrow when she throws her arms around my neck? He stands, his laugh boisterous and loud. You stupid fool. That's never going to fucking happen. Get some sleep, kid. You have some groveling to do tomorrow.
Chapter 35. Isabella. And once again, you're not listening to me. Dad sighs, his jaw ticking as he looks at me. I never ignore you, and you know it. But you argue with everything I say. Not everything. Most everything, I amend. I can't do it. I can't just take Andy over there to see him. Dad hit me with it first thing this morning. You need to talk to Drew. There's a lot that needs to be discussed. Now is not the time to be stubborn. It's my turn for a flexed jaw. You need to do what's right by your son. And I'm not arguing the fact that Drew needs to build a relationship with Andy, but I don't have to be there to watch it. Andy doesn't know him. He's a stranger. He needs his mother there to let him know it's okay. He trusts you as much as he does me. You can take him. I'm busy. I overheard you tell Gigi you were going to go tinker on your motorcycle. That's not busy. Upkeep on my bike is important and can be done at any time. He sighs again, his chin lifting up as he points his face at the ceiling, as if asking for divine intervention from my stubbornness. He won't find it because I'm not giving in. Seeing Drew yesterday hurt. I already have to look my son in the face, one that is nearly a mirror of Drew's. Talking with the man who broke my heart is a punishment I'd rather not face anytime soon. He won't spend time with Andy.
Until he talks to you.
I narrow my eyes. Did he give that ultimatum?
No.
Dad sighs once again, the sound becoming so familiar, I can't remember a time when he wasn't a little frustrated with me. Is there something I need to know? I take a step forward. If you don't trust him to be alone... Dad holds his hand up.
This isn't about trust. Drew would never do anything to hurt his son.
But...
Never is. Don't even let your mind go there. He's a good man.
He's a heartbreaker. I've never thought Drew could hurt Andy, but it's not my child I'm worried about getting hurt. Just the sight of him on the porch yesterday nearly gutted me. Okay, I whisper, but I'm not going to talk to him. There's a knock on the door.
And there he is now. I'll be in the garage across the street if you need me.
This was a damn setup. I should have been suspicious when Gigi offered to take Andy to nursery school this morning. She's never out of pajamas before noon most days. I listen as Dad greets the devil on his doorstep.
Good morning. She's in the living room.
I turn away, unwilling to see him walk into the house. Grateful that the wall to the room hides the front door. I can't see him standing in the entryway. He's done it before. One night while he was on his knees, Nope. Those thoughts aren't allowed, no matter how starved I am for more than the platonic touches I get from Apollo. It seems as if an eternity passes by, and he still doesn't speak. When I turn around, he's not even in the room. Maybe he left. Maybe I get to avoid this situation just a little while longer. But when I go around the corner, I find him standing in the entryway, his face tilted up, hands shaking at his sides. He's even bouncing back and forth on his feet like he's preparing for battle. I don't plan to fight, though. Other than discussing his plans to spend time with Andy, we have nothing else to say. Drew. Planning for monotone and dry, I'm surprised at how much gravel is in my tone when I speak.
Izzy.
And that breathy sigh from his lips has no damn place in this house.
You look...
I clasp my arms over my chest and give him a point for maintaining eye contact. I'm in an oversized t-shirt and sweats, but I still feel underdressed. I imagine wearing a parka and snow boots wouldn't make me feel any more prepared for battle. He clears his throat, his fingers still flexing in and out. Does he want to touch me? Is he struggling as much as it looks like he is right now? If so, good. I want him to want me. I want him to know what it's like to yearn for something he'll never have. I want him to hurt as much as he hurt me. I have to look away. Seeing him brings too much back. Seeing him makes me want to run into his arms, after slapping him in the face and calling him an asshole. Footsteps follow me into the living room, but this room holds memories too. We spent a lot of time watching television and getting to know each other here. Taking a seat, I look up at him, waiting for what, I don't know. In my head, when I let myself fantasize about him coming back, I always saw him clinging to me, begging for forgiveness, and begging me to take him back. Those fantasies faded rather quickly, in part because he never wrote back when I sent him updates on his son. Hell, I don't even know if he got them. It's possible he trashed them without even opening them. No, that's not right. The gifts he had in his arms yesterday were covered in Paw Patrol. Either he read the letters, or Lawson updated him about what his son likes. The fantasies of him returning to confess his undying love eventually gave way to anger, an emotion so powerful it bordered on hatred. But hating the father of my child was something I could never bring myself to do. I can't even lie to myself and say I wanted him to stay away forever. I close my eyes, hating the way my head and heart are battling. Tears threaten, and that makes my back stiffen. If I thought I was over him, I was sadly mistaken. He has more power over me than I thought, and that only makes me angrier. I open my eyes to glare at him. He watches my face, no words coming out of his mouth. We have a lot to discuss. I pull my eyes away, focusing on sweeping my hands down my thighs before resting my hands in my lap.
We do.
His voice cracks. Neither of us speak for long moments, but I track his movement as he takes a seat on the couch. I chose the recliner on purpose. It made it impossible for him to get too close to me. Andy doesn't know you. I begin.
I want to change that.
I hold my hand up, silencing him like Dad did half a dozen times to me earlier. I take pride in the way his mouth snaps closed. I don't think it's smart to just drop him at your house. You need to spend time with him here first. As much as I hate the idea, Dad was right about me needing to be around when they first get to know each other. He calls Apollo Dada, and I don't want you correcting him. I don't want you encouraging him to call you anything but Drew for now. He nods, and that surprises me. I figured Drew would show up and demand his place in Andy's life, pushing any connections the child made while he was incarcerated out of the way. We can start small, maybe an hour a day.
Okay.
He readily agrees. I don't want you bringing him gifts every time you show up. It's like you're trying to buy his love. It's creepy, I interrupt.
Okay.
His hasty agreement makes me feel like I'm being the biggest bitch in the world, but I don't want my son to get hurt. This man was adamant in his letter that fatherhood wasn't what he wanted. I was a mistake. Andy was a consequence of that mistake, and he wished it never happened. He blamed me for his actions that landed him in prison, and I think that hurt the most. Because before he was sentenced, he was hell-bent on making it right. He was willing to pay for his actions only to turn around and point those fingers at me. And not every day. He frowns at this. The days he has nursery school, he's overly tired and cranky. It would be too much stimulation for him.
Can I just sit with him on those days?
I blink over at him. You just want to sit and watch him? I figured he'd want to play and get him riled up. Another thing I was going to have to put effort into to calm him down when Drew went back home.
Well, yeah.
He scratches at his cheek, like maybe it was a dumb suggestion.
Do you ever just sit and watch him play?
All the time.
I'd like to do that too.
You coming over here is for him. I don't want you thinking I'm going to carry on a conversation with you. We've said what we need to say. He frowns again, and I hate that even disappointed, the man is handsome. The fact is, we haven't said anything. He said what he wanted to say in that awful letter, and yet the second he's released, he's here in my face.
We don't have to talk. I'm here for Andy.
And that declaration feels like a knife to the heart. Very good. I stand, indicating that the conversation is over.
Can I see him? I can keep an eye on him while you work on schoolwork or something.
I search his face. What does he know about how I spent my life while he was gone? I'll be furious if I find out that Lawson or Delilah have been sharing information about me to him. When you visit, I'll be in the room. He doesn't look discouraged at all by this information. I get schoolwork done while he's at nursery school.
Okay.
It's another quick agreement. And I should have started that half an hour ago. He stands, walking toward the front door.
Thank you,
He says as he reaches for the doorknob.
I'm glad you aren't making this difficult. In my head, I was imagining that you wouldn't let me see him. I know I hurt you, and I want...
Goodbye, Drew. You can visit with him tomorrow. He wakes up from his afternoon nap about 3. He nods, and I'm thankful he isn't pushing the issue and leaves. I wish I could say I go right upstairs and get to work on my assignments. But I spend the first half hour after he left crying into my damn pillow.
Chapter 36. Drew. This may not be the best time. My hope falls the second the words leave Izzy's mouth. Even though I was agreeable with her rules yesterday, I still walked away wondering why she was making it so easy for me to spend time with Andy. Maybe she didn't feel safe refusing me, which is nuts because I've never given her any reason to be fearful. You went to prison for killing a guy. That's enough, idiot. Okay. My chest constricts. I want to see my son. Legally, I have rights to see him, but if Izzy doesn't want me here, then what can I do short of hiring an attorney and fighting for the right? It would only hurt her even more, and that's not my intention, but I'm not walking away and just forgetting he exists. Hound's option 1, the one where I just leave and sign over my rights, will never happen. I didn't want to have a custody battle for him either. Doing so would obliterate any chance of getting her to love me again. Maybe tomorrow? That might be better. Okay. I'm unable to hide my disappointment when I turn to leave. Drew, she sighs. It's just that. You hate me, and I had time to think about what we agreed to yesterday, and now you're backpedaling. Gigi and Dad went to dinner. I have Jamie and Amelia here as well. I tilt my head, not fully understanding. They're like siblings. You're not going to get very much individual time with him if you stay. I like kids. I say with a shrug, my chest reinflating at the possibility that all isn't hopeless. I can hang out with all 3 of them. Her eyes narrow, tiny hazel slits looking up at me, and I don't know if she's leery about me, unconcerned about being with 3 children, or if it's because I wrote in my letter that I didn't want kids. Not all of that was false. I never imagined wanting kids, but almost from the very first second I knew she was pregnant with Andy, I knew I wanted to be his dad. I don't mind. You're sure? The more the merrier. She steps aside, holding the door open for me, and if I weren't trying to play it cool, I'd jump and clap my heels together in excitement. That enthusiasm sobers a little when it hits me that I'm going to meet him officially for the first time, not as his dad, but as Drew. I'm going to get to see more than his little face peeking through a slit in the open doorway, or watch him play with Easter grass like it's the most fascinating thing in the world. Izzy sweeps her hand in the direction of the kids. All 3 are in the center of the living room floor with a mess of jumbo building blocks scattered around them. Amelia is working hard on what looks like a castle. The boys seem content to just put them in a pile. Andy? Izzy says. She's close enough to my arm that I can feel the warmth of her body, but when I look over at her, she takes a step away. This is Drew. He's your Uncle Lawson's brother. Well, that introduction puts me right in my place. She didn't say I'm her friend. There was nothing personal, no link to her at all. Thankfully, Andy is only 16 months old and not able to understand that by her introduction, I guess it would make me his uncle as well. I keep my frown to myself. We're doing this at her pace. It's something I agreed to, and I'm just happy to be here. What do you have there? He looks up at me, his eyes the same color as mine, hair, like mine, an unruly mess. He even has that same cowlick in the front that I battled with throughout high school, until I just accepted this stupid thing. A little grin plays on his round face before he turns his attention back to the blocks. I take a seat on the floor near the kids, but make sure to keep some distance. I don't want to take over their space. Just like I told Izzy yesterday, I'm happy to just sit and watch. Sitting and watching, however, isn't something the kids are interested in. It takes mere minutes of me being on their level before I have a stack of blocks in my lap and 2 smiling little boys who think I'm a jungle gym. Jamie tuckers out first, his little mouth opening on a yawn more than once before he sits on a beanbag on the other side of the room and passes out. Amelia loses interest in the blocks, but finds the cartoon Izzy has playing in the background entertaining. I follow the sight of the little girl as she crosses the room because she's heading in Izzy's direction. I haven't taken many opportunities to look over at her, but I'd be a fool not to look now. Her eyes are pointed in the direction of the television, but I don't doubt for a second she's paid attention to every word I've said to the kids since I arrived over an hour ago. A loud grunt and a clatter draws my attention, and I watch with an eyebrow raised as Andy smacks one jumbo block against another. "Watch," I tell him, gently pulling the block from his little fist. His head turns, eyes daring mine as I wait for him to pick up another and hit me with it. Lawson mentioned him being fiercely independent, but watching him get angry because he can't figure something out doesn't sit well with me. "Look." I wave the block until it catches his eye. "Like this." His eyes follow the block as I press it down to lock with another. He grabs the pair from my hand before ripping them apart again. They're tossed to the side, and I do my best to keep from laughing. He's tall for his age, but compared to my size, he's a tiny little thing. His attitude is much larger than his body. "Like this," I say, taking another duo of blocks and putting them together. He snatches those away as well. I want to ask Izzy if this is what cranky looks like, but she was clear that I was here to visit with him and not her. "See?" I do it again. He snatches them again. But then it turns into a game. I put two together, he pulls them apart until we're out of blocks within reach because he's tossed them away. Surprisingly, he crosses the room, gathering the blocks and placing them back in front of me again, smiling as he waits for me to put two together. He's fascinated by it. His laughter the sweetest sound I think I've ever heard, and the game continues for over half an hour. I couldn't be happier. Then the front door opens, causing Andy's eyes to dart that direction. I don't turn around because I figure it's Hound and Gigi coming back. But then my son's face lights up. "Dada!" Hound explained it the other night. Andy's mimicking what Jamie does when he gets home, but it doesn't make it hurt any less. "Hey, buddy." I turn just in time to see another man scoop my son up and wrap him in a hug. Apollo is a good man. I've known it for a while, but knowing that doesn't stop the green irritation of jealousy from trying to make me a bitter man. I stand, refusing to stay on the floor while Apollo bonds even more with my child. "Are you playing with Drew?" Even Apollo doesn't make a mistake and call me his dad. It makes me wonder how many conversations about me have gone on before I showed up today. "Hey, man." Apollo offers me his hand and I take it, even though it kills me to see Andy's hand flat against the man's chest. "Hey." We shake, and I try to stuff down the agitation that he's a better man than me. If the tables were reversed, I might gloat about how another man's kid likes me more than his father. If the tables were turned, I never would have taken a step back from Izzy. I would have made her mine the second I got a chance because I know the quality of woman she is. He's a fool for not jumping when he had the chance because there's no way I'm backing down now. "It's good to see you." I look over at Izzy. "I guess I better go. Tomorrow?" "Sure," she answers with a quick nod of her head. "Bye," Andy says, his little hand waving when I walk toward the door. "I'll see you tomorrow, little guy." My heart is in my throat as I leave. I want to hug him, hold him in my arms, but that will have to come another day.
Chapter 37. Isabella. Ack, that's nasty. I pull the beetle from Andy's tiny hand. Don't touch it. Andy's brow furrows, but he doesn't stay upset for long. His eyes focus on something else. "That's a butterfly," I tell him. "Isn't it pretty?" He watches the butterfly fly around, getting excited when it lands on the front porch rail. Then he's on his feet rushing toward it. Thankfully, the thing flies away before he can scoop it up. "Bye-bye!" He waves as the butterfly disappears around the house. Avery wasn't at the nursery school today, and when I picked him up, he was in rare form. He doesn't exactly get upset and stay that way for long, but he was a little crankier than usual when we got back to the house. Since he loves to be outside, I figured spending some time on the porch would be better than making him feel cooped up indoors. Look at these. Andy turns his nose up at the jumbo building blocks. He doesn't want to play with them unless Drew is here to do it with him. Drew has been making daily visits, even on the days he has nursery school, keeping his word that he'll just sit and observe if Andy isn't interested in interacting for the last couple of weeks. He doesn't strike up conversation with me, only speaking to me when he has questions about his son's day. The lack of interaction is killing me, and I hate myself for being a little jealous of the time Andy is getting with him. Drew hasn't grown bored or made an excuse as to why he can't show up. He's been here every single day. Most days, he simply washes his hands before rushing over, leaving the scent of motorcycles and hard-working man in his wake when he leaves. Those days are the hardest on me. The nights spent recalling his scent while trying to resist fulfilling urges that have compounded since he got out of prison. Other days, he takes a shower before arriving, and I'm not disappointed in the woodsy scent on those days either. He's gotten his hair cut recently, the floppy curls no longer hiding his bright blue eyes, and the first time I opened the door to him, it was alarming. He stood, waiting for me to step out of the way for a solid 2 minutes while I just stared at him. Of course, he didn't say anything about it, didn't tease me for gawking, because that isn't what we do. He comes to spend time with Andy, and then he leaves. It's exactly what I wanted, and I flipping hate it.
"Do!"
Andy yells, his tiny hands waving in front of him as Lawson pulls up to the front of his house. Drew's smile is contagious as he sees his son waving at him.
"Do!"
He screeches again when the passenger truck door swings open. Drew doesn't even bother swinging the door closed before he's rushing across the yard. He swings Andy up in his arms, eliciting another squeal from him.
"Hi, Do!"
Drew nuzzles his neck, making him laugh. And seeing the two of them together like this is what I always wanted. Watching Drew leave and not getting so much as a high five from his son the first couple of days was heartbreaking, but he didn't force the issue. After a couple of days, Andy was more comfortable around him, initiating contact and sitting in his lap while Drew read him a book or they played with toys. Now, Andy waits by the door in the evening, saying "do" over and over, waiting for him to arrive.
Did you have a good day?
I bite the inside of my cheek, frustrated like I've been every time Drew asks Andy a question he knows the kid can't answer. It forces me to speak to him without him directly talking to me. It's another thing I asked for. He's giving it to me, and it only makes me wish I never opened up my mouth. He had a timeout for throwing a toy. Avery was gone today. He nods, but keeps his eyes on Andy, and the child climbs all over him. Drew is careful, keeping both of his hands on him at all times, but it still makes me nervous to watch.
You can't get upset when your friend is gone, little guy. Avery wouldn't want you in trouble.
Andy settles as he places his palm on Drew's cheek.
Okay.
Andy nods, and it's as if he actually is listening to what he's hearing. The little promise to behave makes my heart smile a little.
Good man. Now, what are we going to play today? I see your blocks up on the porch.
Andy doesn't bother to look back at his toys. Exhausted from misbehaving all day at nursery school, he drops his head to Drew's shoulder and closes his eyes, little feet swinging under Drew's arm. God, I wish I had a camera ready. With his eyes closed, Drew leans his head, resting it on top of his son's, and it's the most serene I've ever seen the man. There's no doubt he loves this little boy, and Andy is better for it. Keeping Drew away from him was never my intention. I'd hoped when I sent the updates that he'd change his mind, mostly for Andy. But deep down, I knew I was doing it because I couldn't imagine my life without a little part of him in it. I'm going to the festival tomorrow, I offer, unsure why I'm bringing it up now. I've been planning to attend since I saw the flyer weeks ago at the grocery store.
Want me to watch him?
I know he doesn't make the question lightly. Not once has he asked to keep him without me, an issue he could honestly force at any moment. He has just as many rights to our little boy as I do. I'm taking him with me. They have a little area for smaller children to play and a petting zoo. Amelia went last year and spent the next month asking about it. Gigi is planning to take Jamie. Simone will be taking River and Cooper.
I bet he'll have a good time.
His eyes find mine for the first time since he stepped out of the truck, his hand rubbing soothing circles on Andy's back. I was thinking, if you wanted to go.
You want me to meet you there?
We could ride together. His head tilts as if I've just spoken a foreign language and he doesn't understand. I'm sure Andy would enjoy both of us being there.
Together? What about Apollo?
They're going to be out of town working. His face falls a little, and I catch the disappointment before he can school his features. I don't correct his assumption that he's a consolation prize, but honestly, he isn't. I didn't even think of asking Apollo to go. It just seems like something we would do as a family. You're co-parenting. We're not a family. Knowing this makes me frown as well.
I'd love to go. It may take two of us to keep this guy out of trouble.
He rubs his son's back a little longer before walking closer, making to hand him off.
I was hoping to spend a little time with him this evening, but it looks like he's not up for it.
You could stay. Jesus, Izzy. Eager much? Since he's asleep, you could sit out on the porch with him while he naps.
Really?
The surprise in his voice makes me feel like a jerk. Yeah, he can't nap long because he won't want to go to bed, and I don't want you to miss out on seeing him. Drew swallows, his eyes searching mine, and I have to look away. I don't want him to see the vulnerability there. I'm not ready for what it could mean. Drew follows me across the porch, taking one rocking chair while I sit in the other. We don't speak as he rocks back and forth, his son in his arms. But the silence isn't awkward either. When Dad gets home 20 minutes later, he pulls Andy from Drew's arms, waking him up with raspberries on his little belly, leaving the two of us sitting on the front porch in silence as the sun sets. When my stomach growls, Drew stands to leave.
Thank you for offering me the chance to go tomorrow. What time should I be here?
Early. It starts at 10, and I'd like to be there before the crowds swarm.
I'll be here.
His eyes sweep over my face one more time before he walks away. It takes everything I have not to call after him and beg him to stay just a few more minutes.
Chapter 38. Drew. I seriously think she's trying to kill me. First, it was the sight of her in a cute little sundress. Then when I got close enough to grab the diaper bag from her before leaving her house, her perfume hit me in the face. In addition to the flowery scent threatening to make me hard, I have to see her bare shoulder, all the while resisting the urge to touch her soft skin. She's an evil woman, and the crazy part is I don't think she has a damn clue what she's doing to me. She has no idea how many times since leaving the house that I've wanted to draw her into my side or kiss her perfect lips. Just the brush of her hand when she passed me Andy on our walk into the festival was enough to light me on fire. It's the closest we've been since I got back, and it was enough to make me forego the plan to only spend time with Andy. 3 weeks is a long enough wait to profess my love for her, right? The silent walk toward the petting zoo keeps my lips sealed. She's cordial today, but there isn't a single hint that she wants more than a little help with Andy today. She isn't smiling and laughing. She's not finding a reason to brush against me. If anything, she's been keeping her distance since the second we accidentally touched earlier. Can we have 2? Izzy asks the lady selling pebbled food for the animals. I pull out my wallet to pay for them before she can dig through her purse. You don't have to pay for that. I wink at her. Sure I do. Doesn't she understand that I owe her so much? I spent the first 16 months of my son's life in prison without being able to send so much as a nickel her way. Lawson, with the help of Shadow's expertise, was able to assist me in getting accounts set up for Andy, but Izzy has been refusing any type of support. At first, the cynical side of me thought that she didn't want me to pay for anything because she didn't want me to have any more leverage if I tried to fight for a court-ordered custody agreement. But Hound assured me that she was just stubborn and wanted to do things on her own. I've been giving that money weekly to Hound. I have no idea what the man uses it for, but he's been supporting Izzy and Andy, so whatever it is goes to help them both. Eventually, the woman is going to have to give in, but it's not something I'm willing to pick a fight over right now. Business at the shop is very good, and Lawson pays me a great wage. I haven't even looked for other jobs because I've realized just how much I like working with my hands. The goat is in a mood, so keep an eye on her, the lady warns as she opens the gate for us to walk through. Are their eyes always so beady? Izzy asks, keeping close to the fence while the goats just stare in our direction on the other side of the pen. Izzy had the right idea about showing up early. We're the only ones at the petting zoo right now, and I'm happy to have this time alone with the 2 people I love most in this world. No goats in Arizona? She grins. Not in the city. I didn't grow up in the country. They're harmless, I assure her. But then the goat notices the bag of food in my hand and starts to walk in our direction, her jaw working back and forth like she can already taste the treats we have to offer. I get a flash of teeth, and I'm not scared, but I'm not taking the chance of Andy getting his fingers bitten either. He's wiggling in my arms, excited for the experience. Like this, I tell him, placing a few pebbles in his hand and moving his arm out so the food drops to the ground a few feet away. The goat, spoiled from being hand-fed for hours on end, doesn't look very impressed with having to bend her head down to eat from the ground. Andy squeals again, his little hand digging into the bag. He makes a little noise, one I've heard him use with Lawson's dog Raider. Like this. I show him again how to drop it on the ground. It takes 3 tries before he gives up on the idea of getting closer to the goat. Izzy takes pictures. The woman's always taking pictures, and as grateful as I was to get them in prison, I wish she was beside us making these memories as a participant, rather than just behind a lens. Why don't you hold him? I'll feed the goat and he can pet it. Her nose scrunches. Is that look because you don't want him to touch it, or because you're afraid it'll touch you? Can it be a little of both? Come on, I urge. You have a gallon of hand sanitizer in the diaper bag. Don't be a baby. She grins, putting her phone away before holding out her hands to take Andy. Her fingers brush my chest, and at least I'm able to keep from releasing a hiss this time around. When it happened earlier, she asked if she shocked me. I couldn't admit that I was electrified, just not in the way she meant. Stand to the back. You can let him down. The side, she barters. Don't those things poop without warning? They're pellets, not explosive feces, I tell her with a chuckle. Her brows furrow again, but at least she's still smiling. I bend in front of the goat, distracting it with a handful of food as Izzy inches closer with Andy. She hasn't put him down. She's crouched with him sitting on her bent leg, slowly guiding his hand toward the animal. Soft, like with Raider, Izzy instructs, then squeals when the goat turns to face them. I was too busy watching them that I didn't realize the thing had eaten all the food out of my hand. I think that's enough, Izzy says, standing with Andy in her arms. Not much of a petting zoo with only a single goat, but I think that's probably best. We have ponies coming later, the woman at the gate says with a forced smile. The girl with the rabbits has a stomach virus and couldn't make it. Too bad, Izzy says. I could cuddle a rabbit. Did it bite you? I turn to see Sophia and Colton approaching. Thankfully, no. So you're planning to eat that yourself? Sophia points down at the second bag of feed we didn't use. Izzy passes it off to a kid walking up, much to the chagrin of the lady selling the food. I know she was hoping to make another sale, but come on. One goat? She may not get much action around here until the ponies do arrive. Drew, good to see you. I shake Colton's hand. You working today? The chief wanted a presence. I'm not technically on the clock, but he's well aware that encouraging us to dress in uniform will keep us busy all day. I'll spend the day telling people where the porta-potties are, like the police department are the ones hosting the event. Well, I'm not complaining. Sophia looks her man up and down, eyes waggling comically. "Oh," I say, turning to her. "I hear congratulations are in order." They were going to announce their news to everyone at Easter, but that was the same day Delilah found out she was pregnant. Having been trying for so long, their celebration took precedence. Sophia and Colton didn't tell anyone that I know of, but Rick, Colton's son. Rick posted the news on social media, alerting everyone last week. Lawson mentioned at work a couple days ago that he felt bad they didn't feel like they could share their news. Delilah felt guilty as well. Dominic was livid they kept it to themselves. Her hand automatically goes to her flat belly. "Thank you." I clap Colton on the back. "I was going to grab a funnel cake," Colton says, making Sophia's eyes light up like he just announced they were going on a 3-week beach vacation. "Drew, want to tag along?" I look over at Izzy, who is focused on slathering both hers and Andy's hands and arms clean up to their elbows in hand sanitizer. "Izzy loves the turkey legs," Sophia offers with a wink. Colton and I walk away, heading toward the concession area of the festival. "This place gets crazy at about noon. People wait in line for forever to get some of this stuff. Stay away from the Cajun food stand. They say their stuff is fresh, but I have it on good authority that they buy it frozen." "Good authority?" I can't help but laugh. "Rick is working at the grocery store to save for college spending money. He said last week that old man Goudry came in about 50 pounds of frozen crawfish." "The horror," I tease with a grin. "So small-town life is good?" "The best, but I wouldn't call it a small town. We have a population over 45,000, but I've lived here my entire life and never forget a face. You know how it is." "I do," I agree. "A good memory and recall is what makes a good cop. For once, I don't feel the pain of that loss, like a fist to the chest like I normally do. At some point during my prison sentence, I took a step back and evaluated my life. I knew that if I could have any form of relationship with my son and interaction with Izzy, where I worked didn't matter. I no longer wanted to live, or die as it were, for the job. My focus needed to be on my family, and I lucked out with the job at Lawson's shop because he's all about his family as well. Which reminds me, Lawson and Delilah are going to need that room I'm staying in back soon. Got any leads on apartments? Those newer ones out on the interstate aren't bad, but they're not exactly suited for a family. Oh, I look over the menu, deciding what I'm in the mood for. I don't know how much time Andy will be spending with me. Izzy doesn't even leave the room while I'm there. Still, there are a couple of houses for rent over on Carl that would be suitable. Plus, you have a few months to decide. We place our orders, a funnel cake for Sophia and a turkey leg each for Izzy and me. "What are you doing tonight?" Colton asks as we walk back in the direction we left the girls. "I have a poker game going." "Sounds illegal," I tease. "We don't play for real money, but with the way Monahan plays, you'd think the fate of the free world rested on his shoulders." "The police chief?" He confirms with a nod. "He's not really all that bad." I'm not sure they'd appreciate sharing time with a felon. I mutter, my hope of getting out of the house fading away as quickly as it arrived. "I want you to come. They won't mind. 7 o'clock if you're interested." He gives me the address as we walk up to the girls. Izzy looks surprised with the turkey leg, making it clear she didn't hear a word Sophia said while she scrubbed the evil goat germs off our son. "Thank you," she whispers. The trade-off, one of the turkey legs for Andy, goes smoothly, and she grins around the leg as she sinks her teeth into it. I have to look away. Sophia chuckles when I turn to show Andy some vendor selling silly hats. Clearly, she didn't miss my reaction.
Chapter 39. Isabella. Insanely, I say, before licking salt off the back of my hand. Unfair. It was a carnival game, Sophia hands me a shot of tequila, cocking an eyebrow when it doesn't make my face scrunch. Only the first 3 caused that reaction. I don't know what number that one was, but I didn't even taste it. It may not be a good thing. It's definitely going to cause problems tomorrow, but right now, I just don't care. Gigi offered to watch Andy when he passed out early from a hard day at the carnival, and since I needed a serious distraction, I took her up on the offer. Did you not see his back flex? I swear Under Armour should be outlawed, or at least make guys buy a size bigger than the one they think would work. I could see every muscle. I chew on a lime wedge before looking at my friend. Every single one. So you're into backs. I'm into Drew O'Neill, I confess, then slap a hand over my mouth. Just joking. Ha-ha. She chuckles. Yeah, ha-ha, funny joke. You're obsessed with that man. Am not, I argue. He just has a great back. You spent quite a while staring at his front today as well, if I recall correctly. You should pay more attention to your own man. He looked lonely today. She huffs, knowing I'm full of shit. I can't get enough of him. If anything, he was grateful my focus was elsewhere. I threatened to suck him off at the festival. What? I shake my head. Where would you even do that? Don't say the porta potty. I may actually puke. And that would be a waste of perfectly good tequila. No puking, she says. At least not until morning. No puking at all, I counter. But I know if I keep going, it's going to happen anyway. And since I have no plans to stop until my head forgets all about Drew O'Neill and his perfect back, then it looks like I'll be worshiping the porcelain throne come morning, if not sooner. In the emergency aid tent. What? That's where I threatened to do it. Do what? She's not making any sense. You can't even carry on a conversation, she says, but there's a smile on her glowing face. Because you're making me drink all alone. I'm pregnant, you fool. Here, have another one. Not bothering to lick and salt my hand, I simply tilt the salt shaker over my mouth and tap the side. The shot is held in front of me. You're the best bartender ever. I tilt back the shot and take the lime wedge from her fingers. Are we going to talk about Drew? No. Really? You don't want to? I can't. You can't, or you don't want to with me. I search her face, my buzzing mind unable to decide which one of her heads to focus on, so I look at the wall. I don't want to be judged. Judged because you have the hots for a good-looking guy? He's not just a good-looking guy, Soph. He's my baby's father. I'm well aware. She places her hand over mine when I reach for the salt shaker again. And we have hardly talked since he got back. I know you're feeling stuff. Stuff. I snort, an awful sound escaping both my mouth and nose at the same time. I feel like I should jump his bones. He's so flipping hot, and he smells amazing. It's like woodsy and fresh some days, and others it's like he rolled around in man. Man? I wave my hand dismissively. You know what I mean. He smells like hard work and dedication. Didn't know a man could smell like dedication. Is that a new scent by Dior? This. I point to her. This is why I didn't want to talk. She clamps her mouth closed and her hands go up. I'm just teasing. Tell me about him. You don't want to hear it. No, she counters with a wide smile. I really do. It's not fair. His back muscles, his scent, the way he's so nice and sweet with Andy. I never expected any of it. Because of his letter? I glare at her. He said our son was a mistake, that he wished he'd never met me, Soph. He didn't mean it, and you won't be able to convince me otherwise. He still wrote that to me. I can't get over that. Sounds like you already have. I haven't. I lie. I'll never be able to. Not even after looking at his back? He won that unicorn for you today. Andy doesn't like unicorns. Neither do I. You didn't until you saw it. He heard you squeal with excitement. First off, I don't squeal. Secondly, he won it on the first try. What happened to him spending all day trying to get it for me? That's romance, not knocking down all those damn wooden milk jugs on the first throw. The man has a good arm, she says with a shrug. God, his arms. I fall back on her bed and the room spins around me. I bet if I focus hard enough, I can imagine myself in a fantasy land where it wouldn't be wrong to be lusting after him. It's awful that I watch his damn mouth while he's talking to Andy. It's disgusting that I think of the other things that mouth is more than capable of while he's playing with our son. Good with his mouth, huh? The best. I mean, my only, but still the best. And then he had the nerve to touch my lower back as we got on the Ferris wheel. What kind of psycho does that? You hated it? Loved it. I roll my head on the mattress to look over at her. It set my blood on fire. It was either come over here or stay at home and flick my damn bean all night. Do you know how unsatisfying that is? Not lately. My man takes care of me often. Good mouth? I ask. The best. She winks at me. Why don't you just go for it? Tell him to get you off. I can't. I don't think he wants a relationship with me. I ignore her scoff. And I can't just have sex with him. My heart couldn't handle it. If you think that man isn't still head over heels for you, you're nuts. And I never said just have sex. But so long as you're being standoffish around him, it's never going to happen. He's waiting for you. He's not going to make a move until he knows it's what you want. He hurt me, I whisper. I know he did. Will you ever forgive him? Am I a fool if I do? I think you already have. She's right. He's disproved every word he said in his letter. He spends time with Andy, always smiling. His joy when he's around his son isn't forced or fake. He genuinely loves every second he gets with him. I catch him grinning at me, and despite the hateful words he wrote, I never see it on his face or in his actions. He's been giving Dad money to help with Andy. As he should. I told him I didn't want it, so he went behind my back. You can't fault the man for taking care of his son. It's his responsibility, and you need to let him. Each week, Dad just drops the cash on my bedside table. I just shove it in the drawer and forget about it. Silliness. At least put it in an account that gains interest. I grin at her. Look at you thinking like an adult. I will. I'll remind you tomorrow. You're too drunk to remember. Back to Drew. If you care for him, you need to tell him. I'm afraid he's going to hurt me again. It's hard to come back from. Honey, you're already there. You just need to take that extra step. Everyone knows what he did. Going back to him makes me look weak. Not at all. She clasps my hand before lying down beside me, her eyes on my face. You know I always have my ear to the ground, so to speak, and I haven't heard a single bad word about him since he showed back up. Everyone at the clubhouse loves him. Your dad speaks highly of him. No one is going to think poorly of you if you try to work things out with him. Honestly, everyone is expecting it to happen sooner or later.
Ugh.
I slam my eyes closed.
Did you see the way his fingers curled around that damn ball?
No, but it seems like you did. Do you need a few minutes alone to work out your frustrations? I'd say change the sheets when you're done, but Colton and I went at it twice this afternoon and I didn't, so... Gross, I hiss. But I just can't find the strength to climb off the bed. She laughs. You're the one who wanted to come in here.
I wanted to hang out at your house, not lay on cum stains.
Not my fault you insisted on the bedroom.
Dylan always stares at me when I see him. You could have told me it was poker night before I left the house.
Officer Ramshaw is a damn fine catch.
I cringe. The man isn't my type at all, despite having a thing for men in uniform. Apparently, having the man in uniform, no one else measures up. I don't want to get drunk in front of a room full of cops.
Not just cops.
What?
My eyes widen as I glare at her.
Did you invite my dad?
Oh, God, your dad? Why would you do this to me? I've been drinking. You realize you're grown, right? That you have a kid and are of legal age to consume alcohol?
Still, I don't like to do that in front of adults.
You're an adult, she whispers.
But I don't feel like one right now.
I feel like a petulant child who wants a new toy but is being told no.
Only the toy is Drew, and I'm the one telling myself no. It's a complicated position to be in.
Drew is coming.
What?
Drew. Colton invited him.
You brought me here under false pretenses?
Need I remind you that you invited yourself? I didn't know Drew was coming until I told Colton you were on your way.
You could have called me!
My eyes dart around the room, my drunken brain considering jumping from the window to escape rather than having to go downstairs and face him. I didn't want to distract you while you were driving.
My ass,
I hiss. He's going to think I'm a terrible mother. My son is at home with my parents while I'm here getting sloshed. Unfucking believable. He's out there. You're in here. It's no big deal. You don't have to see him unless you want to. Now let's go back to talking about how much you want him.
I changed my schedule for him.
You did what now?
I rush around all day taking care of everything so I have nothing to do in the evenings, just on the off chance that he'll stay a little longer.
I stare up at the ceiling.
I've already confessed so many things I might as well confess them all and get it over with. I could take some time for myself or get some studying done while he's there, but no. I just sit on the sofa and watch them play. I listen just as hard as Andy does when Drew reads him a story. I nearly asked him to stay last night when he carried him to bed. It was the first time he'd ever been in my room. And God, Soph, I wanted him in my bed so badly.
Why didn't you?
I hadn't shaved my legs in like 4 days.
She laughs, which makes me laugh, and before I know it, we're practically rolling around on the bed like idiots.
You love him, she says softly once we settle. So much.
You need to tell him.
I can't.
Chapter 40. Drew. Hey, man. Colton seems a little overeager when he opens the front door to see me standing on the porch. Can I get you a beer? No, thanks. I have an early morning with Andy tomorrow. Maybe a soda? I'm good. Instead of directing me to the living room where I hear several guys giving each other shit, he guides me the opposite way toward the kitchen. Listen, I can go, I say before he can tell me that the guys aren't exactly happy about my invite. What? No, I mean, they don't want me here. I get it. I knew this would be an issue once I got out. I reach out to shake his hand. No big deal, man. I completely understand. What? No. He smacks my hand away. This has nothing to do with the guys. Then why else would you have to separate me from them? Shit. Sophia invited Izzy over. A slow smile spreads across my face. Is Andy here too? He's at home with Gigi. Listen, they came to the kitchen and grabbed a salt shaker, 3 limes, and a bottle of tequila, then disappeared upstairs. Sophia's pregnant. 3 limes. Shit. Yeah, it seems Izzy plans to drink herself stupid tonight. And you're just going to let it happen? I move to head toward the stairs, but he grabs my arm. Sophia would never let her get so drunk that she's in any real danger. Her keys are put away, and she's here for the night. I just didn't want you to be shocked when they come down to raid the fridge during the middle of a hand. I'll be fine. I keep my eyes on the stairs, as if she's going to glide down them at any moment. You sure? Do you want me to leave? Not a chance. I'm hoping you're really good at poker and someone is finally able to beat the chief. He gloats for days after a poker night, and I'd like some peace and quiet at work for once. He slaps me on the back and I follow him from the room. Introductions go around the table, and only one guy by the name of Ramshaw looks at me with what I determine as annoyance. Ignoring him, I let them deal me in, but my focus isn't on the table or the men around it. My head is upstairs, my ears perked up, waiting to hear any sound coming from Izzy. And boom, Monahan says 30 minutes later. He slaps a full house down on top of the pile of poker chips. What do you have, kid? I cringe when I look down at my hand, getting stares of disbelief when I show them. They're not even suited. What were you going for there? That's awful. Another detective by the name of Gaffey snaps. A pair of 3s? You suck at this. Colton shakes his head as he collects the cards from the table, but there's a knowing look in his eyes. He's well aware of why I can't concentrate on this damn game. Good thing we aren't playing with real money, I mutter, looking down at my paltry stack of remaining coins. Speak for yourself, Chief Monahan says as he scrapes the chips in his direction and begins to sort them into piles. Anyone need another beer? Ramshaw asks as he stands. Bathroom? I ask Colton as I stand as well. Just down the hall. Oh, wait, I forgot that floor is torn out. Up the stairs, first door on the left. I hate the idea that all the guys will be coming upstairs when they need to piss. Izzy is up here, and I don't want that Ramshaw guy getting anywhere near her. He either hates me because of my past, or he's seen her. Any single man would be a fool to not look twice. The girl is off the charts, gorgeous. I don't think I've ever seen a better look... Shit. I hiss when I clear the stairs and see her standing there. I haven't been drinking, but I'd swear she's an apparition, a figment my imagination has conjured. When have I ever gotten so lucky to be thinking about her and she just appears? Hi. I stammer like a grade school kid running into his crush in the hallway. Even my face is heated. I lick my dry lips, nearly groaning when her eyes try to track the movement. I would have been able to tell she's drinking even if Colton hadn't told me earlier. She's relying heavily on the wall, and somehow she's lost a shoe. Thankfully, she's wearing sandals with that same damn dress she had on this morning at the festival. Hello there. Her teeth dig into her lower lip as her eyes flutter. I can't tell if she has something in her eyes or if she's flirting. It brings a grin to my face. She's absolutely adorable. Funny meeting you here. I could say the same for you. Do you come here often? I inch closer to her when she goes to move, afraid she's going to fall over. Are you using cheesy pickup lines on me? Do you want to be picked up? She winks, or at least I think it's a wink, but both of her eyes flutter closed. See? Adorable. This is my first time here. Although I'm completely sober, I lean against the same wall, a mere 2 feet from her, and rest my head at the same angle as hers, hoping it will make it easier for her to focus on my face. You won me a unicorn today. I did. Do you like it? Love it. The words come out breathy, and it's my turn to be enthralled when she licks her lips. I just came up to use the bathroom. Are you having fun with your friend? She fell asleep. Pregnancy is exhausting. I remember you telling me that. I think napping became a staple in your life. We have a baby together. We do, I agree. The most amazing little boy ever. God, if she keeps staring at my mouth, I can't be responsible for my actions. Don't try to go down those stairs alone. I'm hungry. Let me use the bathroom and I'll help you. Okay. Don't try to walk down the stairs. You might fall. She nods her head in agreement, but when I turn to go into the bathroom, she follows me. I don't have the chance to even turn on the light before she's crowding me. With my back to the vanity, I have nowhere to go. Not that I want to get away from her in the first place. I can't believe you just showed up in my life again, knocking on the door with a pile of gifts. Shh. Her fingers smell like tangy tequila and limes when she presses them to my lips. Looking hotter than I ever remember. Muscles, pulling your t-shirt tight. It's not fair. I didn't do. I attempt to talk against her fingers, but she presses harder. Her body is close, nearly touching mine, and I have to grip the edge of the sink to keep from grabbing her hips and pulling her even closer. I can't listen to my heart. She closes the distance, smiling when I groan. All I can hear is my body and what it's telling me I need. She shuts me up this time with a kiss. Her tongue, spicy from the alcohol she's been drinking, is the best thing I've ever tasted as it brushes against mine. I'm drunk on her, intoxicated with the whimpers she's forcing me to swallow because she's trying to dive deeper as if her one and only goal is to climb inside of me. Doesn't she know she already lives there? Right in the middle of me, owning every cell of my body. I whisper when she repositions, her lips slick and sliding against mine. Want you? She pants, her hand finding mine. I attempt to tangle our fingers, but she has other plans, moving my hand to the center of her. Her heat is nearly enough to fry my brain, but her decisions aren't her own right now. If I didn't taste tequila on her lips, if she hadn't come here with the intent to get drunk because she couldn't handle spending the day with me, things would be different. If she were sober, I'd have her in my arms, legs around my waist, my cock reminding her just how good it is between us. But she's drunk, and her regret in the morning isn't something I think I'd survive. Is he? Her hips circle, the slickness of her arousal soaking through her thin panties, and I think I've earned hero status when I pull my hand away instead of sliding the silky fabric to the side and giving her exactly what she's begging for. Isabella, I pull my hand away. Her eyes snap open, throat working on a swallow, and I can see the embarrassment trying to creep red and hot on her cheeks. Again, she hisses, and I have to grip her hips to keep her from pulling completely away from me. If you're rejecting me again, I'll never forgive you this time. I press my mouth to hers, a quick soft kiss to let her know I'm not going anywhere. I want you. I've never wanted anything more in my life. Feel this? I grind my hips against her, the pressure against my cock nearly unbearable. Don't ever doubt it again. But you've been drinking, and I can't risk the regret you'll have tomorrow. It'll compromise what I have with Andy, and I can't do that. I can't lose him. Tell her you don't want to lose her either. But I can't because it's not like I have her. Right now, she may be in my arms, her body demanding things from me, but she mentioned not listening to her heart, and that means she isn't fully on board. Satisfying carnal needs right now isn't the same thing as earning her forgiveness and having her love. You really love him? She whispers. Of course I do. You said you didn't want him. Her bringing up that stupid fucking letter has the power to break me. I was in a really dark place. I didn't know if I was going to survive. I was facing 6 years, and I didn't want yours or Andy's life to suffer because of me. I thought cutting ties would be best for everyone, and it killed me to put those lies on paper. She looks away, her eyes blinking rapidly. I can't tell if she doesn't believe me or if my truth is just too much for her to handle right now. This isn't a conversation we should be having when she may not remember it in the morning. The letters you sent, the pictures, all the updates. I lived for those. Knowing he was doing well kept me alive. It gave me something to live for. Knowing I had a little boy out there with my name had me fight harder, work harder, do whatever I could to get back to him as fast as I could. All for Andy. I pressed my palm to the back of her head, turning it so she has to look at me. And you is. For the two of you. I pressed my mouth to hers one more time, relishing in the touch of our lips together because I know it may be the very last time. If you feel this way, if you still want your body pressed to mine like this, want my lips on you, my mouth tasting every inch of your skin in the morning when you sober up, all you have to do is let me know. But if your heart isn't involved, if you don't want a future with me, then I think it's best we keep things like they are. I won't survive getting another taste and not having all of you. How I walk away from her, leaving her in the bathroom alone, I'll never know.
Chapter 41. Isabella.
You look like you've had better days.
There's humor in Drew's voice, but I don't smile. Holding my arm up to shield my eyes, I try to see his face, but the sun behind him is too powerful. I overindulged, I complain, as he shifts on his feet. Are you coming in?
Want me to just plow over you?
Plow something, I mutter as I stand to the side.
What was that?
Nothing. Andy is in the playpen in the living room. He's been going like a cyclone since I got home 20 minutes ago. I hope you brought your A-game.
Always.
I close the door behind us.
Home alone?
Dad, Gigi, and the kids went across the street. I don't exactly hate being here alone with him, but it gives us the opportunity to talk about what happened last night. And despite wanting to have been too drunk to remember, I wasn't. I remember the words, the emotion in his voice, the way his hands felt on me, mouth on mine, all of it, like it's been seared into my brain. Although I can remember, I'm not physically able to hash it all out again. I'm exhausted. My mouth still doesn't taste right after brushing my teeth, and Andy seems hell-bent on using a week's worth of energy all before nap time. If you don't mind, I have some things around the house to take care of. He watches my face as I run my fingers through my hair.
Are you avoiding me as a whole, or just avoiding what happened last night?
I blink up at him. That's rude.
Really?
It's courteous to ignore what people did while they were buzzed.
Drunk,
he corrects. Buzzed, I say again. And it's not that I want to avoid it, but I have a headache, and I'm in desperate need of a shower.
I'll help Andy use up some of his energy. You go take care of yourself.
Jesus. Does he know what saying that does to my body? What I need to take care of? I'll be upstairs. I point, as if simple words won't compute for him. I don't look back, but I can feel his eyes on me all the way up to the second level. A masculine chuckle follows me into my room. Not only do I need a shower, but I have a million other things I've put off doing all week. I flit around my room, thankful my stomach is holding steady and not threatening to revolt, cleaning and straightening. I won't want to have to do this once I'm clean, but it doesn't make the tasks any easier. Every so often, Andy's giggles float up the stairs, making me smile. Drew's deep voice changes tone as they play, and I realize I've become accustomed to hearing him in this house, playing with his son. It's natural, him being around, being a part of both our lives. The shock is that I want this. I want him in the same space. I want to build a life with him. I rejected the idea outright last night when he said what he said. But the longer I let the idea ruminate, the more I can see us together, raising Andy as a couple, and not just two people co-parenting the same amazing little human. It's still on my mind, the conversation we had in the dark last night. The way he used his words instead of trying to tell me what he felt with his body. He stopped me from climbing him like a tree, although he was rock solid, his body ready to give me what I was close to begging him for. He could have easily lifted me, slid into me, but he didn't. Drew O'Neill took the higher road, and as bitter as I was last night, going into Sophia's guest bedroom with an ache between my thighs, I know he made the right call. Having sex last night would have clouded everything else. Well, despite the headache still teasing the corners of my head, the sexual fog has mostly lifted, and I know I want him, all of him, not just the amazing sex we have together. As if a weight has been lifted from my shoulders with the realization, I feel lighter on my feet as I head into the bathroom, stripping my clothes off as I go. Since a shower seems like too much work, I run water in the tub, washing my face at the sink while it fills. I pop in my headphones, finding a soft playlist to listen to. No intent to get out of this tub until my mind is fully made up and my headache is gone. I groan with deep satisfaction as I slip into the water, knowing full well there's only one reason I didn't put bubble bath or salts into the tub. Before long, my head is spinning, fingers wandering where I knew they would end up. But my own touch has nothing on what the brush of his fingers felt like last night. He made my body come alive even with the numbing effect of the alcohol I consumed. God, what would he feel like right now with me completely sober? Heaven. That's how, because he's touched me before. His reverent fingers exploring, getting me close to the edge. Come for me. His words from over 2 years ago still have the power to make me shudder. It doesn't matter how many times I've tried to think of someone, anyone else while doing this. My brain always settles back on him. Knowing he loves his son, wants more than sex from me, does something to strengthen the fantasies. My body is humming, legs shaking with an occasional twitch I'm unable to control. A sense of naughtiness washes over me, since he's right downstairs. But it also adds a little extra thrill, and my mind takes that and runs with it. My eyes closed, lips rolling between my teeth as I concentrate on images in my mind that he's watching me, commanding every swirl of my fingers. He's telling me to wait, not yet. And my body obeys, as if the words have been whispered in my ear, his breath ghosting over my exposed skin. My nipples furl, the tease of the lapping water on them like a soft caress. Unbidden, one hand slides up, twisting one slightly, and it has the power to make me moan for him. Yes, I pant. Make me come. Jesus. My eyes snap open, hands rushing up to cover myself. Embarrassment pinks my cheeks, the heat making its way down the tops of my breasts. I could cry right now, watching Drew leaning against the bathroom door frame. In my head, I wanted him to watch me, wanted his eyes on me, words commanding my moves, but the reality of it leaves me feeling exposed. I open my mouth to ask him to leave, but I just can't seem to do it. I know what he saw, know what he heard, and from the way he's biting his lip, I'd guess he isn't exactly upset with any of it. In fact, The bulge in his jeans answers a lot of questions. Enjoy the show? I stand from the tub, water sloshing down my body, and I pause before climbing out because he seems like his eyes need a little time to assess every inch of me.
Depends on who was in that pretty little head of yours while you were performing.
And God, I was performing, albeit a fantasy that quickly turned into reality. And if I said it was you? I step over the edge of the tub, my feet sinking into the soft bath mat. He licks his lips as I inch closer.
You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
His hand goes to my cheek, and the sexual need is overpowered by more emotions than I can count. Drew, I whisper, as his lips press to mine.
I know.
As his kiss deepens, I feel a towel wrap around my damp shoulders, the warmth cocooning me against his chest. The tears begin to fall in earnest, but he doesn't pull back and ask me what's wrong. Letting go of the past, forgiveness, and hope for the future all hitting me at once is utterly exhausting. But instead of forcing the issue, instead of trying to tease me into the girl that was just in the tub, he carries me across the room and holds me in his arms as I cry.
Chapter 42. Drew. I press my lips to the top of her head when she shifts her weight. She's only been asleep for 30 minutes, and although she probably needs a longer nap, her body, the one trained to take care of a toddler all day, won't allow her much peace right now. Have a good nap, I whisper against her hair. She shifts and stretches, keeping her body against mine as she lifts her head to look at my face. She's still in a towel, but I managed to tug a blanket over her back when we laid down. As much as I want her, I enjoyed the weight of her pressed to my chest for the limited time she allowed it. Now the big question is, how is she going to react now? Where's Andy? She looks toward the empty crib in the corner. Exhausted himself by playing so hard. I came up to tell you he was down for a nap. I point to the baby monitor on her dresser across the room. I should have called out from the open bedroom door, but my cock told me to investigate the moans I'd heard. Neither he nor I were disappointed. But that doesn't mean it was any less of a violation. How long? You've only been resting for about half an hour. I rub my hand up and down her back, wondering how long I'll get her like this before she freaks out and starts pulling away again. You held me while I slept? I enjoyed it, but you twitch in your sleep. She chuckles a little. We should talk. I swallow a lump, threatening to form. Yeah, we should. Maybe. She presses her hand to my chest to get up, but I hold her tighter. Like this. Talk to me while we're touching. I'll go first. I clear my throat, wondering how far I can get into this conversation before my emotions start leaking out of my eyes. I want you, she says before I could speak again. I need you. Do you still love me? We never said the words to each other, but I could see it in her eyes, feel it in her touch before I went away. Her breathing goes a little ragged, and I fear I pushed her too far, too fast. I'm so sorry for distancing myself from you before I left. I regretted it while it was happening. I wrote that letter, and I know it hurt you. I won't deny that was my intent at the time, but it came from a place deep inside of me that didn't want to see you lonely. I thought a little heartache at the beginning would be better than years of pain while I was locked up. Just know that hurting you shattered me as well. I didn't write it with a smile on my face. It took me weeks to get those thoughts down on paper, and by the time I wrote it, I hated myself so much for what I was doing to you. Drew, no, listen. If you're going to push me away, if you think you can't do this or you just don't want me, I want you to make the decision with all the information, Not just some, and whatever assumptions you've concocted in that beautiful head of yours. Did she just hold me a little tighter? God, the possibilities. That night we met, I knew something was different about you. At the time, I figured it was just attraction, and that turned into the burning chemistry that led us to where we ended up that night. But there was a hole in my chest not long after you left. I chalked it up to great sex, thinking it would fade, but it didn't. I yearned for you, ached to spend more time with you. Then the accident happened and everything went to hell. Then by some miracle, here you were, happy, healthy, carrying my child, and that threw me for another loop. I kept my distance because I knew you could do better, knew you would be better off without a felon in your life. I thought our son could have a better life if I wasn't in it. And all of that may be true. I hold her face until she's looking at me. Call me selfish, but I don't want you to do better than me. I can't offer you riches and a huge house. I'm probably not going to be able to pay cash for a brand new truck for Andy when he turns 16. But know that I will love you with every inch of my heart, if you'll let me. Tears streak her cheeks, and her eyes flutter when my thumbs sweep them away. I don't deserve you, but I want you anyway. I want you and Andy and a family. I want all of it. But if you're not ready, I'll wait however long it takes for you to get there with me. But if you can't, if you don't think it's possible, then I need you to tell me now. So I'll ask again. Isabella Montoya, do you still love me? I feel like it's too much. Is it possible for a broken heart to break even more? Like it's too soon. I question whether I'm crazy or listening to the wrong parts of me, but God, Drew, I love you. I want what you want, but this isn't just about me. We have to worry about Andy's well-being and what's best for him. You love me? I said more than that, she whispers. Are you only hearing what you want to hear? I heard you say you love me, and if you love me only half as much as I love you, then everything is going to work out. We made an amazing little boy, and he's only going to reap the benefits from both of his parents being together. Together, she whispers, as if the declaration wasn't going to lead us to that point. Yeah, I press my lips to hers. I know there are things I have to make up for, time I lost, and things that may have happened while I was away that I'll have to deal with. But if you tell me you want the entire package, you're stuck with me. I want all of it, she says, her mouth hovering over mine, and it makes me question whether or not I'm dreaming. I've only been back several weeks, and right where I'd hoped I'd be the day those prison gates swung open and released me. Are you only doing this because you think two parents for Andy are better than one? She shakes her head. No, I want this too. Final answer? Will you just kiss me already? I don't make her wait for the answer. I cover her mouth with mine and kiss her silly. Then Andy's whimpers come through the baby monitor, putting a stop to where I was nearly willing to take things. That would not be a very fun conversation to have with her dad, had they happened to come home. And although my nuts are blue, I'm happy that we were given a little bit of a distraction. Going down and taking care of our son doesn't stop the saucy looks the little vixen is giving me. Her dad takes one look at the two of us when they get back home, and all he does is slap me on the back, like it's a congratulations, and walks out of the room.
Chapter 43. Isabella.
You are.
I am not, I hiss, looking around my room paranoid, as if someone can hear what Sophia is saying on the other end of the line.
It's a dick appointment. Just admit it. You want me to watch Andy for a couple hours so you can get some dick.
Would you hush? It's lunch.
Lunch doesn't take 4 hours. Just admit it's a dick appointment and I'll keep him overnight for you.
It's not... Wait. All night?
Her knowing chuckle makes me smile. Is that a confession?
Do you know how hard it is to get time alone with him? It's like Dad knows and he's purposely cock-blocking us.
I'll watch him. for your dick appointment. It's just lunch, with a side of dick.
God willing, I mutter. Drew seems to be fine with spending time with both of us, but I'm going crazy. We've started and stopped so many times over the last week, I think I'm going crazy. And getting off with each other while on the phone late at night isn't the same. Her laugh comes through the line. Glad you think this is funny. I'm just happy you two got your heads out of your asses and are finally together. You know, if you moved in together, you wouldn't have to schedule time in a hotel. That's crazy. Don't you think it's too soon for that? You guys love each other and you have a child together. I'd say that time came a long time ago. Silence fills the line. No one is going to fault you for following your heart. She'd said as much the night I was drinking at her house, but I didn't want to listen then. I'm all ears now. We haven't exactly announced that we're together, but we also haven't avoided being seen holding hands and whispering to each other while people are around. I haven't noticed any weird looks or whispers about me being a fool. Everyone at Cerberus loves Drew. I know. I tell her. And thank you for watching Andy. We'll drop him off soon. When I get off the phone with her, I check my hair and makeup one last time before heading downstairs. Drew smiles up at me, his eyes roving from the tips of my sandaled feet to my eyes.
Wow,
He presses his lips to my forehead when I get close enough.
What are you wearing under that dress?
Nothing, I whisper, smiling inside when a shudder runs through him. He's all ready to go, Gigi says, as she carries Andy into the room. Dad! Our son yelps the second he lays eyes on Drew. He smiles just as wide as he did the first time 4 days ago when Andy called him that. The sight of the tears shining in his eyes that day told me I'd made the right decision. We have a lot of pain to overcome, but I wasn't lying when I told Sophia I forgave him long ago. After both Dad and Apollo showed me the letters he wrote to them, I fully understood what I meant to him. The only thing that makes me pause is knowing all that pain was for nothing. I never stopped loving him, and despite his hateful words, they came from a place of love as well.
Are you ready to go see Aunt Sophia?
Drew asks, his fingers tickling Andy's ribs. Our son wiggles in his arms, a laugh so pure and sweet coming from his smiling mouth. Have a good time at lunch, Gigi says, as we make our way to the door. Use protection. We both shake our heads as we walk out. Drew grumbling something about not being hungry for food as we load Andy up in his truck.
This can't be right,
Drew mumbles as he leans forward to look out the windshield.
This is the right address for the restaurant.
With the last right turn, we arrive at the front of a hotel. His eyes dart in my direction.
Is he?
I mean, heat flushes my face. They have room service. He licks his lips as if the idea is enticing.
A hotel room? For 4 hours?
Sophia said she'd keep him all night.
It's 11 in the morning.
I got early check-in, but we can go to lunch first if you prefer. I mean, if you want to even stay here.
Want to?
He scoffs, his hand working the steering wheel until he's parked.
I'm dying to spend a little alone time with you.
We're giggling like two teens about to get into trouble as we make our way inside. Check-in takes longer than I would have liked, but just swinging by and picking up keys would be too long.
If they have a smart TV, we can finish watching that movie we started last night.
I have no interest in finishing the movie that put me to sleep after 10 minutes.
We can even watch
I press my lips to his the second he opens the door. No TV.
Okay,
He says against my lips, gasping when my fingers immediately reach for the button on his jeans.
not wasting any time, I see.
Nope. My dress comes off over my head, me slipping out of it as I lower to my knees.
God, this isn't going to last. Don't want to come in your mouth, Izzy.
Then you better show a little restraint, I tell him, my mouth wrapping around his length the second I free him from his boxers.
Jesus!
The hissed curse makes me smile, my tongue licking the underside of him. Feel good? He makes a sound from deep in his chest, his fingers tangling in my hair. Long eyelashes flutter on his cheeks as he looks down at me.
So fucking good. Do that again.
I do my best not to gag, but fail when I take him deeper. He doesn't seem to mind, as his hips rock forward and back several times.
Seriously, woman. I'm fixing to embarrass myself.
He pops free, his thumb rubbing over my bottom lip.
I love my cock in your mouth, but I've waited so long for you.
He reaches for me, and I stand as his hands flutter down my sides.
I can't believe you didn't wear anything under that dress.
Rough fingers tease my nipples, and he seems just fine with taking his time. Each brush, every breath he breathes over my skin ignites different parts of my body that by the time he takes a step back, I'm an inferno, burning up from the inside out. I can't believe you're still wearing clothes, I whisper, my fingers teasing the hem of his shirt. That's all it takes for him to strip, unceremoniously throwing his clothes in all directions. His cock, thick and proud, points at me, and I'm unable to resist wrapping my hands around him. He groans, the sound hitting me right at my center.
Did you bring condoms?
He asks, his throat working like he's unwilling to go all in right now if I didn't. In my purse. He attacks the thing, turning back with a smile at the box in his hands.
12? Think it'll be enough?
Promises, I say, crooking my finger to draw him closer. He winks, tossing the full box on the bed before lifting me off my feet. My sandals drop to the floor, leaving us both fully nude and ready for each other. He brushes against my core, the plush head of his cock a tease of epic proportions, before he settles me on the bed and hovers over me.
Wanna make you come?
I grab his head before he can start kissing down my throat. I will. Please, Drew. His fingers shake as he opens the box, tearing one foil square from the rest.
And you're sure about this?
I look between my legs. I'm glistening, spread open wide, and he's asking this now? Yes, I pant. Please. He leans over, mouth on mine as his fingers brush over me, testing my readiness. I swallow his groan when he finds his answer.
Waited so long. Fuck,
he moans when he pushes in the first inch.
Every dream, every fantasy. God, I never got it right. So much better than I remember. Jesus, Izzy, like a fucking glove.
He finds a rhythm, his hips moving with perfect precision as he kisses me. When we came together like this in his room that one time, I only thought he was speaking with his body. Having heard the words, knowing he loves me makes this time so much better.
Come for me.
God, those 3 words from his mouth again. My fingers dig into his back, urging him on, and before I can open my mouth to say the words, I'm falling apart, coming, the orgasm so strong my body quakes from it. He groans, his cock spasming inside of me, and holds me tighter, his breathing making rushing sounds in my ears.
Forever, Iz. I'm going to love you for the rest of my fucking life.
Same, I manage, because my brain hasn't come completely back online. Ready for round 2? His laugh echoes off the walls as he rolls over, and after he discards the condom, I'm back against his chest, his fingers tangled in my hair.
Can we have a serious discussion?
I smile against his chest, but decide to tease him anyway. Is this where you break up with me? He huffs, knowing I'm not serious.
This is where I ask you about the future.
Which part?
The part where we live together, where we're a family, and where we get to hold each other all night, every night. The part where you're on birth control or want another baby, and I can fill you with my cum every chance we get.
I smile. There's a lot to unpack there.
I know.
He holds me tighter. I can get on birth control, but I don't think another kid is a smart idea right now. At least until I finish school.
Good point.
And the house together? I was planning to ask you the same thing.
Really?
I chuckle at his surprise. Of course. I can't live with my dad forever. And since you have that stupid no sex in his house rule, then I think it's best.
You want to move out just so we can have sex?
That's not the only reason, but it's one hell of a good one, don't you think? He kisses me, his hands holding my face as if he thinks I'm going to disappear.
You're making all of my dreams come true, Isabella.
I smile into the kiss, knowing he's making my dreams come true as well.
Chapter 44. Drew. Months later. That's not it. That one. I point to the clear bottle of Pedialyte. Unflavored. Jinx scrunches his nose. That's gross. Maybe she's going to mix something else in it? Maybe Izzy is out of it from being up all night with a sick kid. There's no way she wanted unflavored. That's made for sick dogs or something. Grape is always better. That's what I'm getting for River. She asked for the clear. Maybe you need to get some of each just in case. Probably. I sigh, my hands once again rubbing my tired eyes. Where do you think the kids got it from? Andy, River, Cooper, Amelia, and Jamie have all had a stomach virus for the last day and a half. The entire club, all but Apollo because he's a pussy and throws up at just the sound of someone else gagging, has come together to help take care of the kids. We still haven't gotten any sleep, both Izzy and I staying awake just to watch and make sure our son is going to be okay. That freaking satanic nursery school? I chuckle, exhaustion deep in my bones. The one at the church? He glares at me. River is spewing like that kid from The Exorcist. All the children have been infected with a demon. I don't argue with him. Apparently, he hasn't had much sleep either. Cooper doesn't even know he's going to be sick. One minute he's fine, wanting to get up and play, and the next he's erupting on the bed like a volcano. I cringe, picturing that exact same thing happening to Izzy and me last night. We almost ended up in the hospital last night, I confess. For real? We gave Andy a popsicle just to get fluids in him. Big mistake. He got sick. We thought he was puking up blood. Popsicle was red. I nod. We did that the first time River got a stomach bug. All three of us freaked out. Okay, I say, looking down at the list in his hands. What else do we need? Daddy! We both turn to see a pale-haired boy running in our direction. He hits Jinx's legs, arms up high, waving in the air. Daddy! Jinx picks the kid up, but I've never seen this child in my life. Telling from the look on Jinx's face, he hasn't either. Hey, buddy, where's your mama? The little boy turns in Jinx's arms and points. A woman, flustered and breathing hard, walks toward us, a little girl on her hip. Please, just... She glances over her shoulder. Just go along with it. Jinx nods, but his eyes stay over her shoulder for a second as another man approaches slowly. Hey, honey, the woman says enthusiastically, moving her head to press her lips to Jinx's cheek. Jinx, being the dirty dog he is, turns his head, meeting her lips instead. I may be delusional from lack of sleep, but I swear I see him slip her some tongue. The woman continues to cling to him, going so far as to lift up on her toes when he makes to pull away. When they do finally split apart, Jinx wraps his arm around her waist. They'd look like an all-American perfect couple. Her in her sleek-looking business suit, 2 kids, 1 boy, 1 girl, if it weren't for Jinx's unkempt beard and leather cut. How was your day, gorgeous? He whispers low to her ear as the other man finally makes it to us. Reagan? Oh, Brian, is that you? The other man frowns. Meet my husband. Miles Alexander, Jinx says, giving his real name instead of his club one, pulling his arm from around the woman's back to shake the stranger's hand. Brian Wakefield. Reagan, you have kids? We have kids, Jinx answers, resituating the kid better on his hip. With a biker? Brian asks stupidly. I bet your dad loves that. It was nice seeing you, Brian, but we need to get back home. The kids aren't feeling well. As if to prove her statement, she points to the basket filled with soups, juices, and Pedialyte. Yeah, okay. He runs his hand over the back of his neck before finally walking away. What's for dinner, sweetheart? Jinx's question is a purr, and the innuendo is so thick around us, I feel like I'm interrupting something. I'm so sorry about that. You know how exes are. Come on, Elijah. We need to go. The little boy wiggles to get down, but he turns to wave before falling in step with his mother. Bye, Daddy. Stunned, we watch them walk away. Who the fuck was that? I ask. Do you know that woman? Never seen her before in my life, but for real, man. I'm already in fucking love. I shake my head, pulling 2 of each flavor of the electrolyte drink from the shelf and dropping them in the shopping cart. Jinx is still staring off in the distance, like he's waiting for her to reappear. This concludes Drew by Marie James, narrated by Kasha Kensington and Aaron Shedlock.